Chapter 36. Kurenai's Resolve. 4 Jounin stood in a small field, all of them were in their ninja gear and had serious looks on their faces. Kakashi was wearing a white t-shirt under his flak Jounin jacket, he was wearing blue jeans and sandals too. But one unique thing was he had a sword strapped on his back. This was no ordinary sword. He had used this sword during his time in Anbu, and this was the sword with which he had started teaching Naruto, the art of kenjutsu. Anko was standing beside Kakashi, and was wearing a gray shirt and dark blue shorts. She had her trademark trench coat on her back, but today she was looking very serious and was in no mood for jokes or teasing. There was man standing beside Anko. He was a fairly well-built man with high cheekbones, thick eyebrows and black hair cut in a bowl style. He was wearing a green spandex jumpsuit and orange leg warmers, and the standard Konoha Jounin flak jacket on his back. He was none other than Might Guy, the green beast of Konoha, and the strongest taijutsu specialist of Konoha, who was said to be on par with Tsunade Senju in taijutsu. His speed and strength were far stronger than all of his comrades. The last person was none other than Kurenai Yuhi. She was wearing a tight black t-shirt and black Anbu pants, her hair was neatly tied into a ponytail and there was no makeup on her face. She was wearing a white haori on her back, which had the word Captain written on it. This was none other than Task Force 1, the new first response team of Konoha. As you all know, our village has suffered a great setback, due to the actions of a former Chunin of Konoha, Naruto Hatake. He has wiped out a major portion of our Anbu forces, and stolen the Forbidden Scroll, said Kurenai strictly. There was no remorse or pain visible on her face. It was as if she had made peace with her mind. Kurenai, thought Anko worriedly. Our remaining Anbu forces, as well as most of the special Jounin, have been moved to the front in order to send a message to the other villages, that Konoha is still the strongest hidden village in the world. Due to this, there is shortage of shinobi who have to perform special missions, and as a result the Hokage has ordered the formation of this first response team, said Kurenai seriously. First response teams were generally operational during war times, and performed hit-and-run raids, sabotaging enemy supplies, and cutting off important transport lines of the enemy. Captain Kurenai, I just returned from patrol duty, so can you please tell me, what is our mission? Asked Guy seriously. Usually he would be in a cheerful mood, but these days no one was any mood to crack jokes, and right now he was standing in front of the people who had been affected the most due to Naruto's defection. He had not met the boy, but had heard about his abilities from his eternal rival Kakashi. Looking at Kakashi made Guy leave a tired sigh. His best friend was a lot more quiet these days, and Guy just wished their old days could return, and they could have their matches again. He was even more surprised by Kurenai. She had completely changed since the last time he had seen her. Gone was the kind and gentle Kurenai, in her place was now a cold and calculative Kunoichi. Despite the trouble in her personal life, Kurenai was the most skilled genjutsu specialist of Konoha. Not even Naruto was a match for her in that art. She was highly intelligent too and had a sharp calculative mind. That is why, when Kakashi turned down to the offer to become the captain of this team, she was given the role of captain. It was still a mystery as to why Kakashi had declined. But Guy knew Kakashi, his best friend did not want to be a leader, and right now something was going through his mind. The question was what? Our team's mission is to perform special operations that were previously performed by Tobeketsu Jounin, but as they have been sent to the front lines it is now our job. We have a small task force of Junon, Chunin and some Jounin under my command, and our first mission is going to come soon, so I first want us to hone our skills. Each one of us have relied on a specific skill for a long time, but now it is time to change, said Kurenai firmly. What about our subordinates? When are we going to prepare them for battle? Asked Anko curiously. A lot of Junon and all of the rookie 12 were now under their command. Let them rest for today, these days have been a little rough for them, said Kurenai gently. All the Jounin nodded, as they understood the teens had just lost a close friend, and it was not right to just order them around immediately. We may also face some missing ninjas during our missions. We may also be facing Naruto Hatake, said Kurenai icily. It was as if that name was a taboo for her. Once that name brought joy to her life, but now it gave her painful memories. What should we do if we have to face him? Asked Kakashi seriously. He wanted to hear her answer. He had refused to become a captain as he did not think he was fit for the job. He knew what being a leader meant, and right now he was not in full control of his emotions. His heart was breaking every day by hiding Naruto's truth from Kurenai and the others, and his daughter's death too. What about him? Asked Kurenai coldly. Guy and Anko's eyes widened on hearing such a tone. It was as if she had just cut off everything related to Naruto. He is a criminal, nothing more, nothing less. If we find him, my orders are clear for all of you. Bring him back to the village, dead or alive, ordered Kurenai stoically. Kakashi closed his eyes in sadness. How much had she suffered for her to become so cold-hearted? And how much was Naruto suffering right now? Will this madness ever end, Minato-sensei? Thought Kakashi sadly. A ninja must have courage to face his enemies, but how much a person had to strengthen his heart to betray the people he loved, fighting in the shadows and never seeing the light. Anbu, how he wished that such an outfit was never been formed. No Anbu came back in one piece, either they died during missions and even their bodies were never formed, or they come back with their soul destroyed. It was not just the Anbu that were affected, but the people close to them too felt the effects, and Kurenai was one such person. Kakashi knew how much Anbu had affected him, and he wondered how much would it change Naruto? He just wished Naruto and Kurenai can one day be together again, and his little brother could live happily. I want to become the strongest taijutsu specialist, and the same is for all of us. We have to improve our weaknesses. Our men would depend on us, we cannot show any weaknesses during a mission, so I will train all of you in genjutsu. Kakashi will give us ninjutsu lessons, while Anko and Guy will teach our unit taijutsu. I want this unit to become the strongest in Konoha, a group of soldiers on whom our people could rely on, said Kurenai passionately. Understood, we shall train our comrades from tomorrow. You are a good leader, Kurenai, said Anko with a small smile. Kurenai didn't answer and instead starting walking away. Her haori was flowing freely in the air, and Anko felt that with each step her friend was becoming more cold. Kurenai Yuhi had changed. You want to learn taijutsu as it is Naruto's weakest point, no matter how much you try to hide it. You have not forgotten him, have you? Asked Kakashi calmly. Kurenai stopped walking and looked up in the sky, and her fists clenched tightly. Yes, until I put him out of his pain, I cannot rest, Kakashi. I'll become stronger, I'll become the strongest ninja, no matter how much pain and suffering comes in my way. I won't give up and I won't let anything happen to this village, no matter who the enemy is, said Kurenai fiercely. She turned around and looked Kakashi straight in the eye, and the man understood the feelings in her heart. It was said that the eye was a mirror of a person's soul, and right now Anko, Guy and Kakashi realized Kurenai had become a true ninja. She had become a strong woman. Anko was amazed by her resolve. In a way, she knew Kurenai had become a good leader, and her desire to protect her village had become more strong. In a way, Naruto had made her a true shinobi. We will fight by your side till the end, Captain Kurenai, said Anko proudly, and saluted her friend with great respect. A lone tear slipped from Kurenai's eyes. Her path was difficult and no matter what happened, she would forever cherish the time she spent with Naruto. For her those were the best moments of her life. She didn't know if it was the same for Naruto, but she had loved him with all her heart. Hell, she still loved him now. You have changed, Kurenai, said Kakashi silently. What Naruto did, what he became, my Naruto died that night, part of me died that night, said Kurenai sadly. What will you do now? Asked Guy calmly. Live day by day, said Kurenai silently. All the four jounin stood calmly in their places, for three of them life had changed. They had lost someone close to them, and the pain was etched in their hearts. For Kakashi, it was becoming unbearable thinking how much longer were the people he loved going to suffer? Come back home, Naruto, prayed Kakashi. Suddenly a loud bang was heard from the northern gates, and the four jounin immediately looked at each other. Let's go, said Kurenai firmly. Hi, said the three jounin firmly. They started running as fast as their legs could take them, and in a matter of minutes they reached at the northern gates. There was smoke in the air, and the large gates of Konoha were abruptly open. It looked as if they were forcefully opened. The gates remained closed nowadays, as Konoha was on high alert, and without the order of the Hokage they were not opened. And it looked like someone had entered without proper authorization. The smoke started to clear and Kurenai's sharp eyes saw two people standing there, and her eyes widened in shock when she realized who it was. What is she doing here? Thought Anko in shock. There stood in front of Tsunade Senju, and her assistant Shizune Kato, and by the looks on their faces they were ready to kill. Tsunade had a large amount of chakra in her hand, and now Kurenai realized she had smashed through the 30 feet Konoha gate. Where is Hiruzen Sarutobi? Violent coughing was heard in a small room, and the sound of wobbling footsteps was heard. Naruto rushed in the bathroom, and soon vomited a large amount of blood from his mouth. His chest was burning and every cell in his body was in pain. Shit! Cursed Naruto in pain. Kurama watched sadly, as Naruto took out a small bottle of pills from his pocket, and put one in his mouth. It had been a week since Naruto came to Wave Country and was spying undercover. The boy's condition was deteriorating with each passing day, and he needed medical attention. It was one of the reasons that Kurama was doing what he thought was best for Naruto. Sometimes Naruto was too stubborn. Naruto panted heavily, and soon rested against the wall. His coughing stopped and he took a deep breath. "You don't have much time," said Kurama seriously. "I pant, no," said Naruto tiredly. "How is your eyesight?" asked Kurama worriedly. "It's fine. If I don't use my Sharingan, my eyes won't be damaged further for a while," said Naruto simply. "Your body is collapsing with each passing day, you need to meet her soon, otherwise it will be too late," advised Kurama sagely. "I'll meet her, Kurama, can you tell me something?" said Naruto slowly, as he took deep breaths. The medicine that Nono gave him was slowly numbing the pain in his chest. "Go ahead," said Kurama carefully. Naruto's breathing returned to normal, and he took a sip of water from his water bag. "Can I ever go back home again? I miss her so much," said Naruto sadly as a lone tear slipped from his eyes. Kurama gave a tired sigh. This was the reason he was not telling the boy. Naruto looked tough on the outside and was doing his job, but his soul was broken and he was missing Kurenai. "Yes, we will go back home together, hang in there," assured Kurama firmly. "I'm not so sure about that," said Naruto calmly. "Why is that?" asked Kurama curiously. "I did dirty missions for the sake of my country, I betrayed the ones I loved the most, despite being a Konoha shinobi, I killed my own comrades. What am I? Am I an enemy or an ally? Where do I stand in this world? What is my purpose?" asked Naruto quietly. Kurama just listened to the boy, and now the Bijou understood what Itachi had said to him that night. "Can I ever go back home? Will I ever find inner peace? Sometimes I think, I am living in a false existence," said Naruto sadly. Danger bells rang off in Kurama's minds, and he decided to stop Naruto from thinking like this. Itachi had warned him that this might happen. He had gone through the same phase and had told Kurama to watch over Naruto, and keep his sanity in check. This was a problem every Black Ops soldier faced. When you lived in the darkness, you start to lose sight of yourself, and many soldiers lost their humanity due to such pressure. "I'm just a dead man, ain't I?" asked Naruto with a small smirk. "You talk too much," said Kurama harshly. Naruto was a little shocked by Kurama's reply. His friend was being harsh to him. "You should not think about such things, focus on your mission only," said Kurama seriously. Naruto started chuckling slowly, which turned into a full-blown laughter. "What's so funny, moron?" asked Kurama irritatingly. "You just sounded like Danzo, focus only on the mission and nothing else," said Naruto mockingly in Danzo's voice. Kurama tried to hold his laugh, but couldn't control it and soon started laughing along with Naruto. "Ha ha ha ha, ha." Kurama watched as Naruto's laughter soon turned into sobs, and tears started to fall from his eyes. "They are all gone, all of them, Shin, Sai, Jin, Petra, Isane, they are all gone," said Naruto sadly. "It's over, Naruto, it's over," said Kurama soothingly. "Nothing is over. Nothing, you just cannot turn it off," screamed Naruto angrily. "This is not my war, that old bastard asked me, and I'm doing what I have to do to win, but there is always some son of a bitch out there, and when I looked at the people calling me a monster, a demon, I can't take it anymore. Who are they to protest me? Who are they? Unless they have been me and been in my place and know what the hell they are yelling about," said Naruto hatefully. Kurama just looked at the boy sympathetically. While coming towards Wave Country, Naruto had passed through a few of the towns in Fire Country, and the people were calling him a monster, a demon and all kinds of vile crap, and the Bijou knew it was hurting Naruto badly. "This is a bad time for all of us, Naruto, it will pass," said Kurama comfortingly. "For you, not for me. In the academy we were taught a code of honor, you watch my back, I watch yours. Where is the honor here?" yelled Naruto. "You are the last of an elite group, don't end it this way," said Kurama seriously. Naruto got up from the floor and looked at himself in the mirror. He just didn't feel anything when he looked at his face in the mirror. "I was an Anbu captain, the best student, I was responsible for my nation's security, I was in charge of 1,000,000 Ryo's equipment, and I couldn't even save one fucking friend," said Naruto loudly, and punched his right hand in the mirror, shattering it to pieces. He collapsed on the ground again, and this time more tears came from his eyes as blood continuously leaked from his right hand, as pieces of glass were struck in it. "Where is everybody, Kurama?" asked Naruto quietly. A lone tear slipped from the Biju's eyes, as he felt the pain in Naruto's heart. It was unbearable, so much time had passed and nothing had changed. Was there any hope for them? "You remember Jin, that idiot who always said he was going to become the richest man and fuck 1,000 girls, said Naruto with a small chuckle. "Hi," said Kurama silently. "We were on a covert op in Iwa, the enemy had us pinned down, he tried to flank the enemy position and fucking stepped on an exploding tag hidden on the ground. I watched his body getting blown to pieces, his blood rained down on me. My friend was all over me," said Naruto in agony. Naruto's hands trembled a bit as sounds of that night rang in his ears, those screams still were loud as ever. "I went to help him, but there was nothing left, his hands were gone along with the lower half of his body, he is laying there, he keeps telling me I want to go home, I don't want to die Naruto, I don't want to die, but I couldn't find his legs, his blood was all over my body and I could not save him, I couldn't save him, I couldn't save Shin, Sai, Isane, I couldn't save my friends," said Naruto sadly. Kurama wasn't sure but he heard a person's sobs inside his mindscape, but it had been years since he had heard her voice. "Sometimes I wake up, and I don't know who I am, I don't talk to anybody." Kurama heard patiently as Naruto let out his pent-up feelings, he had finally broken today. Naruto had bottled up his emotions all these years, and had controlled himself when Sai had died. Looking at the state he was in, for the first time Kurama felt he was doing the right thing, and now was not the time to break Naruto further. "Listen to me Captain Naruto, you are an Anbu, who lives or who dies is not up to you. The only thing you can do is keep on fighting and never give up, no matter how hard you get hurt, don't you fucking give up? You hear me?" said Kurama passionately. "Kurama," said Naruto in shock. "You have come this far, your friends gave their lives to protect Konoha, it doesn't matter if they were Root. You will fight, get your ass in line, fight, destroy your enemies and make sure no more of your friends die, is that clear?" said Kurama firmly. Naruto's hands tightened and the look in his eyes changed. Yes sir, said Naruto fiercely. Kurama sighed in relief as he was able to bring back Naruto, this time. "Who's like us?" asked Kurama with a smirk, hearing those speeches of Root commanders was proving useful today. Naruto got up and looked at himself in the mirror. Damn few, and they are all dead. Chapter 37. His true dream. Naruto slowly walked across the streets of Wave Country. The poor condition the people were living in didn't have any effect on him anymore. He knew once Gato was taken out, his army would crumble. The main factor, that was making all the missing ninjas, thugs and some samurai cooperate was the money, drugs, freedom, and women that Gato was providing. If Gato was taken out, then everything would crumble, as the leadership would be destroyed. He had noticed some rebels that were trying to free Wave, and he knew once Gato's army started to weaken, the civilians' resistance would get stronger. But he knew all of this was futile. Wave was already on the brink of destruction, it had lost all its leadership and financial power, and without help from Fire Country, even if they were able to get their country back, Wave would still be destroyed. "What will happen to them?" asked Kurama curiously. "It is none of my concern, but I have got word from the Hokage that the Fire Daimyo wants to take over this country," said Naruto honestly. "Son of a bitch, first he helped in destroying this country, and now he wants to rule it?" asked Kurama angrily. "It is selfish, but in the longer run the people of this country will prosper. Fire Country is very rich, and the trade and employment they will provide will get these people's lives back on track," explained Naruto hopefully. He too felt bad for the people of this country, and wanted to help. Before he could think further, he felt someone pulling his leg. Naruto looked down and saw a little girl with blonde hair was holding his pants, there were dark circles under her eyes and her body was very thin, indicating she had not eaten anything for quite some time. "Oji-san, can you please give me some food?" asked the little girl innocently. "Captain Naruto. Why did you do this?" A memory of a small blonde girl in Anbu gear flashed in Naruto's mind, he didn't know what was happening to him. Sometimes he would just have a small flashback, but before he could think about her, the memory vanished. Damn it, his love for Rei is far greater than we thought, even after Koto Umatsukami, her memory has not completely vanished from his mind, thought Kurama worriedly. Naruto was brought of his thoughts, as the little girl tugged his pant again. "Oji-san, please," said the girl with tears in her eyes. He was currently standing in the small market of Wave, Well, to be precise, it sold more weapons than food and water. There were only a handful of stores around, and the food that the civilians were given was of very low quality. Naruto remembered his childhood, and knew this girl was probably an orphan or her parents were either taken slaves. "What's your name?" asked Naruto kindly. "Ria," said the girl with a small smile. Again, that name sounded familiar. He had definitely heard it somewhere. Where was it? "Idiot, the girl's hungry, either get her something or just leave," said Kurama harshly. Why did the girl's name have to be the same as her? Hi, don't get so grumpy, stupid fox," said Naruto with a frown. Naruto took the girl in his arms, and walked towards a small store which was selling some soup. His face mask was doing its job in hiding his identity, as no one was recognizing him. Looking at the happiness in the little girl's eyes, brought a small smile on his lips. He wondered if Kakashi felt the same way, when he took him to Ichiraku's when he was a kid. "Oji-san, why do you wear a mask?" asked Ria curiously. She looked so innocent that for a moment he truly believed that there was no darkness in this world. He felt a warm sensation in his heart. Is this how a man felt when he had a child? All of these feelings were new to him. He had sealed away his emotions for a long time. But talking to Ria, he felt happy. Sure, he had just met the girl a few moments ago, but talking with her was really making him feel a little happy. It was really true that children were always a ray of hope no matter how dark or hopeless the circumstances seemed. "Yes, it gives me something to fight for," thought Naruto warmly. He then realized he had not answered Ria's question, as she was still looking at him with that innocent look in her eyes. She barely was 6 years old. How could someone let such a small child live in these circumstances? "Well, I am not good looking, and besides, this mask looks cool on me," said Naruto jovially. He really didn't have much experience with young girls. Sure, he had spent a lot of time with Konohamaru, but girls were a little different. He was thankful to Kakashi for making him read books, as somewhere he had read, that you have to be kind and gentle to young females, and not just say anything that comes in your mind. "You look cute," said Ria with a small smile. "Huh?" asked a surprised Naruto. "You are good-looking, Oji-san, and your mask is indeed cool," said Ria happily. Naruto chuckled loudly on hearing that. How long had it been since he had laughed so much? "You are kind, Ria-chan, but can you not call me Oji-san? It makes me feel a little old," said Naruto kindly. Ria also laughed on hearing Naruto's request. Somehow this person was making her feel happy. "Can I call you Ni-chan?" asked Ria hesitantly. "Hi," said Naruto with a small smile. Kurama was really happy on seeing Naruto so relaxed and a little happy near this girl. Yes, he has not lost his humanity completely yet. "Hang in there, we'll get through this," thought Kurama seriously. But then he noticed something that was suspicious. Naruto was not suppressing all his chakra. What was he up to? Because Kurama sensed two people were closely following him from the shadows. "No need to panic, I know," said Naruto calmly. Kurama didn't know what his contained was thinking. The boy sure was a mystery. Even when he was with Ria, Kurama had seen Naruto was closely observing the number of enemies around, and what type of weapons were in wave. Meanwhile, Naruto was having similar thoughts. For the past week he had been trying to figure out all the different routes in wave, along with the number of guards on each passing. A combined assault from the ground and sky is the only available option. Gado's headquarters are in District 10, and I bet most of his associates would be in that area. The ground team can secure the perimeter, while the aerial team grabs the targets and make a quick escape, but these rooftops are a major threat, thought Naruto tactically. "What do you think would be the best option?" asked Kurama curiously. Naruto was a skilled captain and it was his job to make sure to get every information possible along with some solutions. "I won't lie, Kurama, there are going to be a lot of casualties in this raid," said Naruto stoically. "Surely the ninja of your village are more than capable of defending themselves," said Kurama firmly. "That's not the point. No matter how powerful you are, if the enemy has a strategic viewpoint of your position, you are as good as dead. Gado knows an aerial assault is possible, so he has placed almost 50% of his forces on rooftops, and some of them are skilled archers. We cannot destroy all the houses, as they still have civilians in them. The casualty ratios will be 2 to 1, the soldiers on the ground will be facing the heat, as they would have to distract the enemy while the aerial team covertly escapes," explained Naruto briefly. "He is truly your son Minato," thought Kurama proudly, as Naruto's analysis was indeed logical. "So what do you have in mind?" asked Kurama seriously. Naruto watched as Ria drank her soup happily. He had to make sure there are minimum civilian casualties. He couldn't bear the thought of getting young kids like Ria get killed in this operation. He looked at the waitresses and signaled her to come towards him. "How may I help you?" asked a young brown-haired girl. "Ria-chan, would you like to eat another bowl?" asked Naruto happily. The girl hugged him tightly, as a few tears slipped from her eyes as Naruto patted her head gently. The waitresses decided to ask Naruto something. "Excuse me, do you know this girl? I mean, I have seen her staying on the streets," said the waitress hesitantly. "Does it matter? She was hungry, and I wanted to help her. And no, I'm not like those animals," said Naruto dangerously. It was true that some thugs did lure young girls like Ria, by offering them food, and did things that were unforgivable and inhuman. "Why are you so generous to her?" asked the waitress curiously. She had not seen a man like Naruto in a long time. She had observed this young blonde boy since past few days. He would just roam around, and sometimes he used to feed young orphan children. From his attire and from the way he walked, she knew he was probably a ninja or a samurai, but nobody helped young children like Ria. "I'm at the end of my life. It is a good thing to be generous," said Naruto calmly. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't," said the waitress quickly as she realized the situation. "It's no problem, Akira-san, I have lived a good life," said Naruto with a smile, as he saw Ria drinking her soup without a care in the world. He wondered if the children in Konoha and every ninja village were like Ria. If they were, then what was the point of waging wars against each other, and spilling unnecessary blood? War brought nothing but pain, misery and sorrow. Only the dead have ever seen the end of war. Those who survive are forever entrapped in an endless cycle of guilt or revenge, and it gives birth to broken soldiers like Naruto. He had a dream of stopping such futile wars someday. "You know my name?" asked Akira in shock. Naruto just explained to her that he had heard some people call her name, that was why he knew it. "Ria-chan, it's time for me to go," said Naruto calmly. The little girl stopped eating and now had a sad look on her face, and Akira could feel this girl really did not want to be alone. "You are leaving me?" asked Ria sadly. "I have some work to do, but I promise I'll meet you again," said Naruto gently and gave Ria a soft kiss on the cheek. He then got up and signaled Akira to follow him, and when they reached a corner he gave her small pouch. Akira curiously opened it, and was surprised to see a lot of money in it. "Keep her with you for a while, give her what she wants, those people are out today in search of new young girls. You understand what I'm saying?" asked Naruto sharply. Normally Gato's thugs would leave young girls alone. Even a vile man like Gato knew that people would do anything for their children, and had ordered his men not to harm them. But for orphans like Ria, there was no such thing and they were easy prey. "But," said Akira in protest, but was cut off when Naruto's cold blue eyes looked at her dangerously. "That was not a request, keep her safe." "And on which date is there a new moon?" asked Naruto sharply. "Friday," said Akira with fear, as she was a little terrified of Naruto. "Are the docks working on Friday?" asked Naruto calmly. Akira was quite surprised with his sudden change in personality. One minute he seems like a kind person, and the other moment he turns into a dangerous man. "No, navigation becomes difficult, so they have been closed," said Akira slowly. "Perfect, a small team can infiltrate through the docks, there will be no moonlight so they won't be spotted by the guards. While the aerial team secures the prisoners, the ground team will secure the perimeter and take out any resistance, but this would have to be done before sunrise, because the whole damn city will be over them if they are caught. Hiruzen, you better be careful or you are going to have to fill 100 body bags," thought Naruto seriously. Kurama watched in amazement as Naruto devised a brilliant plan. The boy did have the brains to be a captain. Naruto thanked the waitress and slowly walked out of the stand. He knew he was being followed, and that was what he exactly wanted. "What are you up to?" asked Kurama curiously. He could never guess what Naruto was planning. "In order to disrupt an army, you have to wipe out its leadership. It will cause panic, which leads to mistakes, ultimately giving your enemies the vital chance of winning. This is my first move. In 3 moves Gato and his associates will be mine," said Naruto smartly. "You and your damn mysteries," said Kurama in annoyance. "That's why you are a baka," said Naruto jovially. "Why you?" said Kurama angrily, but was cut off as Naruto took a sharp turn in a small alley. 2 figures landed behind Naruto, and Kurama instantly realized they were ninja, and guessing from their chakra, they were high Chunin level ninja. "You come with us now," commanded a short brown-haired man. He had a gauntlet on his left arm, which had a chain coming out of it. His face was covered by a red breather. The other ninja also had similar brown hair, and a gauntlet on his right arm, which surprisingly had a chain coming out of it. So, it only took the demon brothers a week to feel my presence, pathetic, said Naruto in disgust. Why, you said Maizu, and ran off to finish this missing ninja. However, Gozu's eyes widened in shock, as he realized who this person was. How could he miss those golden blonde hair? Maizu, stop up, said Gozu loudly in fear. However, Maizu was enraged and rushed towards his opponent. How dare this man mock him and his brother? He wrapped his chain all over his opponent's body, and an evil smile came on his face. Die! The chain snapped, and to Maizu's horror, instead of his opponent being ripped to shreds, it was his own body that got torn to pieces, and he fell dead on the ground. He never even got a chance to scream. Gozu watched in horror, as his younger brother's blood splashed on his face. His brother was dead in a flash, and he never even saw Naruto move. Bastard! Screamed Gozu in agony, but before he could move he felt a chill run down his spine as a kunai was pointed on his neck. Listen to me carefully, go to your boss and tell him I want to fight him, or else I'll kill Haku, said Naruto icily. Gozu's eyes widened on hearing that. He was working for an S-rank missing nin, Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza was the head of Wave's army, and was Gato's personal bodyguard too. Zabuza was once a part of the fierce 7 ninja swordsmen of Kiri. His skills in Kenjutsu and water ninjutsu were unparalleled. He was also a master in the art of silent killing. But that man had one weakness: he cared a little about his student Haku, whom he had adopted a few years back. The fact that Haku was missing since a few days was the reason Zabuza had ordered him and his now deceased brother Maizu to find her kidnapper, and it seemed Gozu had found a terrifying answer. Zabuza won't come, said Gozu hesitantly. He had a feeling that Zabuza would just discard Haku. The man had told them he was searching for Haku, as she was a useful tool to him, nothing more, nothing less. But now, as the enemy had captured her, she was no longer useful. Then I'll send her body to you in little pieces, and I will destroy each and every weapon's catches. How's that sound? I'll start with the one in District 3, where a lot of expensive swords, drugs, and many more invaluable things are there, Gozu? Asked Naruto with a devious smirk. You said Gozu but was cut off, as Naruto pierced his kunai straight through the left side of his stomach, and he coughed up a lot of blood. Gozu collapsed on the ground, and tried to stop the blood coming out of his body with the help of his hands. Why? Asked Gozu in pain. To test the limits of my own abilities. I want to kill everyone who has power, and the demon of the mist sounds like a good choice. Go, run and tell Zabuza to fight me with the same hatred that I have, said Naruto darkly. Naruto didn't leak any ki, but Gozu shit his pants when he saw the cold blue eyes of Naruto. He saw his own death in those eyes. I have to get out here, thought Gozu in terror. Oh, and do clean that mess over there. I don't like filthy dirt on the ground, said Naruto distastefully, and pointed to Maizu's body pieces that were lying on the ground. Gozu was indeed fearful, but nobody insulted his brother, and no matter what happened he would not let a monster like Naruto to say such things. You can kill me, but remember this: you will die a horrible death. You will die all alone. All your dreams, your hopes will shatter just like Maizu's and every other person you killed. Naruto Hatake, you will die in front of the person you cared about the most, said Gozu angrily. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, as Gozu's words hit deep in his heart, and somewhere his soul knew that was probably the truth. He slashed his sword clean through Gozu's chest, and the man fell flat on the ground, as a pool of blood surrounded his body, but Gozu was still alive. Shut up, said Naruto slowly. Naruto, thought Kurama worriedly. Naruto slowly started walking away, leaving a half-alive Gozu, and the dead body of Maizu behind. His mind was still preoccupied with what he had just heard. Naruto, why didn't you kill him? Asked Kurama quickly. He will serve his purpose, and Zabuza will come and then my plan will start, said Naruto firmly. What is your plan? Asked Kurama curiously. By eliminating Zabuza and his group, I'll become Gato's personal bodyguard as well as the head of Wave's army, and in this way I can get more intel that will save lives of many Konoha shinobi, said Naruto stoically. You are willing to become Gato's personal dog? Asked Kurama angrily. He could not believe that Naruto would be willing to go this far. Naruto looked at the clear sky. The shiny rays of the sun were hitting his eyes, and for a moment he saw Kurenai's face flash in front of his eyes. I still don't get it. Why are you sacrificing so much? Why are you enduring so much pain? I know somewhere in your heart, you dislike Konoha a little, even Shin would understand. If you cannot go any further, why? Asked Kurama firmly. Because I promised her, said Naruto slowly. What? Asked Kurama curiously. Naruto closed his eyes, as the defining moment of his life flashed in front of his eyes. Flashback, a few months ago. Two people were currently standing in Konoha's graveyard, where the fallen shinobi were buried. Kurenai was kneeling in front of a grave and had laid flowers on it. Tears were freely falling from her eyes, and her heart was breaking on reading the name on the grave. Jushiro Yuhi. A proud father and a devoted shinobi. Naruto stood behind Kurenai, and his heart broke when he saw her like this. He didn't have a father, so he couldn't understand her pain, and that was killing him. He wanted to be there for her, and take away all the pain from her heart, and right now seeing her crying like this was making him feel helpless. Naruto embraced her from behind, and Kurenai leaned in his arms. She was glad he was by her side. Today was her father's death anniversary, and also Naruto's birthday. But despite that, he had allowed her to grieve, and was by her side. Naruto, I miss him so much, said Kurenai sadly. He will be proud of you, said Naruto soothingly. Somehow being this close to her made him feel her pain. I wanted him to see me becoming a shinobi. He had a dream of protecting this village, and I won't let his dream die. I just don't want any more of my friends to die, said Kurenai in a broken voice. Tears slipped from Naruto's eyes as he remembered all his friends who had died. All of them had died for Konoha, but not anymore. He slowly got up, and started moving towards the exit, as the pain in his heart was unbearable and he didn't want Kurenai to see him this way. Naruto heard quick footsteps coming his way, and he heard her voice. Where are you going, Naruto? Asked Kurenai gently. Naruto's hands clenched tightly, and he knew what he had to do, no matter what happened. I've made up my mind, said Naruto firmly. Huh? Said Kurenai in confusion. Naruto turned around and looked her straight in the eye, and she noticed the tears in his eyes. I'll become more stronger and change things, I promise you. I won't let anything happen to your dream, no matter what hell I have to go through. You won't be crying over any of your friends or family's graves from now on, said Naruto with determination, and his dark blue eyes showed Kurenai his resolve. Naruto, you, said Kurenai in shock, did he love her so much? Flashback end. A lone tear slipped from his eyes, as he remembered Kurenai and the promise which he had made to her. For him, that promise was as important as the one which he had made to Shin. And he would not break that promise at any cost. That is something you cannot understand, Kurama, said Naruto calmly. What is that I am not understanding? Asked Kurama in confusion. I am not doing this for Konoha, or my comrades, or in the name of duty. I am doing this for her dream, said Naruto sadly. Kurama got a hint of what Naruto was trying to say, and he somewhat understood Naruto's resolve. You are willing to go that far for her, even knowing that she may never know how much pain and suffering you are enduring for her? Asked Kurama in surprise. Even if it costs me my soul, I don't want to see her crying in front of graves. I don't want any glory, or any type of gratitude. I just don't want to see her cry, said Naruto in a soft voice. Is this your dream? Asked Kurama softly. I don't know if I can create a peaceful world or not, but I want to create a home where Kurenai can live peacefully, said Naruto seriously. So, you want to bear everything alone on your shoulders? Asked Kurama flatly. Hi, said Naruto honestly. You need to tell her. Telling her your truth would ease her mind, said Kurama seriously. No, said Naruto firmly. Why don't you understand? Asked Kurama furiously, and thrashed his paws against his cage in frustration. You listen to me, I need her to be safe, okay? That's the only thing I need, said Naruto fiercely. When are you shinobi ever safe? Asked Kurama with a snort. This is different, Kurama, said Naruto quietly. How? Asked Kurama curiously. He just couldn't understand what Naruto was thinking. Because of the crap we are in, the shit I am dealing with. We have been on this road before, Kurama, with Danzo, now Gato, and Orochimaru. We both know where this ends. One of us will die or worse than that, and I cannot involve her in this mess, said Naruto firmly. So, you just decided yourself and want to play a hero? Asked Kurama distastefully. I'm expendable, Kurama. Kurenai is not. I cannot sacrifice her, said Naruto fiercely. Naruto said Kurama but was cut off. You told me that you see a way out for me, you see a light at the end of this ugly-ass tunnel, I don't, said Naruto sadly. Kurama's heart broke a little on hearing his partner didn't believe in him. But I'll tell you what I do know, I'll die fighting for her, because that's what I have waiting for me, that's all I have waiting for me. I want her to be safe, I want Kurenai to have a life, become a happy person, having her kids, grandkids and living a peaceful, happy life, that is my perfect ending, and this is the only one I will get, so I'll fight till my last breath for that dream, said Naruto stubbornly. Kurama was proud as well as sad at the same time on hearing that, proud of Naruto for loving Kurenai so much, and sad that he was not understanding one important thing. Why don't you understand, you are her life, thought Kurama sadly. Both of them hadn't realized that they had been walking for the past 30 minutes, and were now standing in front of the docks. Naruto took in a deep breath, and got a small smirk on his face. So, you came, Zabuza Momochi, said Naruto with a grin. He was right, as behind him was standing none other than the Demon of the Mist, and one of the most dangerous shinobi in the world. Zabuza had a very well-built body, and his bare chest was showing his muscles and the power he possessed, but the most dangerous thing was the large sword strapped on his back. It was almost as big as Zabuza, and was so sharp that it could cleave many heads in one swipe. Zabuza's eyes gleamed maniacally as he knew his opponent was strong, and he loved fights. The fact that his enemy had Haku was another factor. He wanted to crush Naruto. He was not an S-rank ninja for nothing. Zabuza's ki flared in the entire area, and he took out his large sword. Let's have a blast, Naruto Hatake. Chapter 38. Fierce Battles. Two persons stood on top of the ocean that surrounded Wave Country. Both of them were looking at each other murderously, and the ki in the area was enough to kill any civilian and weak shinobi too. The workers at the docks had already ran away on seeing Zabuza. That man was a monster, and nobody in their right mind would like to fight the Demon of the Mist. The people of Wave had seen how brutally Zabuza killed those who opposed Gato. He didn't even hesitate in killing women. Naruto was looking at Zabuza cautiously. His opponent had fought against the Yondaime Mizukage and had survived. The fact that Yagura had been the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails was proof enough of Zabuza's strength, and Naruto felt the power of Zabuza's chakra. To make things worse, Naruto had just killed two of Zabuza's most loyal men, and kidnapped his student. Hatred may make people do stupid things, but it also gives an unimaginable power to those manifested with it. Naruto still remembered Shin's words. His brother was a powerful shinobi, and that night he had allowed Naruto to kill him. If Shin had fought with all his strength, then Naruto knew he would be dead today. His brother had something that was one of the most deadliest things in the world. Zabuza unsheathed his large sword, and Naruto instantly recognized it as Kubikirabocho, the largest and one of the most dangerous swords in the world. Naruto immediately became alert, and his right hand was now resting upon the hilt of sword. At any moment the battle could begin, and he had to stay sharp or he was dead. Are you afraid? Asked Zabuza mockingly. He was a little disappointed due to Naruto's so careful attitude. Zabuza was a man who loved battles, and what was the point if you were just going to be on the defense? Attack your enemy, enjoy the battles, kill, maim. This was his motto. Naruto looked at the man calmly. He wasn't affected by Zabuza's jab. In fact, Zabuza was right. Yes, I'm afraid of battles, said Naruto honestly, and this time Zabuza was truly shocked for a moment, until he got angry. You afraid of battles? Don't mock me, you killed so many Anbu of your village, and you are afraid of battles? Pathetic, said Zabuza angrily, and his chakra flared murderously. It is true I killed them, and that was for a purpose, but the most important thing for a shinobi is not power, said Naruto patiently. Cut the act. Where is Haku? Asked Zabuza sternly, and pointed his sword at Naruto. She is safe for now, but I cannot guarantee. If she will be safe in the future, said Naruto mysteriously. Bastard, give her back. Your fight is with me, but then again we shinobi are known to be devious, said Zabuza confidently. Naruto removed his hand from the hilt of his sword, and was now looking at Zabuza curiously. He didn't think that a man like Zabuza would care about someone, less a teenage girl. But then again, this world is full of lies and deception. Perhaps there is more to you than I know, Zabuza thought Naruto curiously. You think you can kill me? Asked Naruto confidently. He really liked to mess with his opponent's head. This time the creepy laugh which he heard from Zabuza was enough to make him realize that something was wrong. He acted on his instincts and backflipped away on the water surface. And Naruto's assumptions were proved true, as a flash of lightning struck on the spot where he was standing a few moments ago. Zabuza started chuckling madly on seeing Naruto's surprised face. His plan had worked. Do you think I am stupid enough to fight you alone? You may be young, but you are tough. Maybe I cannot defeat you alone, but said Zabuza mysteriously. Both of us can kill you together, said a new mysterious voice. Naruto looked at his right, and this time his eyes truly widened in shock and a little fear, as he realized who was standing in front of him. It was none other than Raiga Kurosaki, another ninja swordsman of the mist. Raiga was once an Anbu captain of Kiri, and had worked alongside Zabuza. The fact that the man was an A-rank missing nin, bordering S rank, was a huge blow to Naruto. Balls, said Naruto irritatingly, his plan had just been shot to shit. He had no idea that Raiga was working alongside Zabuza, but now it made sense how Zabuza survived against Yagura. Two swordsmen of such caliber could easily take on a cage and fight with him. Damn it, Naruto, you have the worst luck in this world. Fighting an S-rank ninja is one thing, but fighting against two S-rank ninja is suicide, and you are not in your best condition either, said Kurama angrily. It was true that Naruto was now a little nervous. Raiga and Zabuza's tag team was the worst possible scenario for him. The fact he could not use his Sharingan, and Kurama's chakra in his condition had decreased his chances of surviving this battle by 50%. Calm down, think about a plan, thought Naruto seriously. He looked at Zabuza's sword. He knew the man was skilled in water ninjutsu and taijutsu. With his sword, he could give Naruto a tough fight. Naruto then looked at Raiga. He had an idea about the swords that man was holding in his hands. Those slim, double-edged swords were none other than Kiba blades. They were the sharpest blades in the world. One hit was enough to kill an opponent. Those blades also controlled lightning. Zabuza, you promised me a good opponent, and now I can finally make a grave for this boy. Don't worry, I'll make your funeral memorable, said Raiga manically, and prepared himself for battle. He's insane, thought Naruto with a sweat drop. Graves? Who the fuck thought about them? I know, Hatake, how strong you are. It wouldn't be fair if I fought you alone, so let's even the odds, said Zabuza with an evil smirk. But to Raiga and Zabuza's shock, Naruto started chuckling, which slowly turned into a full-blown maniacal laughter. Let's go, said Naruto darkly. Before Zabuza could think further, Naruto performed hand seals which were so fast that Zabuza's couldn't even see them. Katen Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Dozens of fireballs shot out of Naruto's mouth and headed straight for Zabuza and Raiga, but both the swordsmen didn't even seem alarmed, and to Naruto's surprise both of them blocked all the fireballs with their swords. The fireballs impacted with the swords, and were now burning on them. Do you think a pathetic attack like that could hurt us? Asked Raiga furiously. But the green-haired man's eyes widened in surprise, when he saw Naruto performing the ram hand seal, and immediately the fireballs on their swords blasted with a loud bang. Smoke covered the area, but Naruto had to jump in the air as Zabuza came out of the smoke and swiped his large sword straight at his head, and by the looks on the man's face, he was furious. Zabuza had a few burn marks on his hands, and his sword had black markings at some places. Naruto had to admit these swords were real tough. Above you, warned Kurama quickly. Naruto looked up, and to his shock Raiga was above him and both of his swords had already formed a very large ball of lightning between them. Oh shit! Raikyu, lightning ball, yelled Raiga angrily. The ball of lightning shot straight for Naruto, and the blonde's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately shunshined away from the lightning ball. He missed the impact which the attack created on the water surface. Naruto appeared in front of Zabuza and slashed his sword horizontally across Zabuza's chest, but the man easily blocked the incoming attack with his sword, but Naruto quickly disappeared in a flock of crows. Genjutsu, thought and alarmed Zabuza. At the last moment, Zabuza was able to parry an attack from behind that would have taken his head off. He was now truly wary of Naruto, but he was further shocked when another person appeared behind him, and it was none other than Naruto himself. In a flash, Naruto slashed his sword clean across Zabuza's head, but to his shock his opponent just smirked, before he dispelled into water. Mizu Bunshine, damn it, thought Naruto in shock, as Zabuza had used the same trick. Naruto's eyes widened further in horror, when Raiga emerged from the water beneath him and gave him a solid punch that sent him sailing in the air. Naruto coughed up some blood from his mouth. That punch was solid and his cheek was badly bruised, but he felt another painful sensation when someone gave him a crushing kick from behind. Zabuza smirked as he saw Naruto crashing in the water. He had to admit it was a bit unfair for the boy, but nothing was fair in their world. Kurama watched worriedly, as Naruto emerged from the water. A lot of blood was now leaking from his mouth, and he had a bruised cheek and a bad wound on his back. Naruto's wounds were healing, but it was taking more time than usual. His body has still not recovered completely, and these two are a dangerous tag team. He has to retreat, thought Kurama firmly. I thought you came here to fight, is that all you got? Asked Zabuza distastefully. He is a waste, Zabuza, this fight is no fun now, complained Raiga. He had just joined Zabuza as the man had promised him good fights, and freedom to do whatever he wants. Wave was heaven for Raiga, he could kill anyone and mourn for them. He could create as many graves as he wanted, provided he helped Gato and Zabuza rule over Wave. He didn't mind that, after all he was getting free food, lots of money, he could do whatever the fuck he wanted. This was far better than Kiri, where he had to follow the Mizukage stupid orders. That was the reason he had supported Zabuza in his rebellion, but they had underestimated the Mizukage and had lost. Fortunately they were able to escape. Let's kill him, Raiga, and put him out of his misery, said Zabuza in a bored tone, and prepared to kill Naruto, who was panting heavily. Raiga raised his swords and a giant tornado of lightning started gathering in the sky. The wind started to get more violent and suddenly the entire atmosphere turned completely cold. Naruto still had his head down, and was trying to stop the pain in his chest. His disease was slowly killing him from the inside. He could have fought Zabuza, but Raiga had ruined his plans. Well, let him kill the boy, or else he'll complain like an old hag for a week, thought Zabuza with a chuckle, and waited for Raiga to launch his attack. Die! The lightning tornado hit Naruto head on, and a large blast occurred, followed with sparks of electricity flying all over the nearby water surface. It's over, let's find Haku, said Zabuza seriously, and turned around to leave. HN was Raiga's reply, but before both of them could leave a monstrous blast occurred behind them. Zabuza and his partner turned around, and their eyes widened in shock when they saw Naruto standing firmly on the water surface. His entire cloak was blown to pieces along with his shirt. Both the swordsmen were surprised when the burn marks on Naruto's chest were healing slowly. Naruto's entire body was covered in blue chakra, and his ki was so malicious that sweat started to form on both the missing ninja's body. But Zabuza and Raiga's eyes almost popped out of their head when they saw a 3 Tomoe Sharingan in Naruto's eyes. What the hell? Thought Raiga in shock. Impossible. Thought a wide-eyed Zabuza. Naruto was looking at his body with a rather curious look on his face, which seemed to baffle both Zabuza and Raiga to the core. Too much chakra, said Naruto curiously. He had a small smile on his face. He is enjoying this battle. He can handle so much pain and still fight? Kushina, you gave birth to a monster, thought Kurama in awe. What are you, said Raiga, but was silenced, as Naruto appeared in front of him in a flash and gave a roundhouse kick straight at his chest. The green-haired man was sent flying straight 30 feet away into the docks, and Zabuza was now truly shocked. Your turn, said Naruto murderously, and performed a set of hand seals which Zabuza mirrored quickly. Suten, Mizu Dongan no Jutsu. Suten, Mizu Dongan no Jutsu. Both the water bullets collided with each other at full force, and cancelled each other out. Naruto and Zabuza battled with each other, and now Zabuza knew Naruto was fighting with all his strength and his attacks were ferocious. Zabuza swung his sword at Naruto's right flank, but the blonde parried the attack with his own sword. Zabuza tried to hit Naruto with his left hand, but the young boy effortlessly caught his hand, and gave a sickening twist followed by strong headbutt that sent the demon of the mist flying a few meters away. He was testing us, damn it. This kid is strong, thought Zabuza worriedly, as Naruto had just gave severe blows to both the swordsmen one after the other. Zabuza wiped away the blood that was now leaking from his forehead. Raiga landed beside him and Zabuza spotted a large amount of blood was leaking out of his partner's mouth. So, you are an Uchiha. This world is full of lies and deception, said Zabuza with a mirthless chuckle. On that we can agree, said Naruto with a small smile. He did not hate either Zabuza or Raiga, but then again they were not his friends too. Perhaps, in some other world they could have been friends, but right now they were enemies and an obstacle in his mission. Obstacles which he decided to clear. Both the swordsmen of the mist now had satisfied smirk on their faces. It had been a long time since they had fought someone this strong, and now they could truly enjoy their fight. Naruto immediately took out his sword, as he saw Zabuza and Raiga perform the same hand seal, and he knew what was coming. Kirigakure no Jutsu. So a counter-attack against my Sharingan, impressive, thought Naruto cautiously. It was true the mist was full of chakra and there was no way his Sharingan could detect his enemies. His opponents were Anbu captains in the past, and had more experience than Naruto. We have fought against Sharingan wielders in the past, we know your weakness. Raiga's voice could be heard from every direction, and the echoes it was creating could have terrified any Chunin and even some Jounin. Now, I know why Hatake is your brother, show me your power. Zabuza's murderous voice boomed all over the area, and in a flash Naruto got a large cut on his right ankle which made him drop on one knee. Both of these men are masters in the art of silent killing. Even, I'm no match for them in this art. If I don't use my sensor abilities to its full capacity then I'm in deep shit, thought Naruto analytically. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan, he could barely see 6 feet ahead of him, the air around him was so cold and it reeked of malicious ki, this was going to be one of the most dangerous fights of his life. The young Anbu captain heard a faint voice from his right flank and his eyes widened in shock when he saw a flash of lightning heading towards him, and in a second Naruto rolled to the left side as the lightning attack passed mere inches from his face. But a wild slash was heard, and Naruto's eyes widened in shock and pain as someone just sliced straight across his back. A shower of blood rained down in the ocean of wave, and the red color of blood was now mixing with the dark blue color of water. It feels so good, said Zabuza so manically, as a lot of blood was now leaking from Naruto's entire back where Zabuza's sword had taken out a lot of his flesh. He's fast, there is only one way out of this, thought Naruto painfully. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multi-shadow clone technique. Both Zabuza and Raiga eyes widened in fear. When more than 100 Naruto clones appeared in the area, there were so many clones that Zabuza didn't know which one was the real Naruto. Attack Formation 47, Shield commanded a voice. To both the swordsmen's surprise, all the clones got in a defensive formation and had each other's back. There was now no way they could attack Naruto head-on. Sure, they could take out half of the clones but then they would be exposed, and the rest of the clone army would finish them off. You're right, I came here to fight, and I'm going to win, no matter what, said Naruto loudly. Attack! Zabuza sensed a massive chakra building inside the clones, and 40 to 50 clones charged in all the directions, and now Zabuza and Raiga had to dodge as the clones were just swinging their swords wildly in the air. They didn't know where Zabuza and Raiga were, but one hit was enough to kill them. Both the swordsmen started killing as many clones as they could with all possible stealth, so that they could not reveal their position, otherwise their jutsu would prove ineffective. Meanwhile, a group of 20 clones were healing the original Naruto's wounds, while the remaining clones were guarding their perimeter. Distant sounds of fighting could be heard all over the place, followed by the screams of the clones and the sound of swords clashing with each other. Naruto knew his clones were at a great disadvantage and ultimately they would be killed, but that was his plan. He ordered the rest of his clones to go join the fight as they finished healing his wounds. The clones nodded and jumped in the mist with a loud battle cry. It was only a matter of time before they were killed. Naruto's wounds were fully healed, but more importantly with the death of each of his clone, he was able to understand the way Zabuza and Raiga were using the mist, and now he had a rough idea of where his opponents were. You used your clones as decoys, and bought yourself some time to heal your wounds, and now you have a rough idea of where your opponents are, a good strategy, said Kurama proudly, and Naruto just nodded. But he had to admit, creating that many clones had put a large dent in his chakra reserves, but it was worth it. As the last clone's memory came flooding to Naruto, he jumped towards the southeast direction and performed a set of hand seals, and gathered a large amount of chakra in his lungs. Fuuten Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. A devastating wind attack was released from Naruto's mouth, and after a few seconds 2 cries were heard as the attack hit their targets perfectly as Naruto had predicted. The mist started dissipating, and this surprised Kurama a bit. What did you do? Asked Kurama curiously. Kirigakure no Jutsu is dependent on the amount of chakra the user puts in it. There is only one way to escape from this jutsu, by hitting its users, which would disrupt the chakra needed and the jutsu would vanish, explained Naruto briefly. Kurama gave a firm nod, and now Naruto's strategy made complete sense. He never allowed his opponents to realize his move and struck quickly. Naruto's vision cleared and now he could see Zabuza and Raiga beside each other. They were on their knees and had large cuts all across their bodies, and blood was leaking from their muscles like a river. The clones had put a good fight, and Naruto's last wind attack had caused his opponent some serious injuries. You are good, kid, said Zabuza with a dark chuckle. But not good enough to take both of us down, said Raiga confidently. He then performed a set of hand seals quickly. Suten, Mizurappa, Water Style, Violent Water Wave. Zabuza saw Raiga executing his attack, and performed his own set of hand seals at lightning fast speed, and fired his attack. Suten, Suryudan no Jutsu, Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A large water dragon combined was formed by Zabuza, which combined with the tidal wave that Raiga had formed. Both the attacks had now taken shape of a violent dragon that was riding on top of a 50 feet tidal wave of water. Shit, this is bad, thought Kurama quickly. However, he was quite surprised when Naruto looked at the attack that was heading towards him with an interesting look on his face. Wow, this seems like a cool move, maybe I should try to learn it too, said Naruto thoughtfully. What the fuck? Thought a wide-eyed Kurama, were all Uchiha stupid or something? Because right now any man would try to do something when such an attack was heading their way. You dumbass, attack quickly or get the hell out of its way, shouted Kurama furiously. Naruto was enjoying this? Oh, you are no fun, stupid fox, said Naruto with a frown, but Kurama just growled more angrily, which earned him a fine from Naruto, who then performed a quick set of hand seals. Katen Kekai Hidokuro no Tate, Fire Barrier, Fire Skull Shield Jutsu. A monstrous flame of fire was released from Naruto's mouth, which slowly surrounded him, and had now taken a form of a small skeleton-like structure, and collided head-on with the water attack, forming mist all over the area. A new jutsu? Thought Kurama curiously. Raiga was confident his attack had taken out Naruto. Because of it, he was not ready for the incoming attack as Naruto emerged from the mist, and gave a quick punch to his right cheek followed by a sharp kick on his chest, but what happened next would forever shock the green-haired man. A large amount of chakra was in Naruto's hands, and in a flash he hit Raiga straight across his chest. Sokutsu, dual bone attack. Raiga's eyes widened in pain and horror, as he felt all of his ribs getting smashed to small bits. The pain was so unbearable that Raiga couldn't even scream and was sent flying in the water with a loud bang. What the hell, said Zabuza in horror. Was that shit? Asked Kurama in shock. Naruto gave Zabuza a murderous look, and now Zabuza was truly terrified of this boy. Even he had heard the cracking noise of Raiga's ribs getting smashed with that attack. Just because I am dying does not mean I won't improve my skills. That attack was not perfect, I still have to improve, said Naruto darkly. Naruto, you improved your taijutsu? Asked Kurama in surprise. I read the Forbidden Scroll, and found out about this attack, but still this was just half of its power, clarified Naruto honestly. Kurama was baffled on hearing this. He didn't even want to think about what a fully powered dual bone attack would do, but that jutsu didn't come without a cost, as he saw a lot of blood was now leaking out of Naruto's hands as his muscles were badly damaged due to the force of the attack. I'll have to use my trump card right now, thought Zabuza in fear. Naruto and Zabuza both heard some sound from their right, and in a flash Raiga jumped out of the water, and he looked pissed. I am gonna kill you, yelled Raiga murderously, but immediately coughed up a lot of blood. Amazing, he is still standing? Asked Naruto in shock. He was sure Raiga was dead. He is putting all his energy in this attack, he is going to fight till his last breath, said Kurama truthfully, and Naruto's respect for that man increased a bit. Zabuza took out his huge sword and now pointed it straight at Naruto, and Naruto realized something bad was going to happen. Naruto Uchiha, witness our true power, said Zabuza loudly. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, as he saw his opponent's sword started glowing brightly, and he had a very bad feeling about this. Bankai. Bankai. Those two words were like a kick to the nuts, and Naruto watched in shock as his opponent's sword started to change. Raiga's sword was sparkling with electricity while a large amount of water was forming around Zabuza's blade, and was shrinking its size. Destroy Kubakirabocho, said Zabuza loudly, and a large amount of water gathered around his sword, and rose him up in the air. Flash Kiba, commanded Raiga with all his strength, and his entire body was now surrounded by a large lightning skeleton skull. So this is the true power of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, amazing, thought a fascinated Kurama. Naruto's head was bowed down, and his blonde hair was shadowing his eyes. He was currently looking at only one thing. He was not even fazed by seeing Zabuza and Raiga's true power. Only one thought was running through his mind, guilt. He had promised to himself that he wouldn't use this power ever, but right now in his conditions he had no choice. Using his Mangekyo and Kurama's chakra was out of option. Naruto would rather die than use this power and break his promise, but right now Operation Ghost was more important, and he just wished his brother would understand. Naruto, what are you going to do? Asked a concerned Kurama. Forgive me, Shin-ni-san, but I am going to use your power. A huge explosion of chakra occurred that startled Zabuza, Raiga, and even Kurama. They couldn't even believe what they were seeing. So this was your final trump card, son of a bitch. thought a shocked Kurama, as he remembered Naruto had told him he had a trick up his sleeve. The little pieces of Naruto's shirt burned away, exposing his bare chest, and the scars which were on it. Naruto's face mask also burned away, and now his face was visible to his opponents. This is. Let's do this, Zabuza, Raiga said Naruto coldly. Naruto unsheathed his sword, and the entire ocean was now on fire, and the entire wave country was now feeling Naruto's power. Reduce the whole creation to ashes. Zabuza's eyes widened in horror, as he realized what was coming next. The real battle was just about to begin. Rujin Jaka, Chapter 39. The conclusion. Reduce the whole creation to ashes, Rujin Jaka. Both the legendary swordsman's eyes widened when they saw the power that was being released from Naruto's sword. The entire ocean was now on fire, and as a result a lot of steam was arising that was slowly reducing everyone's sight. I'll end this once and for all, said Naruto murderously, and raised his sword high in the air. Jokaku and Jo, Fortress Blaze. Zabuza and Raiga quickly jumped away, as all around them flames started rising, and in a few seconds they were now surrounded by flames from all sides. The flames even extended up to 50 feet in the air and even beneath the water itself. What is this? Asked Raiga painfully. He didn't have much time left. I don't feel like telling you that. Let's end this in 3 strikes, said Naruto coldly. Raiga, we cannot stay in this barrier. I'll cover you. Try to escape from this barrier after my attack, and strike him from behind. We only have one's chance, whispered Zabuza slowly, and Raiga gave a firm nod. Right now they were at a disadvantage, so the plan which Zabuza was suggestion was the only choice they had. Naruto, they advised Kurama, but when he saw a small smirk on Naruto's face, the Bijou knew Naruto was up to something. Now! Trident waves of destruction, yelled Zabuza murderously, and an enormous 30 feet giant wave of water was now heading towards Naruto at tremendous speed. You fool, counter it right now, said Kurama quickly, but Naruto didn't move at all. The Bijou was quite surprised when at the last moment, the waves, instead of hitting Naruto, changed their direction and hit the fire wall behind Naruto, creating large amount of steam. Now's my chance, thought Raiga quickly, and was already on his way to escape from his barrier. The veteran swordsman jumped in the mist where those waves had hit. This was one of the most powerful water attacks of Zabuza. Even Raiga knew, those flames were no match for it. Burn, said Naruto stoically, and what happened next shocked Zabuza and Raiga to the core. The entire mist disappeared as the fire wall behind Naruto burned more brightly, and to Zabuza's horror there in the center of those flames was Raiga himself. The demon of the mist was shocked like hell, as he watched Raiga's entire body being turned to ashes which disappeared in the water instantly. Strike 1 complete, said Naruto victoriously, and was now looking at Zabuza as if he was his prey. Impossible, those flames shouldn't be standing after my powerful water attack, said Zabuza in disbelief. This boy, no, this monster had just taken out one of the most powerful men in history with his sword. Raiga Kurosaki was now dead, and he was killed in such a way that nothing of him was left. Even his legendary blades Kiba were destroyed in those flames. Just what the hell was this boy? You don't get it, do you? This is the most powerful sword of this world. You thought you could sneak up behind me and finish me off. A sound strategy, but just not enough to defeat this sword, explained Naruto briefly. Where the hell did you find this sword? Asked Zabuza angrily. Why did the boy have such a powerful weapon? His chances of winning were even less after Raiga's death, and this pissed him off. It was a sword which I took from my best friend. You can even call him my big brother. It was a shame that I had to kill him, said Naruto arrogantly, and the little fear on Zabuza's face was a proof that he was successful in scaring his opponent a little. I need to hit him with everything I've got, thought Zabuza firmly, and gathered all the chakra he had left for a final attack. Naruto sensed a massive amount of chakra being used, and he quickly brought his sword forward in order to defend himself. Kasuketa no Kami, God of Waterfall. Naruto was quite shocked when he saw large waves rising from every direction in the sea, and were rushing towards him quickly. This was no ordinary attack. His enemy was about to unleash his most powerful technique. He wants to take me out with him, thought a surprised Naruto, and he also increased the power of his sword. Strike 2, Taimatsu, said Naruto quickly. A large dragon of fire was now formed around Naruto's sword, And in a flash Naruto jumped high in the air, and swinged his sword wildly in every direction. The giant fire dragon unleashed a sea of flames that collided with the waves of water with great force. The heat generated from the colliding of the attacks was so powerful that many parts of Naruto's skin were burnt badly. I still cannot control the power of this sword to its full extent. How could Ni-san use its second stage? I can't even properly use its first stage for more than a few minutes, thought Naruto tiredly. His body was at its limit and he didn't have much strength left. Fighting against one swordsman of the mist was lethal, but fighting against two of them was suicide. If not for this sword, Naruto knew his chances of winning were quite low. Shit! Thought Naruto painfully, as he felt a violent punch being hit straight on his chest. The attack was so powerful that Naruto was sent sailing a few meters away, until he crashed in the water. In the next moment, he started coughing violently, and blood started to leak out of his mouth like a river. Nono told you that there is no way you can fight such a dangerous battle, you must retreat. Zabuza is not going down so easily, advised Kurama, as he saw his container's condition deteriorating with each passing second. Naruto's vision was a little hazy. That attack was so powerful that he was not properly able to stand on his feet. In his entire life he had not fought against such a tough opponent. I must win, no matter what, thought Naruto with determination, and slowly stepped up on the water again. When he looked at his opponent, his eyes widened in shock and a little fear. Zabuza's body was badly burnt and now he was almost naked, and Naruto could see the powerful muscles of that man. No wonder he was called a demon. The bandages on Zabuza's face was now gone, and now the scary face of Zabuza Momochi was right in front of Naruto. You are powerful boy, but I'm gonna kill you, declared Zabuza murderously, and leaked a powerful ki. Naruto's mind was processing the entire battle scenario at lightning speed, trying to come up with a solution to help him survive this battle, and if possible win. I must avoid fighting him in taijutsu. If only I had a little more speed I could take him on. I have to use my ninjutsu and genjutsu. I cannot use Rujinjaka anymore or I may not be able to fully control it and this may lead to destruction of Wave Country itself, thought Naruto tactfully. It was true, that he had seen Shin use Rujinjaka to its full extent, but that was no ordinary sword, and it required years of practice to fully master its power. A training which Naruto had not undertaken, he just knew a little how to use that sword. It seems we have to increase your training with this sword, and most importantly your taijutsu, said Kurama strictly, and Naruto just gave a tired sigh. Naruto saw his opponent performing a quick set of hand seals, and he instantly mirrored them with utmost perfection. Suten, Hanryu, Water Release, Rapid Crasher. Suten, Hanryu, Water Release, Rapid Crasher. Two giant water waves collided with each other with full force, and hundreds of water droplets rained down in the surrounding area. The fire barrier of Rujinjaka was still standing, albeit a bit less powerful than before. Zabuza shunshined right in front of Naruto and tried to hit him straight in the face, but to his surprise Naruto disappeared in a flock of crows. Genjutsu, thought Zabuza quickly, but he was a little late. Naruto appeared behind Zabuza, and gave a roundhouse kick to the man's back that sent him crashing in the water. He then jumped high in the air and performed a set of hand seals. Megan, Jubaku Satsu, Demonic Illusion, Tree Binding Death. Several branches of trees entangled all around Zabuza's body, and started squeezing his entire body with all their strength. Zabuza was low on chakra, and so the only way to get out was to get in control of one of his senses. In what appeared to be the last moment, Zabuza bit his tongue just as Naruto appeared right in front of him with a sparkling thing in his hand. Chidori. Zabuza saw the attack heading straight for his chest, and at the last second he shifted himself to the right side to prevent the attack from piercing his heart, but he was a little late as the lightning attack cut clean through his left shoulder. Fuck, yelled Zabuza in pain, as his entire left hand was now useless in this battle. Blood splattered all across Naruto's face, but he was quite surprised when Zabuza headbutted him, which resulted in him losing his balance, and this gave Zabuza the chance which he wanted. Naruto's eyes widened in shock and pain, as he felt something cold pierce straight through his stomach, and he coughed up a lot of blood. Kurama's eyes widened on the sight before him. There standing right behind Naruto was another Zabuza who had pierced the Kubo Kiribocho straight through Naruto's stomach. He looked at the Zabuza in front of him and saw the man giving him a victorious look. Just a second, and it was all over. Mizu Bunshine attack success, whispered Zabuza with a smirk. HOW? Asked Naruto painfully, and coughed up a lot of blood. I didn't use any hand seals, you could never see my attack. You were a good opponent but it ends here, said Zabuza murderously. Naruto's vision started getting dark, he was in intense pain and the large hole in his stomach was a proof enough that he had lost. Never in his entire life had he fought against such an opponent, and he was defeated. All his dreams, his hopes were now shattered. Another painful sensation hit him as the Zabuza in front of him stabbed a kunai straight through his heart, and this time the pain was more immense than before. Die! Zabuza's water clone sliced the sword across Naruto's stomach, and cut it apart entirely from the right side. But Zabuza was quite surprised when Naruto didn't fall down on his knees, instead he was standing on his last legs trying to fight till his last breath. "Why do you still fight?" asked Zabuza curiously, and grabbed Naruto by the collar and lifted him up in the air with his right hand. And when the man looked in Naruto's eyes he saw something which he had not seen in a long time, those eyes. The same broken eyes, the eyes that showed nothing but pain, misery, and most of all loneliness. "I made a promise," said Naruto weakly, and a few tears had came in his eyes. "Naruto," said Kurama worriedly, but his friend couldn't hear him and Kurama saw a sea of darkness approaching his cage. "He is finished," said Dark sadly, maybe this was best for both of them? He had enough of this cruel world, and if this was the end then he was ready. "Do something, you stupid idiot," yelled Kurama angrily, and this time Dark Naruto looked away from the beast. "Can't you see it? He can't take it anymore, I am ultimately a part of him. What do you think we are?" said Dark Naruto angrily. "Shut up," said Kurama furiously, he couldn't use his chakra to heal Naruto as it would kill him instantly. "Can't you see it? There is nothing left except loneliness. We are all alone in this cruel world, where are our so-called friends, where is Kurenai? In the end, we got what we feared the most, loneliness. Can't you see the hole in my heart?" yelled Dark Naruto angrily. Kurama watched sadly as the same hole was now in Dark Naruto's heart. This world was indeed cruel. "I was a fool for believing in you, old man, there is no such thing as peace. How can I change the future if I can't even save my only friend?" thought Kurama sadly. Naruto coughed up a lot of blood, and Zabuza's face was a little more hazy to him. He couldn't feel anything below his stomach, and a part of his mind knew this was it. "What drives you this far?" asked Zabuza again, and this time he saw the boy's right hand rising slowly. "Because I love her," said Naruto with a small smile, and this time Zabuza's eyes widened in surprise as well as shock. "Chidori Izo." A large flash of lightning pierced straight through Zabuza's heart, and he looked down and saw the attack had came from Naruto's right hand. "In the end, he defeated me. Forgive me, Haku," thought Zabuza finally, and his grip on Naruto's shoulder slipped away. Zabuza's body started drowning in the water, and the water clone dispersed instantly. Not yet," said Naruto slowly, and took out a small scroll from his pocket. He slowly opened the scroll. He had to do this, he couldn't die without doing this. Naruto soaked his hands with his own blood, he could barely see and he had almost no chakra left to properly heal his body. He wrote his message on the scroll, and collapsed on his knees. "Naruto, hang in there," said Kurama in panic, but no one could hear his voice. The Bijou watched in shock as Naruto performed a very familiar set of hand seals, and slammed his hand on the water surface. Kushios no Jutsu. A small crow appeared in front of Naruto, and with all his strength he put the scroll on the bird's back, and whispered something in the crow's ears. Just as the crow was about to leave, Naruto's legs couldn't maintain chakra anymore and he fell in the ocean. A small sad smile came on his face as he remembered a certain event of his life. Flashback, a few years ago. A young Naruto was standing in front of a small grave, tears were freely slipping from his eyes as he read the name written on it. Shin. It had been a few months, but still he knew this pain would never go, this guilt would forever haunt his soul. The sin of killing a friend who was more precious to him like his own brother. "You're still here, moron," said a calm voice. Naruto didn't look up, and was just staring at the grave without any emotion on his face. Shin's body was burnt to ashes the moment he died. This was just a small grave which him and Sai had created for their deceased brother. "I know pain, the feeling of being all alone. I have seen happiness, the feeling when your friends come to help you, and the despair of watching those same friends dying right in front of you. Why am I still alive? The villagers think of me as a demon. What is my purpose in life?" asked Naruto sadly. Sai stepped up beside Naruto and laid a few flowers in front of the grave, and offered his prayers. "Regardless of what the villagers think of you, I and Shin always believe that you are a good person, and a fine shinobi. He died to save you, and no matter what you say, this was his choice. Stop blaming yourself for that, he left his hopes, his dreams to you. Shin is seeing the future through your eyes, and make sure that he sees his dream fulfilled, said Sai firmly. Sai. Naruto's eyes closed as a small sad smile came on his face. The last thing he saw was drowning in the water. Well, looks like this is the end. Take care of Sai, and protect the village. I'm with you till the end. I will love you forever. All these memories flashed in front of his eyes, and he knew this was it. Shin-ni-san, this is where the future you wanted to see comes to end. I couldn't protect Sai, nor do village. All I've done is break my promises, please forgive me. He closed his eyes, ready to die, but instead of meeting the Shinigami, he found himself standing in a white plain. Where am I? Thought Naruto curiously. We need to talk, said a new voice, and this time Naruto turned back and what he saw widened his eyes in shock. Chapter 40. Realizations. Confused was the only word which could describe Naruto's state of mind. He was currently all alone in what seemed to be an endless space. There was nothing anywhere, just everywhere there was white color. Where am I? Thought Naruto curiously, he certainly didn't expect to be in such a place. He was certain that he was dead, Zabuza's attack had teared him apart. Naruto knew there was nothing he could do now, but more than that he was relieved. His suffering was over, everything was finished. Hell or heaven, he didn't care where the Shinigami would send him, anywhere but the world of living was where he wanted to go. He had failed plain and simple, he was a person who could never fulfill any promises he made, and frankly he had suffered enough for his actions. Maybe, now he could finally rest in peace. But right now looking at this empty space, made him a little concerned. We need to talk, said a very familiar voice, that sent shivers down his spine. This voice, he knew this voice, how could he forget? But there was no way, he was hallucinating, this was simply impossible. He slowly turned around, and his worst fears came true. Brother, said Naruto in shock, as right now the person standing behind him was none other than Shin himself. That face, that uniform, those eyes, the same kind smile, this was definitely Shin. But he was supposed to be dead. I know you have a lot of questions and I have some questions for you too, but still, it's good to see you again, said Shin kindly with a smile, and hugged Naruto slowly. Naruto didn't know what was going on, but he was happy, and gently hugged Shin back. A lone tear slipped from his eye, it had been so many years. All this time, not a single second passed where he never thought of Shin, the guilt was still in his heart, and seeing Shin again, was one of the most happiest things that ever happened to him. I missed you, man, said a tearful Naruto, and a small chuckle escaped from Shin's mouth, even he was feeling happy on seeing Naruto again. You seem to have grown up a lot since the last time I saw you, said Shin happily, but he knew there was not much time. What is this? Is it heaven or hell? It's definitely not hell, since you wouldn't be in such a place. Hell is for people like, said Naruto, but was cut off when Shin bonked him hard on his head. That hurts, whined Naruto playfully. This is what you have to change, and as for your question, this is neither heaven nor hell. In simple words, you are inside Ryujin Jaka's inner world, explained Shin simply, and the confused look on Naruto's face made him leave a tired sigh. Ryujin Jaka is a sword, and you died years ago. I don't understand, said Naruto with a deep frown. There are many things you don't know about this sword. Right now you are on the verge of death, but I can save you, said Shin flatly. No. What? Asked a shocked Shin, what was going on here? This is my choice, I've made my peace with death. This is the end of the line for me, said Naruto truthfully, and his eyes showed Shin that he meant what he said. Moron, I can save your life, you can have another chance, and go back, said Shin, but was cut off, when Naruto looked at him angrily. Go back to what? A life of pain and suffering, existing in this world that knows only despair has no value, brother, said Naruto distastefully. Shin's eyes widened in shock on hearing that. Did the world truly made his little brother into the man he was seeing right now? He had seen everything that happened to Naruto, and none of that was his fault at all. You are not the Naruto I knew, said Shin disappointingly. Call me whatever you want, since I'm dead, none of this matters. Demon, traitor, bastard, call me anything you like, said Naruto harshly. Just who are you, Naruto? Asked a terrified Shin. The damage his brother had suffered was far worse than he had imagined. Even I don't know who I am, brother, said Naruto truthfully, and averted his eyes from Shin. He couldn't see the betrayal that was visible in Shin's eyes. Slap. The sound of a very harsh slap was heard in that empty space. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as Shin had right now slapped him very hard. Doorbells were ringing in his ears right now, but he had no time to react as Shin punched him hard and sent him crashing on the ground. Listen to yourself, you are trying to be someone else and are living a life of lies, said Shin angrily, and put his foot right on Naruto's chest. What of it? What does it matter to you? Asked Naruto irritatingly, and he got another kick on his face. You, said a pissed of Shin, and pressed his feet firmly at Naruto's chest again. Both you and I fought, bled and died for the Leaf Village, but all we got in return was disgrace and dishonor. Let me at least die in peace, brother, pleaded Naruto slowly. No matter what corruption or darkness lies in the village, you and I are both soldiers of Konoha, said Shin fiercely. I failed, brother, I couldn't protect Sai, nor could I protect the village, or bring the peace you wanted, said Naruto shamefully, and a few tears slipped from his eyes. Shin removed his leg from Naruto's chest, and now sat beside him. He took a deep breath in order to calm himself down. It's my fault that you turned out like this. If I hadn't put my dreams on you, this wouldn't have happened. I was dying, Naruto, and you were the only one whom I trusted to protect the village and bring peace and harmony in it, said Shin sadly. What do you mean? Asked a shocked Naruto. I should have known true peace is not possible in our world. The only thing I wanted was for you and Sai to live, said Shin calmly, and looked at Naruto's shocked face. But it is my fault, Sai is dead because of me, said Naruto vehemently. This is your problem, and I knew it from the beginning. You always try to do everything on your own, never trusting anyone and bearing every burden on your shoulders. That is your curse. So, before I died I sealed a part of my chakra in Rujinjaka in order to save your life if you ever came close to death. Explained Shin briefly. Then you are, just, said Naruto sadly, as he knew Shin was going to disappear again once his chakra vanished. This was one of the few ninjutsu that only someone highly skilled could perform. Hi, said Shin honestly, he had to make things right, no matter what. I saw everything that happened, and I am proud as well as sad at the same time, said Shin truthfully, and Naruto looked at him curiously expecting a further explanation. You never separated Rujinjaka from yourself, and used it for every mission you went on. It is a sword that connects to a person's soul. If you truly want to master the power of this sword, then you must acknowledge yourself first, and free yourself from your burdens, said Shin flatly. The things I did, what I became, I broke everyone's hearts, said Naruto truthfully. Make up for it, are you going to give up? You made mistakes, fix them. You broke everyone's hearts, apologize. Don't be a coward, said Shin fiercely. Shin. If you die like this, nothing is going to change. Orochimaru will destroy Konoha. Kurenai, Kakashi, Anko, Konohamaru, everyone you love will die horribly. You don't have to lie to her, have you ever cared about her feelings? Asked Shin flatly. But I cannot involve my friends or my family in this, said Naruto adamantly. I admit you are strong enough to do this mission, but you have lost sight of what is the most important thing in the world, said Shin patiently. And what is that? Asked Naruto curiously. All the people that care about you were once wary of you, but you kept on trying and ultimately made your way into their hearts. You told me that it was Kakashi, Kurenai, Anko, Konohamaru, Amiko, Hiruzen, your friends, they all helped you. But if you only care about your pain, and forget about them, then you are worse than scum, said Shin honestly. What have I done? Asked a terrified Naruto. Now he understood what Kurama had been trying to say. It was Kurenai who made you strong, loved you and stood by your side. Will you repay her like this? Asked Shin simply, and Naruto was now truly ashamed of his actions. I screwed up, big time, said Naruto slowly. The damage he had done was very bad than he had thought. Don't try to shoulder everything alone, or you'll lose sight of yourself. Talk to her, if you truly love her then you must understand the pain you caused her, and apologize. And dying by her hands is not the solution, said Shin patiently. Naruto remembered all the times he had spent with her, and what she had done for him. He had truly caused everyone a lot of pain. You are not alone, you have friends and loved ones. You have to make up for your mistakes, running away from them is not the solution, said Shin fiercely, and Naruto chuckled a little. Even after dying you are still trying to protect me, said Naruto sadly, and clenched his fists tightly. That's my job, after all, moron, said Shin happily and ruffled Naruto's hair. I forgot everyone and made mistakes, but not anymore. From now on I will do what is right, said Naruto honestly, and Shin smiled on hearing that. Naruto was surprised when Shin hugged him tightly, and he felt a few tears slipping from his eyes. "You are the only one who can make this right," said Shin sadly, as he felt his hand disappearing from Naruto's back. "Do you really think I can do this?" asked Naruto doubtfully, and he saw Shin's body had started to disappear, and a few tears came in his eyes. "I believe in you, Naruto." Shin broke the hug and put a hand on Naruto's chest and stomach, and he looked at Naruto one last time. "It's time for me to go, I'll save your life, but this is the last time," said Shin honestly, and swiped his hand at Naruto's chest and stomach. His body started drifting further away from Naruto, and a small smile came on his face. "Wait!" screamed Naruto and ran after Shin. "You can make things right. I'm counting on you," Naruto said Shin with a smile, and disappeared from the space. Tears slipped from Naruto's eyes. Shin was gone, but he had left something priceless. He had returned Naruto's soul, made him realize who he was, and stopped him from making any more mistakes. "Thank you, Shin-ni-san." The empty space around him disappeared, and he found himself standing on top of the ocean of wave country. He was quite shocked when he saw all of his wounds were healed. "Naruto, you are not dead," said a shocked Kurama. He had really thought it was all over. Naruto gripped his sword tightly, and Kurama was quite astonished when a dark yellow cloak appeared all around Naruto's body. "This is," said a shocked Kurama. A small smile came on Naruto's face, and the look in his eyes changed. He felt free, there was no burden on his heart. "It's time for my redemption." Chapter 41. The Cornered Hokage. Kurenai Yuhi was sitting in a small bar right now. The atmosphere around her was gloomy to say in the least. The smell of sake, foul stench, raked the air, and the people who wanted to forget about their griefs or wanted to drown themselves in happiness came to such a place. But she was different, she was neither sad nor happy at the same time. It had been weeks since Naruto left the village, and she was still trying to deal with the after effects of his actions. A funeral had been held for the deceased Anbu shinobi. Their bodies were already destroyed as per the Anbu code, and the entire village had gathered to mourn the loss of their soldiers. The Hokage had given a tearful speech and many of the people were crying that day, but somewhere deep in her heart, something didn't feel right. Then there was the fact that two of the Sannin had showed up in Konoha, and one of them had almost killed the Hokage. The villagers felt a little safe as Jiraiya and Tsunade were in the village. This was certainly a great relief seeing Konoha had suffered such a devastating blow in their forces, so two of the legendary Sannin being in Konoha would send a strong message to all other villages that Konoha was still strong. "What's on your mind?" asked a feminine voice curiously. Kurenai looked straight and saw Anko looking at her. She had to admit Anko was a damn good friend. She had certainly stood by her side, when the person she loved the most betrayed everything he stood for. "Shouldn't you be with Kakashi?" "I can handle myself," said Kurenai nonchalantly, and Anko gave a tired sigh. "Yes, you can handle yourself, but I'd like to stay with you rather than Kakashi for now. Seeing him still reading porn irritates me to no end," said Anko with a frown, making Kurenai chuckle a bit. "Some things never change, do they?" asked Kurenai with a small smile on her face, as Anko was glad she got to see her smile even if it was just for a moment. "How's your training with Guy going?" asked Anko quickly, trying to divert Kurenai's mind from sad thoughts. Now this made Kurenai a little more relaxed. In these weeks she had improved her skills to a great extent. Genjutsu was still her most powerful weapon, and she had invented a few new techniques to help her in battles. Her ninjutsu skills were also improving and she could perform water jutsus well. But her most significant improvement was in taijutsu. Guy may be an idiot, but the man was a tough shinobi. He refined her taijutsu and helped her combine it with her genjutsu. Doing so was not an easy job and she had broken quite a few bones in this process, but it was all worth it. She was certainly not a master, but her speed, strength and reflexes had improved a lot in these weeks. "Certainly very well, Guy is a good teacher, although his talks about flames of youth gets on my nerves," said Kurenai jokingly, and Anko chuckled loudly on hearing that. "If he had his way, then I could certainly see you wearing a green spandex and running around Konoha screaming at the top of your lungs," said Anko mischievously, and the cold shiver which she saw Kurenai feel made her laugh more and more. Both the females slowly drank their sake. This was the toughest phase of their lives till now, and things had turned upside down for everyone, but still. "Thinking about the good old days of Team 7? asked Kurenai sadly, and Anko was quite surprised that her friend read her thoughts so easily. Team 7, it was a hell of a squad. All of them were so close, and now it all seemed like a dream that would probably not come true. "Yeah, I was so happy in that team," None of you discriminated me for being Orochimaru's student, and you kept up with my annoying habits. Even that emo dumbass certainly warmed up to me over time, said Anko with a true smile. Sasuke has changed a lot, he has become what he was before he met Naruto, and Sakura is certainly not the girl I knew, she has become a lot more cold, said Kurenai sadly, and drank another sip of her sake. Things change, people change, you changed, said Anko seriously, and Kurenai gave a tired sigh. What do you want from me, Anko? I'm trying my best to pick up what's left of my life, I know I'm not what I used to be before, the kind and loving Kurenai is all but an illusion, said Kurenai harshly, but was quite surprised when Anko pressed a finger on her chest. No, you're still there, you've just shut off your feelings. I'm going to ask you something, and I need an honest answer, said Anko flatly, and Kurenai looked at Anko suspiciously for a few moments but in the end gave a hesitant nod. Shoot. Can you kill Naruto? Asked Anko stoically, and Kurenai's eyes widened on hearing that. What answer could she give? The rational part of her was screaming to say yes, but her heart was telling her otherwise. No matter what had happened she still couldn't bring herself to kill the one she loved. Ultimately, it was the heart who won. I can't, whispered Kurenai sadly, and Anko smiled a little on hearing that. Then why did you say you wanted us to kill him during the team meeting? Asked Anko curiously, and Kurenai rubbed her forehead tiredly making her beautiful raven hair swirl wildly in the air. It was protocol, he is a missing nin, and I just wanted to let the team know what to do with him. I was pissed, I was frustrated with Naruto, angry at the villagers, angry with the Hokage, angry with myself for failing to stop him go down on such path. Hell, I'm still pissed, and when I find him I'll break every bone in his body, but I just can't kill him, explained Kurenai tiredly, and a few tears slipped from her eyes. Anko wiped the tears from her friend's eyes, she was glad that the old Kurenai was still there, maybe she could make things better. Even if these times were tough, she truly felt that this would pass. Both of them knew Naruto was not evil, it was far from it. They knew the real Naruto, which almost none of the people of Konoha knew. And they were not going to accept Naruto as a criminal, even if everything was against him they were not going to give up on him. Even if he had used them for his own benefit like the Hokage had said, he had still helped them and they would not abandon him at any cost. Until I hear the truth from your mouth, I won't accept you as a murderer, Naruto. You are like a brother to me, and I am not going to give up on you. Thought Anko firmly. I'm sorry for being such a burden on you, said Kurenai apologetically. Don't say things like that, idiot, said Anko furiously and bonked Kurenai on the head. Kurenai rubbed her head slowly, but was quite shocked when Anko grabbed her shoulders firmly, and made her look straight. You are not a burden, if you are hurt then I'll support you, if you are in pain then share it with me, said Anko vehemently. Never in her entire life had Kurenai seen so passion for her well-being in someone else's eyes except for Naruto. Did Anko really care so much about her? Was she really so much oblivious all these years? Why? Asked Kurenai slowly. Because you are my best friend, said Anko truthfully, and for the first time in weeks a large smile appeared on Kurenai's face. A part of her heart felt happy after hearing that. Maybe there was still some good people left in her life. Maybe there was still some light left in their lives. In a small room of the hospital, an old man was silently resting on his bed. Looking at the plain white walls of the hospital made him leave a tired sigh. Damn, I can't even smoke. Thought Hiruzen frustratingly. He still remembered what happened a few days ago, and never in his entire life had he come close to death. Flashback, a few days ago. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a very strong ninja, he had fought in 3 wars, and had been a cage for decades, but right now one could find him sitting nervously in his chair. Well, he had to be nervous as he was soon going to face a really pissed off mother figure, and the fact that this woman was the strongest kunoichi in the world was more depressing for him. Tsunade Senju was not someone whom you would like to piss off, and Hiruzen had failed in protecting the boy, whom she loved as if he was her own child. He still remembered the day, when a tearful Tsunade had begged him to look after Naruto, and not let anything happen to him. And now? Before he could think further, he heard loud footsteps approaching his office, and the key was murderous. Here we go, said Hiruzen tiredly, and prepared himself. The door of his office was so violently punched that it broke into small wooden pieces that flew everywhere in the room, and Hiruzen's worst fears came true when a murderous Tsunade stepped in his office. Her entire body was glowing with chakra, and Hiruzen noticed her appearance had not changed since the last time he had seen her. Still the huge bust and long shiny blonde hair with a gorgeous face. A squad of Anbu immediately had their swords around various parts of her body, and she did not even look alarmed. "Disappear," said Tsunade firmly, and in one fast sweep gave devastating blows to the Anbu squad, and in a few seconds they were lying flat on the ground completely unconscious. "You're dead, you senile old geezer," said Tsunade angrily. "I can explain," said Hiruzen, but was cut off as Tsunade punched him straight in the face. The sickening cracking voice made Hiruzen realize she had already destroyed quite a lot of his bones with that punch. Hiruzen tried to stop her, and grabbed her hand firmly, but she gave him a solid kick in his groin, and threw him straight towards the wall. The Hokage realized Tsunade was out for blood, and he had to take her seriously now or else he would die by the hands of his own student. "You bastard, you promise me nothing will happen to my Naru-chan," yelled Tsunade and gathered a massive amount of chakra in her hands. Hiruzen realized she was going to give him a lethal strike and prepared to defend himself, but he was sweating nervously. Tsunade had monstrous strength and one hit was all she needed to kill him. Shizune arrived at the Hokage's office. She was panting harshly and a lot of sweat was on her face. Seeing her master beating the Hokage sent chills up her spine. She could already feel several Anbu converging on their location in a matter of seconds. The fact that Tsunade had attacked violently and taken out a squad of Anbu was already a major upset. "Tsunade-sama, stop it," said Shizune in a panicked voice. The chakra in Tsunade's hands started taking the form of a tiger, and Shizune knew if that attack hit Hiruzen, he would die. Before she could scream to stop her master, a new person suddenly popped up in the room, and grabbed Tsunade's hands and threw her into a wall. The impact was disastrous as the entire wall was destroyed to pieces of dust. Shizune's eyes widened in shock, when she realized who this person was. Right in front of her eyes, was standing the strongest shinobi of the world. Jiraiya was leaking a massive amount of ki, and the fact that the Anbu who had appeared in the room collapsed along with Shizune was a clear answer to the man's power. "That's enough," commanded Jiraiya sternly. His voice was so commanding that for a moment even Tsunade looked at him in shock. "Jiraiya, you," said Hiruzen in surprise, as his most loyal student had just saved his life. "I'm not talking to you, Hiruzen, and I know what you did, so shut the fuck up," said Jiraiya distastefully. Hiruzen's eyes widened in horror, as he realized what Jiraiya had said, and if he and Tsunade were to team up against him, then his death was imminent and that would not be good for Konoha or anyone at this time. "Jiraiya, I need answers right now," said Tsunade seriously, and her hazel eyes bore into the man's soul. Jiraiya didn't even look at her, and went towards the squad of Anbu, and now stood in front of the Anbu commander, who almost had his hand on his sword. The Anbu behind him were in a similar position. "Get your men out of here right now," said Jiraiya stoically. He was dead serious right now. "But," said the Anbu commander in protest, but was cut off, when Jiraiya leaned against his ear and whispered darkly. "That was not a request. The fact that you and your Anbu force have played a part in this mission, and know Naruto's truth does not bode well for you. Get out of here, Yamato, or I'll kill you," warned Jiraiya, and Yamato took a step back when Jiraiya's ki flared murderously. He looked at the Hokage. He had a lot of blood coming from his face, and many of his teeth were broken, but he gave a weak nod and the Anbu commander and his men bowed one last time before they disappeared from the room. Jiraiya took in a deep breath to calm himself down. Even he was enraged as he came to know what his teacher had done. He was quite surprised when Tsunade grabbed him quickly and looked him straight in the eye, and he saw the tears that were freely flowing from her eyes. "Jiraiya, please tell me, what did they do to my Naru-chan?" begged Tsunade in a broken voice. Jiraiya's heart broke a little on seeing Tsunade in such a state, and he put a hand on her shoulder to give her some comfort, but his eyes never left Hiruzen as he gave him a disappointed look. "Why?" asked Jiraiya flatly. "It was unavoidable," said Hiruzen sadly. "Unavoidable? Are you out of your fucking mind? Do you have any idea what you have done?" yelled Jiraiya in frustration. Hiruzen bowed his head down in shame, even if what he had done was right for the village, but as Naruto's grandfather figure, he had failed. "Jiraiya-sama, what do you know?" asked Shizune worriedly. The fact that the Hokage couldn't meet Jiraiya's eyes ran danger bells in her mind. Something horrible had happened, which no one knew. "When did you come back to the village?" asked Hiruzen slowly. He just had enough. He could not bear this shame and decided to come clean. "I was in the village since the past week, and I found out the real truth. Operation Ghost, you son of a bitch, you used Naruto for your own gains," said Jiraiya accusingly. Tsunade and Shizune's eyes widened in shock when they heard what Jiraiya had said. "Don't you say that, I had to do what was best for the village," said Hiruzen in protest. He was not wrong as a Hokage, or was he? He just didn't know anymore. "Cut the riddles and get to the fucking point," said Tsunade in frustration. This man standing in front of us used a young boy and sent him on a suicide mission, said Jiraiya darkly. A suicide, said Shizune in fear. Mission? Asked an enraged Tsunade. Try to understand, if you know the truth, you know what's at stake here, said Hiruzen firmly. Jiraiya grabbed Hiruzen roughly and thrashed him in the wall behind him, and looked at him straight in the eye. I'm not falling for your bullshit. You used Naruto to wipe out Danzo and the entire Root Anbu force who were planning to revolt, then you covered that entire mess up with your Anbu force playing a part in this and framed Naruto as a traitor and a murderer, isn't that right, sensei? Asked Jiraiya sternly. Tsunade felt as if the ground beneath her had just shattered. Her Naruto was used for such an atrocity. Is this true? Asked Tsunade darkly. And blood was leaking out of her hands. She just wanted to kill this man right now. It is true that Naruto wiped out the entire Root Anbu force along with Danzo Shimura on my orders, said Hiruzen truthfully, and in the next moment he saw Jiraiya grab Tsunade's hand tightly as she tried to kill Hiruzen right there. Calm down, he is still the Hokage. Do you want to make things worse for Naruto? Asked Jiraiya angrily, and Tsunade just looked away. I still don't understand, how can young Naruto take out an entire Anbu force? More so, how does he know about Danzo and Root? I believe you had disbanded Root years ago, Sandaime-sama, said Shizune flatly, and Hiruzen just went towards his seat. Things are not as simple as they look, Shizune. After the Kyuubi attack I diverted my entire focus on rebuilding the village and keeping it safe. In doing so, I failed to realize the threat Danzo was posing, and he restarted Root right under my nose. We never got any hint of his activities until, said Hiruzen slowly, he was hesitant to speak the next part. Until what? Asked Tsunade impatiently. Until it was too late, said Hiruzen shamefully. He really wished to go back in time so that he could change everything, but the fact was he couldn't. What does it have to do with Naruto? Asked Jiraiya curiously. He had a rough idea about what must have happened but he was not too sure, and saying his baseless theories in front of Tsunade was not the right thing to do. He was the Root operative that Danzo trained to kill me and start his rebellion to take over the Leaf Village, said Hiruzen, shocking everyone to the core. This can't be, Naruto was a Root agent? Asked Jiraiya in shock. He had no idea his absence in young Naruto's life would lead to such disastrous outcomes. Meanwhile Tsunade couldn't believe what she was hearing. She knew what Root was. And her Naruto was a part of it, sent shivers down her spine. What had he undergone so far? A captain to be precise. However, it was quite the opposite. Instead of supplying intelligence to Danzo, Naruto made me aware about the invasion Danzo was planning. He had joined Root a few years ago. He could see what threat Danzo posed to the village and the people he loved, so he became a double agent and risked his life. But Danzo was far more smarter than any of us and Naruto was not able to find out about Danzo's entire plan until it was too late. Explained Hiruzen briefly. Why did he do such a thing? Asked Shizune desperately. Tsunade was in shock right now and Shizune was wary of what further truths were going to be revealed. Naruto was different. He never had a normal childhood until Kakashi adopted him. He had his first kills when he was 6. I'm sure I've told you that, Jiraiya, said Hiruzen seriously, and Jiraiya nodded. It was true that Hiruzen had told him about the incident when Naruto awakened a Sharingan. And you never told me about this, both of you? Asked Tsunade furiously, and both the men didn't look her in the eyes. They had thought it was best if Tsunade never knew about this or she would take Naruto away from the village, and that wouldn't be good for anyone. Shizune realized the tension was rising again, and decided to intervene before things could get violent. Then what did you do, when Naruto told you about the invasion? Asked Shizune quickly. I asked him to get away from Root, but he made me aware that somewhere Danzo and Orochimaru had worked in the past. Also he provided me intelligence about some invasion being planned against Konoha. Naruto had performed Black Ops mission all over the world, and he knew many enemies were gathering to take this village out, so he proposed a solution, said Hiruzen seriously. And that was to volunteer for the mission in annihilating the entire Root force, become a criminal, go behind enemy lines, join the biggest traitor of Konoha and report his plans back to you as your double agent. Was that Naruto's solution or yours? All of us know damn well whose solution it was, said Jiraiya disappointingly. How do you know about all of this? Asked a shocked Hiruzen, and doing so he had lowered his guard, which led to him getting another punch from Tsunade that sent him straight into the wall. Was that really necessary? Asked Jiraiya tiredly, and rubbed his forehead in frustration. Fuck you, said Tsunade angrily. Well, I would like to, said Jiraiya nonchalantly, and the next instant he was punched straight into the wall. Shizune was just gobsmacked on seeing this. Were these two the famous Sannin? They acted like teenage kids. This is going to be a long talk, thought Shizune sadly. The same feelings was not being mirrored by the Sandaime Hokage of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi was feeling like shit, quite a few of his bones were broken and he was currently lying flat on a hospital bed. It had been a long time since he had such a beating, and he did not resist it. He knew Tsunade had every right to be pissed, and he didn't blame her one bit. And if he had tried to fight with her, then she would surely desert the village. She had nothing left to keep her here, and losing a Sannin at such a time would be disastrous. Hiruzen knew if Tsunade was to be declared as a missing nin, then Jiraiya would protect her as she was right, and the village was wrong, and that would lead to a bloody mess that Orochimaru would gladly exploit. So he had pardoned Tsunade for attacking him in the Anbu on grounds of an accident and was just restricted to house arrest for a few days. It seems the meeting was disastrous, said Kakashi tiredly. Hiruzen had to admit this man was quite reasonable. Even if Kakashi was not in favor of Operation Ghost, he had still adapted to the situation and was behaving as a shinobi should. He was controlling his emotions, something which Tsunade lacked. "Hi," said Hiruzen disappointingly, even speaking much hurted him as Tsunade had broken a few bones of his face. "How did Jiraiya-sama found out about the mission?" asked Kakashi curiously. He didn't underestimate the Sannin, but this mission was top secret and only 3 people knew about it. Kakashi's eyes widened when everything made sense to him. Of course Jiraiya would know where to look. He was not the best spy of their world for nothing. "The Anbu commander," said Kakashi sharply, as he realized what Jiraiya had done. "Exactly, he knew I would never tell him the truth. So he secretly came in the village, and for a week he searched for clues. He raided the morgue and found some evidences, then he observed the reaction of the people. The plan which I implemented was foolproof for the general populace and shinobi, and even it could have fooled Jiraiya, but he didn't see Danzo anywhere during this time, and that ran danger bells for him," explained Jiraiya briefly. "Of course he knew about the root and its past," said Kakashi flatly. Hiruzen should not have underestimated his own student. "Yes, and since a major force of our Anbu were taken out as per my statement to the people, he realized apart from me, only the Anbu commander must have known the real truth, and he went after the Anbu commander," said Hiruzen seriously. "That is borderline treason even for a Sannin, and I know the commander. He maybe not be as strong as Jiraiya. But he is definitely not a weakling, he won't break easily," said Kakashi persuasively, and Hiruzen gave a nod accepting Kakashi's point. "That may be true, but Jiraiya used his toads and put him under a very strong genjutsu, and got the truth out of him," said Hiruzen frustratingly. "Why can't things go right for once?" Kakashi's eyes widened on hearing that, and before he could go in further panic Hiruzen intervened. The commander had sealed everything he knew about Rei deep into his subconscious mind. You can't get such information out with a simple genjutsu, even if it was done by Jiraiya's toads. The only way to find out the truth of Rei is from a genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan. That is the only way, explained Hiruzen briefly. Kakashi sighed in relief. For a moment there he was sure that Jiraiya had found out the truth, and he knew Jiraiya would certainly not be willing to keep such a secret from Naruto. Even Kakashi wanted to tell Naruto, but now was not the time. Maybe when this was all over and in a span of few years when Naruto got a little more mature, he would tell him. But right now he had to make Hiruzen believe he was in on his plan, otherwise he would be killed. It was a simple rule of their world: those who knew too much were the first ones to be taken out. This was a world of lies after all. The sound of a door opening was heard in the small apartment and a person slowly walked in. Kurenai walked towards the couch and slowly sat on it. What a tiring day. After her talk with Anko, she had trained for hours with Guy, and damn that training was painful to say in the least. But she knew she had to do it, she couldn't just give up now. She had to find out the truth from Naruto, and had to make him see his errors. No matter what he had become now, a part of her heart still believed that the old Naruto was still there. In all this grief and thirst for revenge, Naruto had lost sight of himself and it was now up to her to save him. "I know how you feel, just like there is hole in your heart due to what you have been through. There will be a hole in my heart if I lost you. I can't say I hate you, but what I do know is that I understand you," thought Kurenai calmly. She knew her relationship with Naruto was not stable, but they both understood each other. Maybe they didn't love each other truly, but they did care about each other with all their heart. There had to be a reason for his actions, she just couldn't accept that bullshit reason that the Hokage had given everyone. She was suddenly interrupted from her thoughts when a small crow landed on her window. The small bird made a noise and she went towards the window. Kurenai was just about to take the bird in her hands, when she heard loud banging on the door of her apartment. Who is here at this hour? Thought Kurenai curiously, and turned around to open the door despite the crow's calls. She opened the door and was surprised to see Kakashi standing there. The fact that he was dressed up for a mission and had all his equipment was a sign that it was time. Kurenai, we have received the green light. Operation Wave is a go. We need to move in an hour. The Hokage has ordered you to gather the force, while I will see that the weapons and transport are ready, said Kakashi hurriedly. Naruto had given them the signal and now they had to move right away. They couldn't waste any more time. All right, let's go, said Kurenai firmly, and went to pick up her gear. In a few minutes both Kurenai and Kakashi went to their respective tasks, meanwhile ignoring the crow that was still on the window. One thing was certain, this invasion was going to be a hell of a ride, and everything was going to change. Operation Wave had just started. Chapter 42. Battle of Wave. Captain Naruto, why? A young blonde little girl in Anbu uniform looked at him disappointingly. In the dark corridors of the base, he stood there all alone. Hands drenched with blood, everywhere around them were dead bodies and time had just frozen for him. You betrayed all of us, you killed all your comrades. You killed me, said the blonde girl accusingly. Naruto looked at the girl for a moment. Who was she? He slowly went towards her, and his hand slowly tried to lift up the girl's face so that he could get a good look at her. As far as the young captain remembered, he had never seen this girl. Just who was this kid? Looking at her made him feel as if he knew her perfectly, and yet he didn't know her. It was so frustrating, so he just decided to ask the girl. Who are you? Asked Naruto curiously. He gently lifted the girl's face, and what he saw terrified his soul to the core. The girl's eyes were destroyed and blood was all over her face, and there was a demonic smile on her face. I'm your worst nightmare. Ah. He suddenly woke up with a terrified expression on his face. His entire body was covered in sweat and his eyes showed how terrible the memory was. It had happened again. Every day he would get flashbacks of this blonde little girl. Just who the hell was she? Looks like your plan is failing, Itachi. His memories are coming back. Even after Koto Matsukami he couldn't forget her completely. It's as if his soul is trying to make him remember, while his mind is resisting it. If this continues it won't be long before he remembers her completely, and if that happens there won't be any place in this world where both of us could hide, thought Kurama darkly. Had he made a mistake in following Itachi? Kurama, was there a little girl in Root Forces? Every day this dream keeps haunting me, said Naruto seriously, and the Bijou suddenly felt cornered. I don't know clearly, it was madness back then. Root Anbu were trying to kill you, and you were killing them. I can't remember, maybe it's just an illusion, said Kurama carefully. Sooner or later he knew this was going to cost him a lot. But the Bijou knew he had no choice. If he told Naruto the truth, then he didn't know what would happen. The boy had just realized his mistakes, and was trying to trust other people, and if he found that his friend had betrayed him, then he wouldn't trust anyone again. I'll let him meet Kurenai first. If things go well, then I'll try to tell her about Rei as gently as possible. I've made a terrible mistake, thought Kurama regretfully. After that, whatever path he chooses, Kurama would have to accept it, as the Bijou was also responsible for this. He just hoped Naruto doesn't make the world pay for his pain. Maybe, I'll go check on the prisoner. I'll release her today, said Naruto with a tired sigh, and got up from his bed. He put on a small t-shirt and a pair of shorts, and went towards the bathroom to wipe his face. Now he could finally look himself in the mirror. He had been freed from his burden and no words could describe how grateful he was to Shin. Ever since he killed Zabuza and Raiga he had become Gato's personal bodyguard, and the head of Wave's militia. However, he still had kept Zabuza's ally, a girl named Haku, as prisoner. Why did you wait for so long? Asked Kurama curiously. Tonight Konoha's forces are going to invade Wave, and I want Haku to get Rie out of here. It will be my job to make sure Gato doesn't escape, so I won't be able to protect the girl, and I promised Zabuza, I wouldn't kill her, until she tries to kill me. Explained Naruto briefly. What if she tries to kill you? Asked Kurama flatly, making Naruto rub his temple. Then I'll put her down. Everyone deserves a second chance, and after seeing the girl's memory I know she is just another victim of the shinobi world. I cannot make her pay for Zabuza's mistakes, said Naruto slowly, and he opened the door of the small room where the prisoner was. A young girl was currently tied to a wall with seals on her entire body that were preventing her from moving, and suppressing her chakra. She was wearing a pink kimono and her silky black hair were reaching up to her back. Her face was the epitome of feminine beauty, but one look in her eyes could show anyone the girl had lost the will to live. Are you here to kill me? Asked Haku stoically. It was as if she was ready for this. No. Then you must be here to rape me, said Haku flatly, and she saw the young boy approaching her and prepared herself. Naruto sat down in front of her, and removed some of the seals, allowing the girl to move a little, and he was proved right when the girl didn't attack him, but just stayed still. I'm not here to kill or rape you. I am a criminal and have done many bad things, but I'm not an animal and have not lost my humanity, said Naruto gently. Says the one who killed Zabuza-sama. Accused Haku angrily, and he closed his eyes accepting the blame. Yes, I did kill him for my own purposes. He died as a shinobi fighting till the end. Every one of us fights for something. He fought till his last breath for you, said Naruto shockingly, and Haku's eyes widened on hearing that. You're lying, said the girl in disbelief. Zabuza-sama had said she was just a tool. He fought to protect you till the end, and almost killed me. Even if we were enemies, I understood him. The more we fought, the more I realized he was not fighting for Gato, but was fighting to save you, said Naruto with a small smile. He was finally able to forgive himself because of Shin, and he wanted to help people redeem themselves. I was just a tool for him. Don't lie to me, said Haku angrily. The crimes Zabuza did are unforgivable, and the same applies to me. We were both used by the shinobi world, but the difference is we both fought to protect what was precious to us, said Naruto simply, and Haku saw the boy meant what he said. Was this really the boy, who killed 300 of his comrades? Was he really a criminal as people assumed he was? Zabuza and I both lost sight of ourselves, and kept on lying to ourselves. In his case, he kept on imitating that he didn't care about you, but it was the opposite. You have to accept who you are before it's too late, and I believe that there is still time for you to realize who you are, said Naruto seriously, and started walking towards the door. I don't have anything left to live. I even tormented innocent people of Wave for Zabuza-sama, said Haku shamefully. Then change your destiny with your power. Make sure Zabuza's sacrifice was not in vain. You can hate me forever, but if you make the people of Wave your precious people and fight to give them a better future, then I don't mind bearing your hatred, said Naruto with a small smile. A few tears came in the girl's eyes as she realized how much she meant to Zabuza, and she was precious to him too. Her heart felt free as the man she loved as a father gave his life in trying to give her a better future. Zabuza died as a good man, instead of a bloodthirsty swordsman. Thank you, Zabuza-sama, I will keep on living for you, and make amendments for my mistakes, thought Haku firmly. Seeing the smile on Haku's face made Naruto feel happier. This world was not as cruel as it looked. I can't change the past, but I can definitely change the future, Kurenai, said Naruto silently, and walked out of the door. Kurenai stood in front of her first response team. This was her first time leading such a big group of shinobi, and she wanted to do the right thing. She had 60 shinobi under her command, and more than half of them were Jonin. There were a few Chunin like Izumo, Kotetsu, and Jounins like Aoba, Anko, Gai, Hana Inuzuka, Genma, Asuma, Kakashi, and herself. She could see Naruto's friends were a little nervous as this was their first mission, well except for Sasuke and Sakura. Both the kids had been through hell once, and Sasuke had reverted back to his old self and hardly talked to anyone. He had become so cold that people liked to stay away from him. Even Sakura didn't talk with him much. Talking about the pink-haired girl, she looked a lot stronger than before. From the small build-up of her muscles and the rashes on her hands, it was a clear indication she had been training hard for the past few days. Shikamaru looked as lazy as ever, but she could see he was being cautious. Ino was trying to act tough for Kuji but was failing miserably. Hinata seemed to be a little more prepared than before. Maybe it was due to the fact that Neji was beside her along with Ko and a few other Hyuga branch family members. The other members of Team Guy were Lee and Tenten, one of whom was shouting loudly about flames of youth in Sakura's ears, and she chuckled a little when a small tick mark formed on the girl's forehead. Kurenai. Kakashi's voice snapped her out of her thoughts and she took a deep breath. She had to explain the plan. Listen up, tonight at 2200 hours, we will be moving in. Our intel shows Gato and his associates are located in District 10, somewhere in these buildings, said Kurenai seriously and pointed the targets on the map that was lying on the ground. Do we know their exact locations, Captain? Asked Shino flatly, and she was quite surprised that the Aburame was here. Well, he was a little weird, but among all his teammates he was the most trustworthy, as Hana was continuously trying to shut Kiba up. We don't know, Shino. The intel we received may not be correct. Gato is in this building and our prime objective is to capture him. We'll capture the rest too, assured Kurenai firmly. So, we are going in blind, said Aoba seriously. Yes, we currently have 2 hawks with us. Genma, as soon as we get Gato, you get on the bird with that scum and get out of there fast. Ordered Kurenai. Got it, but what about the other hawk? Asked Genma curiously. I'll provide air support and help the ground teams in escaping, when shit hits the fan, said Sakura firmly, and the Jounins looked at her seriously. Gaki, our first mission was against bandits, this time we are up against shinobi. They won't be easy to kill, you will be in a lot of danger, said Anko worriedly. I know the risks, but somebody has to do it. You taught me the mission is more important, and I want to do the right thing, said Sakura willingly, and Anko gave the girl a firm nod. All right, the rest of us, will be divided into small teams. Anko will be the leader of Scout 1, Guy you will take Squad 2, Aobai you take over Squad 3, Hana you take over Squad 4. All of you will make a perimeter around the target buildings and keep the enemy forces at bay, while I, Kakashi, and Asuma will infiltrate the respective target buildings and capture the targets. We will seal them in scrolls so we won't have to drag their asses back to Konoha. Watch where you fight, there are innocents in there, watch each other's back, and you will make it back alive, said Kurenai briefly. What about casualties? Asked Shikamaru tactfully. Damn you Nara, now is not the time for talking about such things. You will not leave any injured comrade behind, am I clear? Asked Kurenai flatly. Hi, said Shikamaru quickly, as he didn't want to be on the receiving end of her wrath. Any more questions? Asked Kurenai strictly, but no one answered, so she just walked away, leaving them to prepare for the mission. Kakashi looked at the direction in which Wave was located. Tonight was going to be one of the most difficult missions these young Genin would undertake. If only they had Naruto with them, then their morale would have been boosted. It'll be alright, said Anko affectionately and slipped her hand with his own, and a small smile came on the copy ninja's face. What would I do without you? Asked Kakashi with a small chuckle. You'll just spend your entire life reading porn, that's what, said Anko irritatingly, and Kakashi averted his eyes from her. I'm sorry, for not being there for you. I said, Kakashi regretfully, but was silenced when Anko grasped his hand firmly. Kakashi looked at his girlfriend, and soon-to-be wife, and was quite surprised when instead of seeing anger on her face, he saw a look of understanding. There is no need to apologize, you needed some time alone, and I accept that. When Orochimaru betrayed me, I cut all contacts with people, and what you are feeling right now is completely understandable to me, assured Anko calmly, and for once Kakashi was astonished by the level of understanding Anko had of people, and more importantly of him. Anko, thanks, said Kakashi gratefully, and gave her a light kiss on her cheek. It's going to cost you more than one simple kiss, for leaving me alone all this time, said Anko seductively, and a perverted smile came on Kakashi's face. On that we can agree. Ino, Kuji and Shikamaru were currently sitting under the shade of a tree, and they were a little tensed. Well, to be fair, Shikamaru was taking a nap as usual, while Ino and Kuji were currently having a small chat. Are there really many missing ninja and samurai in Wave? Asked Kuji worriedly. Come on, Kuji, we have our senseis with us. And you have trained so hard during these past few days, I'm sure we will accomplish this mission successfully, said Ino reassuringly. You should never underestimate the enemy, Ino-san, said Shino darkly, and a loud eep was heard from Ino as she jumped a few meters away on finding the Aburame standing right behind her, and she hadn't even realized it. Shino, don't scare me like that. Berated Ino angrily, but the Aburame didn't give her any answer. The small group were soon joined by Kiba and Hinata, and a small tch was heard from Shikamaru as Akamaru started licking him. Oi, Kuji, don't be so scared. We can kick those enemies back to hell, said Kiba proudly, and Kuji gave a weak nod. Still, it's going to be very dangerous out there, everyone, don't let your guard down any time. Shino is right, we must be cautious of the enemy, said Shikamaru seriously. We, will Shikamaru-kun. All of us have gotten stronger, said Hinata shyly. Says the one who fainted on her first mission, as always you are pathetic Hyuga, you're all talk, I wouldn't be so confident if a weakling like you is watching my back, said a voice irritatingly. Everyone was quite surprised when they saw Sasuke standing on top of the tree, and the look he was giving Hinata was of pure hatred. Oi, team, don't insult my teammate, said Kiba angrily. Sasuke-san, it would be wise if you kept your thoughts to yourself. Hinata may not be as cold as you, but she is a comrade and we believe in her, said Shino flatly. Comrades? There is no such thing as comrades. When you're out there, it's a fight to survive, you kill or be killed. You guys have not seen anything, but it will be interesting when the reality of this world hits you, said Sasuke arrogantly, and walked away. Everyone was quite stunned after hearing that. Hinata was already on the verge of tears, while the others were trying to contemplate the meaning behind Sasuke's words. Troublesome, that guy, said Shikamaru in an annoyed tone. Shikamaru, what if Sasuke is right? Asked Ino nervously, and the Nara just shot her an annoyed glare. I don't care if he is right or not, he has no right to insult her like this, said Kiba angrily, and was just about to go towards the Uchiha when a voice stopped him. It's no use talking to him, Kiba, said a voice sadly, and this time the rookies were again surprised when Sakura was sitting on the branch of a tree, and none of them had realized she had been present from the start. What do you mean? Asked Kiba in an annoyed voice, and the young Haruno jumped on the ground. It's exactly as I said, Sasuke has changed. Ever since Naruto defected from Konoha, he has lost faith in everything. Naruto was the only person who understood him, and now he has gone too, just like his older brother Itachi. All of you should know what that means, said Sakura seriously. He's more unstable than before, said Shino flatly, and Sakura gave a tired sigh. You could say that, but still it would be good if you guys remained cautious out there. If not for Anko, Kurenai and Naruto's training, me and Sasuke wouldn't have made it past the first mission. It's dark out there, so we'll have to watch each other's backs, and don't hesitate. Ino, Hinata, I know you guys are good kunoichi, and want to protect your comrades, so kill whoever tries to harm your team, said Sakura as gently as possible. Ino couldn't believe what she just heard. Was this the same Sakura that used to get bullied during her childhood, or the one who was her #1 competitor for Sasuke's affection? She's so different, now that I think about it. Every member of Team 7 have changed a lot after he left. Thought Ino sadly. I just want to protect everyone, said a tearful Hinata. Sakura, do you believe in our abilities? Asked Shikamaru straightforwardly, but one look in the young girl's eyes gave him the answer. I don't know whether to trust in my own abilities or the choices of the comrades I trust. No one knows how it will turn out, said Sakura coldly, and walked away from the group. Watching Sakura leave made the other rookies question their own beliefs. Were they really true shinobi? Naruto watched the vast ocean that surrounded wave. It was so peaceful out here, no politics, no missions. The calm breeze that was flowing all around him made him feel better. Nono was right, I'm going to retire from Anbu after this mission. I'll try to start a new life, said Naruto hopefully. Naruto, can I ask you something? Asked Kurama hesitantly. This had to be done. What's it, Kurama? Ask freely, said Naruto freely, as another cool breeze brought a smile on his face. What do you feel about this world? Do you think that the current system of shinobi is right? Asked Kurama seriously, and this time Naruto thought about the question a little suspiciously. What was his friend up to? I won't lie, this world is dark, corrupt, people betray each other for power, money and many other things, and there is a lot of hatred in this world, said Naruto truthfully. I see, said Kurama disappointingly. But there are more good things in this world. Where there is darkness there is light, where there is hatred there is love. When people betray you there are also those who help you. My life is a prime example of both the light and dark sides of this world, said Naruto with a small smile. Would you believe in the same thing if you lost someone close to you again, like Shin and Sai? I don't know what goes on in your mind, even if I'm sealed in you, I don't know what path you will take, said Kurama honestly. He's hiding something. Thought Naruto sharply, but decided to keep quiet for now. It will be painful, but I'm not going to give up. Everyone believes in me, and if I lose someone very close to me and if I'm unable to live without them, then I'll find a way to bring them back, that's a promise. There is enough pain and sadness in this world, I don't want to cause any more suffering, said Naruto seriously, and Kurama's eyes widened on hearing that. Naruto, you, said Kurama proudly, and his partner just gave him a nod. Silence followed for a few more minutes as Naruto just observed the calm blue ocean in front of him, while Kurama contemplated the answer he received from his container until. What are you hiding? Asked Naruto dangerously, and the bijou suddenly felt cornered. There is nothing to hide, I just wanted to know how you feel, said Kurama evasively, but the answer was not satisfactory for his friend as his glare just intensified. Don't lie to me, not you. We've been through hell together, there should be no secrets between us, said Naruto seriously, and Kurama felt a little ashamed on hearing that. Could he let such secrets continue any longer, even after knowing Naruto's thoughts about the world? He even said he would bring his precious people back, and if it was someone like Rei then he doubted anything could stop Naruto. Hell, he might just become another Rikudo Sennin if it meant bringing his daughter back. The question was, What choice was Kurama supposed to make now? Believe in Itachi, and prevent another Madara from being born, or believe in Naruto to choose the right path? I can't lie anymore, I'm not like Danzo, neither am I Kami, and I don't have any right to choose how he lives his life. I'll let him decide his own path. Thought Kurama firmly, and prepared himself to reveal the dark truth that he had been hiding from Naruto. He knew by doing this, there was a chance that his friendship with Naruto would be destroyed and he was putting the world at risk, but he would rather let this cruel world burn rather than betray the person who understood him the most after the Rikudo Sennin. Naruto, I need to tell you something. Naruto Niiken. A little blonde girl came running and knocked Naruto flat on the ground, and a small smile came on Naruto's face as he saw the vibrant smile on Ria's face. It's good to see you, Ria-chan, said Naruto affectionately, and another person stepped in the room. I brought her here as you asked, she seems to like you, said Haku calmly. There was no bitterness in her voice but there was no sympathy either. It was never easy to forgive a person who killed someone close to you, even if the battle was fair. Where were you, Ni-chan? I waited for you so long, said Ria with a small pout, and Naruto just ruffled her blonde hair gently. Well, I did have to make some arrangements for you. Haku-san and you are going somewhere else, there are other kids like you there. You'll get food, water, there is a lovely lady called Nono there who'll look after you and teach you, said Naruto cheerfully, and the happiness in the girl's eyes increased. Does he really care about her, or is there a motive behind this too? Thought Haku skeptically. She was still wary of trusting this man, but she did care about the little girl as she was innocent and had nothing to do with their world. You'll be coming with us, right? Asked Ria innocently, and Naruto looked at her lovingly. I have some work to do, but I'll promise we will meet each other very soon, Imoto said Naruto firmly, and the girl brought her little pinky finger in front of him. Pinky promise? Asked Rei seriously. Huh? Asked a confused Naruto, what did that mean? And why was she holding her finger in front of him? Staying in Root for so many years had deprived him of the understanding of how kids feel. He was never a kid and had to mature faster than anyone, and even if he shared a close bond with Konohamaru, he still didn't know how to behave with young girls like Ria. He was quite surprised when Haku came forward, and grasped his small finger firmly and entwined her with Ria's very own. It's a promise, said Haku lovingly, and Ria hugged both of them happily. Naruto hugged Ria back, and a small tear slipped from his eyes. He had not felt so much better in days. Was this how a man felt when he had a daughter? Rei. He didn't know what he was thinking, but looking at Ria made him remember the little girl in Root Anbu uniform. Was his dream a real truth? Did a girl called Rei really exist? I'll go pack a few more of my toys that Haku-ne-chan brought me, said Ria cheerfully, and quickly went to get her toys. You're not a criminal, are you? Asked Haku gently, and Naruto was a little surprised on hearing that. What makes you think that? I'm a killer, don't be delusional, said Naruto defiantly, but the raven-haired girl saw through his mask. A killer, or a criminal won't save a girl like Ria. A criminal or a murderer won't have the same love in his eyes that a father has for his daughter. I can see who you really are, Naruto Hatake, said Haku with a small smirk, making Naruto leave a tired sigh. Just get the girl to the orphanage, I've already talked with Nono, both of you are welcome there. If you want, she is willing to offer you a place there, you can help the orphan kids there, because you know what it's like to be alone, said Naruto suggestively, and Haku thought about the offer. Maybe I can look after the kids there, this way I can spend some time alone, and can also look after Ria, thought Haku carefully. She just needed some time away from Wave Country, and staying with young kids and helping them was 1,000 times better than seeing criminals roaming freely in Wave. I'll get the girl to the orphanage safely, and maybe, said Haku hesitantly, and Naruto nodded as he understood what she was trying to say. He looked at the setting sun in the sky, and he used his sensor skills. He could feel the numerous missing ninjas' chakra in Wave, and he increased the radius and was now trying to feel any chakra signatures outside Wave. They must be here by now, thought Naruto seriously. And there they were. He could feel 60 signatures hiding in the small forest. He could feel a very familiar chakra signature, one which was a little similar to his own. Sasuke, Sakura, Anko, Kakashi, Ino, Shikamaru, Hinata, Shino, Kiba, Kuji. It seems everyone has arrived. He had not expected the Hokage to send so many Genin considering their opponents were missing ninjas, but since most of Konoha's forces had been sent to the front, Hiruzen must have had no choice but to send them. His eyes widened in shock when he felt that chakra, standing away from the others. What the hell was she doing here? He could never forget this chakra, nor the person to whom it belonged to. There must be a specific reason she was here. He just hoped his crow had told her the truth. A part of his heart was forcing him to meet her immediately, but the rational part of his mind was telling him to control himself and not blow his cover in front of the other Konoha shinobi. Why did you spare me? I want to know the truth. Zabuza-sama is dead and no one will notice if you break the promise. Why? Asked Haku curiously. It's because you remind me of my older self, said Naruto truthfully. What do you mean? Asked Haku with a frown. How were both of them similar? You dedicated your entire life to Zabuza and in this you lost sight of yourself, and my path was a little similar. I couldn't even understand the person I loved the most, but I want to change that. After my battle with Zabuza, I was reminded of who I truly was, and I believe I can walk a different path than what I had thought before. I'll make my own ninja way, said Naruto confidently, and his hands clenched tightly. A small smile came on Haku's face and she stepped forward and was now standing beside Naruto, and looking at the calm ocean of wave made her feel relaxed. You're right. It was pitch black, the sky was dark as there was no moon to enlighten it. The citizens of Wave were sleeping peacefully unaware of the ninjas that were going to attack their country in a matter of a few minutes. Kurenai and her group of shinobi were stealthily approaching the docks of Wave country. Genma and Sakura were flying high in the air waiting for the signal to attack. The docks approached near and she raised her hand and all of her soldiers stopped running and waited patiently. Eyes sharp, breaths fast, hands on their weapons ready to kill the enemy. The rookies watched closely as Kurenai pointed her finger forward. Hinata was quite surprised when Tokumo Hyuga, a member of her clan, stepped forward and was now beside Kurenai. She saw him performing the hand seal and the next instant his Byakugan activated. It was known to all members of the Hyuga clan that Tokuma had the best eyes in their entire clan, and the Hokage had assigned him to the strike team, but she believed it was her father who had put him on this mission so that he could protect her. Captain, the docks are clear. There are 10 guards outside the docks, but judging from the level of chakra, they are low Chunin level ninja, said Tokuma accurately. What about the rooftops? From the reports we have, it was mentioned that there were many enemy ninja on the rooftops. Asked Kurenai strictly, and Tokuma diverted his eyes to the designated areas. Yes, there are many ninja up there. Most of them are awake and alert, going in there now would blow our cover, said Tokuma flatly. Kurenai gave the man a thankful nod and he went back with his squad. Kiba, what do you think will happen now? Asked a nervous Ino, her heartbeat was increasing every minute. There were enemy ninja out there, and none of them had ever been in combat. We're going to kick their asses, said Kiba boastfully, and the next instant Hana gave him a hard bop on his head. Foolish little moot, keep your mouth shut, said Hana irritatingly, and Kiba growled in return. Fine, said Kiba quickly when Hana put a kunai on his neck. Why was her brother so childish? They were on a real mission right now. Looking at the faces of the other genin made her sigh tiredly. Things were going to get real ugly. All of them were broken out of their thoughts when Kurenai started speaking on a small device. Genma, Sakura, both of you move forward. Your primary targets are the shinobi on the rooftops. Genma, use your shuriken jutsu, Sakura, use your arrows, be as quiet as possible. I'll be following with the others as soon as you strike, ordered Kurenai firmly. Hi, Captain Kurenai, said Sakura and Genma in unison. As soon as the order was given, Kakashi immediately stepped forward and looked at Kurenai firmly. Kurenai, going in there blind is suicide. Even if Genma and Sakura take out a few, we would still be outnumbered. The enemy has the strategic advantage here, please reconsider, requested Kakashi urgently. I'm well aware of that, that is why I want all of you to wait here for 1 minute. I'll go ahead and perform a new technique that I have developed, it will put the enemy forces in disarray and then you charge with the rest of the force, said Kurenai smartly. I understand, but I think you should take a few men with you. You're the leader, and taking such risks, said Kakashi seriously, but was cut off when Kurenai glared at him. Kakashi, I know what I am doing. I've trained day and night for this, and you're forgetting that I am the best Jinjutsu specialist of Konoha. Stealth is my weapon. Explained Kurenai briefly, and Kakashi nodded a bit reluctantly. Everyone saw the 2 birds on which Sakura and Genma were etching closer to their targets, and the next instant Kurenai performed a few hand seals and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Everyone, stand fast, we'll be moving in 1 minute, ordered Kakashi quickly. Slowly all the ninjas armed themselves, and waited for the battle to begin. Kakashi saw the fearful looks on the Genin's face, and memories of his first mission came flooding in his mind. These kids were young, and this was their first battle. He stepped forward and looked at Sasuke, Kiba, Ino, Shino and the rest of the rookies. All of you are very brave, you have trained for this day. I don't care what differences you had in the past with each other, but from here on out, you all are comrades. We are up against a tough enemy, and I want each of you to watch each other's backs. Is that clear? Asked Kakashi gently, and he received hesitant nods from the nervous Jinan. Kakashi-sensei, said Hinata and Kuji nervously, and the veteran ninja put a gentle hand on both of their heads. Don't worry Hinata, Kuji, I swear to all of you that I won't let any of you die. I won't leave you behind, and that's a promise, said Kakashi with an eye smile, and a small tear slipped from the eyes of the young Jinan. A small smile came on Anko's face as she saw Kakashi giving the young Jinan strength. This was the man she loved. Despite all his flaws, Kakashi was a good person. It's time, said Aoba seriously. Kurenai stealthily hid behind a small boat in the docks. Her murderous red eyes were fixed on the 10 lazy chunin that were guarding the entrance of the docks. Let's do this, said Kurenai confidently. She quickly performed a set of hand seals and molded her chakra swiftly. Megan, Jubaku Satsu, demonic illusion, tree binding death. The next moment the chunin guards were shocked when giant trees erupted beside them, and in a flash the branches of the trees entangled themselves around their entire bodies. The helpless missing ninjas tried to break out, they even tried to scream, but their mouths were blocked, and in a matter of 2 minutes all of them lay dead on the floor, their bodies cold as ice, but there was a terrified expression on their faces. Kurenai quickly stepped past those bodies. Her genjutsu was a success as her enemies had been killed without any sound. She was quite surprised when she saw 3 ninjas on the house nearby, and they were trying to see what had happened. But it was very dark, so they were having difficulties, which gave her the chance to quickly take out 3 shuriken, which she launched quickly at them. Thud thud thud. The weapons hit the ninjas right in the head, and they fell dead on the rooftop. It seems your training of shuriken jutsu was indeed helpful, thought Kurenai proudly, and jumped on the rooftop. She quickly had to hide herself as she spotted numerous ninjas on nearby rooftops and some even on the streets patrolling the entire area. She took a deep breath in order to stabilize her chakra. If this technique worked, then her soldiers could quickly curb stomp the front lines of the enemy. Kurenai knew she had to say something to increase the morale of the young Jinan and her squad, but the fact was she was not Naruto. She wanted the young Jinan to become ninja in their own way. Instead of giving them false hopes, she wanted them to see their world with their own eyes. And after tonight, she was sure the rookies were going to change, for better or worse, she didn't know. She gathered a large amount of her chakra, and performed a set of hand seals quickly. She had developed a lot of genjutsu in order to prepare herself to face Naruto, and combine that with her increased physical strength and talent in taijutsu, she was sure he was in for a tough fight. And these ninjas were no match for a skilled ninja like her, who relied purely on stealth instead of flashy jutsu. Heigai Moso no Jutsu, paranoia technique. She watched victoriously as her genjutsu started affecting the missing ninjas in the entire area. Some of them were swaying heavily, while others were behaving as if they had lost their minds. Kurenai, we are in position, orders? Asked Genma quickly, and a devious look came on her face. Kill them all. Kakashi saw many arrows and shuriken falling from the sky with the help of his Sharingan, and this was the signal he was waiting for. Let's go, said the veteran Sharingan warrior quickly, and the entire force divided into small groups which headed in different directions of Wave Country. The ninjas advanced quickly and entered Wave Country to destroy their enemies. On a high rooftop a young boy observed the nearby surroundings with a calculative gaze. He could feel the numerous chakra signatures infiltrating Wave, and he knew the battle had begun right on time. His dark blue eyes were looking in the direction where he felt the chakra he was looking for, and it was approaching his position slowly. Stealthy as ever, you have not changed, Kurenai thought Naruto with a small smirk. What are you going to do? Asked Kurama seriously. He would tell Naruto the truth after his meeting with Kurenai. It's time I stopped running and faced my past. But before that, said Naruto murderously as his eyes shifted to a nearby building where Gato was sleeping peacefully. With Squad 1, Anko's squad. Anko and her small group of ninjas were running straight through the western district with the objective of securing the area. She looked at her squad and was mostly satisfied. Sasuke was prepared, and she doubted anything was going to stop this boy. His experience in the past mission was helping him a lot. Behind the Uchiha was Izumo, and the young Chunin was fairly comfortable as he had been on such missions before, and the same could be said for the 4 Hyugas in the rear. Even the shy Hinata seemed a little confident that before. Maybe it was due to the fact that her brother Neji was beside her. Take them out, said Anko quickly as she saw a group of 30 shinobi charging right at her. The next second Sasuke jumped high in the air, and Anko saw a shuriken in his hand and she immediately realized what he was up to. Shadow Shuriken no Jutsu. The next instant numerous shuriken were fired straight at the approaching missing ninjas, but it seemed they were prepared for it as a few of them had already performed a set of hand seals. Doten Doryuki, Earth Release, Mud Wall Jutsu. All the shuriken were effortlessly blocked by the large earth wall that rose in front of the missing ninjas. Everyone, fight carefully. These are not bandits or thugs, they are ninjas, warned Anko loudly. The next instant many enemy ninja jumped over their earthen wall and fired a lot of their kunai, shuriken straight at them. Neji. The young Hyuga stepped quickly in front of his squad and the rest his comrades watched in shock as he performed his jutsu. Hakushu Kaiden. Hinata and the rest of the Hyuga were quite astonished when the young branch member deflected each and every projectile aimed at his squad, by rotating quickly. Ni-san, you are so strong, thought Hinata in awe. Hinata, don't let your guard down, said Neji loudly as a ninja shunshined right beside her. Slash. Neji was quite surprised when he saw the missing ninja falling dead on the ground with a kunai lodged straight in his head, and it was fired by Sasuke. HN. This was the only reply he got from Sasuke before the young Uchiha charged forward along with the rest of the Hyuga. Despite his uncaring and cold nature, the Uchiha had protected his sister and that shocked Neji. With Squad 2, Guy's Squad. Dynamiku Entry, Dynamic Entry. A loud crushing noise was heard as Guy gave a devastating kick to a shinobi that sent him crashing on a nearby wall. Dynamiku Entry, Dynamic Entry. Guy was quite surprised when the enemy beside him received the same devastating kick and was taken down instantly. His eyes beamed with pride when he saw his favorite student beside him. Yosh. Well done, Lee, let's show them the power of youth, said Guy enthusiastically. Lee was wearing a green spandex and had the same hairstyle as his sensei. It was as if he was a mini Guy. The young Jinan gave Guy a vibrant smile in return. Hi, sensei, let's show them the power of youth. I'll take out each and every one of them. If I'm not able to do that, then I'll run all around wave 5 times, said Lee cheerfully, and a few tears came in the Jounin's eyes. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Will you two shut up? Screamed Tenten angrily and she fired another round of her kunai at the enemies. The rest of their squad also started engaging the enemy forces. She was grateful that Sakura and Genma were already eliminating the ninjas on the rooftops and were making their way to Gato's headquarters. Come on, Tenten, show your youth to your youthful opponents, said Lee cheerfully. Lame. This was the only thing that crossed across Tenten's mind as she looked at her teammate and sensei's antics, even during battle. With Squad 3, Aoba's squad. Aoba blocked a swipe of his opponent's kunai, and kicked him hard in the face, while launching a kunai straight in the enemy's face that killed him instantly. There they are. He was quite shocked when a large number of shinobi started approaching his squad from all sides. Troublesome, we need to fall back, said Shikamaru urgently as he blocked a kunai aimed at Kuji. We need to get out of here, they'll kill us all, said a fearful Kuji as he dodged another punch from his opponent, and gave him a sharp kick in return. The Akimichi boy felt really horrible when he saw the number of dead bodies around him. Everywhere around him was blood, and the terrifying screams was making him shiver in fear. Shikamaru, left side, yelled Ino loudly. The Nara boy ducked instantly as a hail of kunai passed just an inch above his head. If not for Ino's warning he would have been dead. Gah! Fuck! Shikamaru and Ino's eyes widened in horror when they saw Kuji and Ikumi falling flat on the ground with numerous kunai impaled across their entire bodies. Kuji! The young Jinan rushed towards their fallen comrades quickly. Tears were already dropping from Ino's eyes as she saw blood flowing from Kuji's bodies. He was hit really bad, a kunai in the chest, one in the stomach, and a few on his hands and legs. Shikamaru was in a state of shock on seeing his best friend lying there on the floor. Time had just stopped for him. His mind was being flooded by all the time he spent with Kuji, and now. What's their status? Asked Aoba loudly, as he killed another with his kunai cutting across the enemy's throat. The next instant Kotetsu, who was fighting nearby, jumped towards the two fallen Jinan. He put his finger straight on the necks of Kuji and Ikumo. What's their status? Yelled Aoba angrily, as he did not receive any answer. They're down. With Squad 4, Hana squad. Hana blocked a punch from her opponent, and in twist broke his entire arm followed by a kick to his groin. The missing ninja dropped on his knees and screamed in pain, and she grabbed his neck and in a flash twisted it entirely with the man's body falling on the ground. Her gaze softened a little when she saw how terrified Kiba was. Despite his loud and brash attitude, he was still a young kid. A kid who was struggling to survive. Haijutsu, Mushidama. Shino launched a group of bugs at the nearby enemies which instantly started to drain their chakra. Ah! Get them off me! Kiba just froze in his place as he saw bodies upon bodies falling in front of him. Blood was being spilled everywhere and he just didn't know what to do. Shino tapped Kiba lightly on his shoulder, and the shocked Inuzuka looked at his teammate with a terrified expression on his face. Kiba, get yourself together. We need to support the squad. Don't freak out now, said Shino hastily and went ahead to support Hana. Woof. Akamaru's bark brought him out of shock, and he looked at his partner, and the dog was giving him an encouraging look. Kiba saw how Hana and Shino were fighting. He also noticed the slight blood dropping from Hana's hands as she was injured. Something in him changed as he saw the injury on his sister's body. His blood boiled when he saw a group of ninja on the rooftops who were aiming to kill Hana and his squad. Akamaru, let's go. Woof. The Inuzuka and his partner quickly jumped in the air, and the enemies on the roof were quite surprised when a small tornado approached them. Gatsuga, fang over fang. Hana was shocked when the entire rooftop of the building in front of her was destroyed, but the shock on her face soon turned into a proud smile when she saw Kiba and Akamaru emerging from the debris, and her brother gave her a cocky smile. Moron, said Hana gently, and wiped a small tear that had came in her eye. Kiba. Hana's eyes widened in horror when she heard Shino scream, and she was mortified when she saw an exploding tag glowing on Kiba's roof. Boom. With the aerial team, Sakura and Genma. Sakura fired another round of her exploding arrows and watched in satisfaction as they blew apart a squad of enemy ninja trying to attack Guy's squad. She fired another hail of her kunai and shuriken. It was just a diversionary tactic, and she was proved right again as the enemy started deflecting the projectiles and in doing so left themselves open for attacks. They next instant Scout 2 jumped on them and tore them to pieces. Sakura, I'm going to support Squad 3 Aoba's squad. They are in deep shit. If things get worse, I'll get the squad out of there. You stay here and help Guy's squad in advancing, yelled Genma urgently. Hi, sensei. I'll keep them safe, said Sakura promisingly, and Genma gave the young girl a thumbs up. Good luck, kid, said Genma gently, and started moving with his bird to Aoba's location. Sakura gave the elite Jounin a small nod before firing another one of her arrows straight across an enemy's head. She was quite surprised when a small group of enemy ninja were trying to approach Guy's squad from behind. I won't let you, said Sakura murderously, and prepared another bunch of arrows. Boom. Sakura's eyes widened in horror when she saw Genma's bird being struck by a lightning jutsu, and it started falling straight towards the ground. Captain Kurenai, Genma's down, said Sakura urgently on her device. No response. Captain, said Sakura quickly, but it seemed the device was not working at her height. She saw Genma crashing on the ground, and from the looks of it, many shinobi were heading towards his position. It all came down to her now. What choice was she supposed to make? She looked at Guy's squad who were quickly moving towards Gato's headquarters from the east side. If she covered Guy's squad, then Genma would die, and if she went to save Genma, Squad 2 would be left open for attacks. Fuck. With Kurenai. The young captain quickly sliced her sword across an enemy's throat as his blood spilled across her face, but she didn't stop as she caught an enemy's kunai with her bare hands and in one quick motion struck her sword right in his gut. She had already reached Gato's headquarters while wiping out every enemy that came in her way. It was her job to capture that scum, while Kakashi and Asuma rounded up the rest of the targets. The squads were advancing quickly. She knew some of her men would have died by now, but this was the harsh truth which they faced every day. But everything would be worth it when they got the scum called Gato. Die. She ducked quickly as two ninja tried to swipe her head with their swords, however they were both shocked when she grabbed their legs and flipped them high in the air. The next instant their heads rolled down on the floor, and she wiped the blood that was on her sword. Just a little longer, he should be up there, thought Kurenai seriously. Two ninjas appeared in front of her and performed a set of hand seals quickly, and she realized those hand seals quickly. Katen, Gokakyu no Jutsu Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. A large fireball engulfed Kurenai in its fire and a victorious smile spread on her opponents' faces. Got the bitch, Retsu, said one of the ninja with a smirk. Oh? Both the ninjas' breath got caught in their throats when a cold metal was pointed at their necks from behind, and they were shocked further when they saw the kurenai in front of them dispersing into petals. Genjutsu. This was their last thought before kurenai sliced their necks as a pool of blood sprayed in the room. Everyone underestimates genjutsu, a pity, said kurenai coldly. She started running across the stairs quickly. The top floor was close and she knew Gato would be there. Sakura and Genma had already cut off Gato's escape route, so the only safe place for that little shit would be this building. But something seemed strange. The building seemed empty. She had expected a few more of Gato's men trying to defend him. As soon as she stepped on the next floor, she was quite surprised when numerous bodies were lying in front of her. She bent a little and checked the blood on the floor. It was not thick. Usually after a certain hours of death, the blood freezes and becomes thick. So it only meant one thing. They have been killed recently, but who? Said kurenai suspiciously. She knew no person of her team was here. They were all fighting someplace else. Gato's headquarters was the toughest enemy stronghold and she had ordered them to support her while she cleared it out. But during her entire assault, she had faced only a handful of enemies, and her instincts were telling her that something was wrong. She looked around but nobody was there. There was no noise or even any movement, and this creeped her out. It was as if she was in a horror house, and was being closely watched. I need to get moving, said kurenai firmly, and started climbing the last stairs to reach Gato's office. She grasped her sword firmly as she Gato's office in front of her now, along with the two dead bodies lying near the door. She silently and carefully started walking towards the door. This was it, her target would be right across this door. The question was Gato alive or dead? If alive, then why was he not running? And if not, then who killed him? So many questions were racing across her mind, and a small bead of sweat rolled across her face and she took a deep breath, as her hand reached the knob of the office's door. 3, 2, 1, now. In one quick motion she opened the door and brought her sword forward in order to block the attack that she was expecting, but she was proved wrong yet again. The entire room was dark, and she could not even see her own hands in such darkness. She took a step forward, eyes sharp, and her hands placed firmly on her sword, but nothing happened. She was quite surprised when her leg struck something, and when she looked down, she saw two bodies on the floor. She bent down a little and her guess was these were Gato's personal bodyguards. But where was Gato? She carefully got up, and went forward, and as she edged further she could hazily see a person tied to a small chair. She already had a wild guess but decided to confirm her suspicions. The young captain stepped forward and turned the chair, and her suspicions were proved right when she saw who the man was. It was Gato. She quickly checked his pulse and was relieved on seeing that the little bastard was alive, but was knocked unconscious. This raised another question in her mind. Who did all this? Asked kurenai sharply. Her eyes widened in horror when a dark pair of red eyes activated in the right corner of the room, and when she looked closely a shiver ran across her entire body. Those eyes! Thought a horrified kurenai, as right now she was staring at a very familiar 3 Tomoe Sharingan. The sound of light footsteps were heard in the room as the person slowly came forward, and her worst fears came true when she saw his face. It's been a long time, kurenai. Chapter 43. The Sorrowful Reunion. In a dark room, two pair of eyes glared at each other. Time had seemed to stop as the two ninja in their room looked at each other in the eyes. It seemed like an eternity as their eyes just glared at each other. Kurenai looked in the dark red pair of Sharingan eyes. In the past those eyes used to make her feel safe, but now the only thing they made her feel was anger. A lot of anger. Naruto looked in kurenai's dark ruby eyes and words couldn't describe how happy he was on seeing her. Even if the room was dark he could see her clearly, but he also didn't miss the sea of anger in them, and irked him a little. Uchiha Naruto, what are you doing here, traitor? Asked kurenai venomously, and a part of his heart broke on hearing her say that. It was funny, he was probably one of the most loyal ninja of Konoha, and yet the entire world viewed him as a traitor. Even the person closest to him had the same opinion. Hello, kurenai, said Naruto gently, and his calm voice seemed to anger her even more as he saw her grip on her sword tightening. I asked you a question, traitor? Asked kurenai murderously, and Naruto sensed her chakra rising to danger levels which only meant one thing. Can we please stop with the genjutsu, kurenai? Asked Naruto tiredly as he felt a cold metal on his back, and a smirking kurenai was standing right behind him. However, she was quite surprised when he disappeared in a flock of crows. It seems he is still strong in genjutsu, there's no choice, thought Kurenai tactfully. Naruto, stop hiding outside the window, I want to face you, not your stupid clone, said Kurenai angrily, and she heard a small HN from outside. TCH, said the clone, standing in front of her, and disappeared in a puff of smoke as the real Naruto stood in the window. As the dim light in the sky fell on his body, she saw he was wearing a dark black cloak over his entire body and dark blue pants. Surprisingly, he did not have his face mask on, and she could clearly see he was still good looking, but then her eyes shifted to the headband on his head. A crossed headband. So, it was all true. Did you really did all this, Naruto? Did you kill 300 Anbu of our village and stole the forbidden scroll? Answer me, yelled Kurenai ferociously, and she heard a tired sigh escaping from his mouth. Yes. Boom. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as Kurenai destroyed the entire window and the wall around it, with a single punch. If I had not jumped, it would have turned really ugly, she's serious. I need to put an end to this quickly for both of us, thought Naruto seriously as he landed on the surface of the ocean. Gado's building was right beside the ocean so that he could escape from the sea in case of an attack. The young captain's eyes spotted a lot of ships burning in the near distance, and he realized Kurenai's soldiers must have destroyed the escaped ships. And there was only one person who could do this much destruction. Sakura, said Naruto with a small smile as he remembered his friend. He wondered how much had she changed? Splash. He heard a small splash behind him, and he didn't have to look behind to see who it was. Kurenai was right behind him, and he saw she was wearing her regular jounin uniform, but there was a large white haori on her back, and he spotted the words Captain written on her back, and it brought a true smile on his face. But when she looked at him with her murderous ruby eyes, he realized she was not here to talk. I'm going to drag you back to Konoha where you will be punished for your crimes, said Kurenai coldly, and now stood in front of him. Kurenai. The time for talking is over, said Kurenai furiously. Clang. Metal clashed against metal as Kurenai's sword was blocked by Naruto's kunai, while her left hand was being held firmly by his left hand. So, she brought me near a water source to fight with me on even grounds. My fire style against her water style. Deduced Naruto tactfully, as he tightened his grip on her hand while she tried to push him further. Naruto, you need to tell her quickly, this can turn really ugly, advised Kurama urgently. I don't think she wants that, said Naruto sadly. The next instant Kurenai used her left leg to give him a sharp kick on the ribs, but he easily spotted her movement with his Sharingan and blocked it with his leg. HN. Naruto was alarmed when he saw the smirk on her face, and his fears were proved correct when he saw hundreds of senbon coming towards him from the sky, and it was fired by one of her clones. Shit, she formed a water clone without hand seals. She wants to take down both of us, thought Naruto quickly. He knew those senbon would indeed have paralyzing poison on them. She was really serious on capturing him and was even willing to harm herself. I'm not letting you go, said Kurenai seriously, and she tightened her grip on his hands to the point blood started leaking out of his skin. The senbon edged closer, and what happened next shocked Kurenai to the core. Amaterasu. In a flash the shape of Naruto's Sharingan changed into a shuriken, and when she looked up, she was quite alarmed when all her senbon as well as her water clone were being burned in some mysterious black fire. She felt a harsh kick being delivered on her stomach that knocked her a few feet away, as her opponent backflipped a few meters away. What is going on? Thought Kurenai painfully, as she started healing the bruises on her stomach. Listen to me, Kurenai, you are making a mistake, said Naruto painfully, as he felt his entire body being burned from the inside. Kurenai watched in surprise as blood leaked from his left eye like a river and he was panting harshly, but still his eyes were the same weird shape which she had seen a moment before. The raven-haired genjutsu mistress was quite shocked when Naruto dropped on one of his knees and coughed up a lot of blood. What are you doing? Asked Kurenai warily. From her past with Naruto she knew genjutsu was his weapon and what she was seeing might just be an illusion. Naruto tried to look at her but his vision was blurry, because right now he was seeing three Kurenais in front of him and they too looked hazy to him. Don't use your mangekyo, your body can't take it anymore, said Kurama sternly, and Naruto tried to stand back up. Suten, Hanryu, water release, rapid crasher. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the sound of a tidal wave approaching his position. He could not see properly but performed a set of hand seals quickly. Kaden, Gokakyu no Jutsu fire style, fireball jutsu. He used his sensor abilities and pointed the right spot from which the tidal wave was coming and a large fireball was fired from his mouth, and he was proved right as both the jutsus clashed with a loud bang. and steam flowed everywhere. To his bad luck, mist started floating everywhere around him, and combine that with his blurry vision put him at a real disadvantage. She copied my silent killing technique too, just how strong is she? Thought Naruto in wonder. He took out a small kunai to defend himself from any attacks. It all seemed like a déjà vu to him, being caught in one of his most prized techniques. Naruto knew Kurenai was a talented jounin, but it seemed she had trained like hell in these past months and had greatly developed her skills. A sharp noise was heard, followed by another, and Naruto's eyes widened in shock when he felt numerous weapons cutting across his entire body, and the fact was they were laced with lightning chakra, which sent jolts of shock across his entire body. The next instant he suddenly lost his balance as someone dragged him below the water. "Fuck!" screamed Naruto in pain as a kunai was stabbed right in his chest. He kicked his attacker and jumped straight towards the surface, and he was quite surprised when he saw a smirking Kurenai in front of him. "It's over," said Kurenai victoriously, and her assumptions were proved correct when he dropped flat on the floor. "What did you do to me?" asked Naruto in a rough voice. He couldn't feel a damn thing in his body. "You are paralyzed right now. I'm not stupid enough to fight you head on, but you are holding back." "Why?" asked Kurenai flatly. "Because I don't want to harm you," said a voice behind her in a cold tone. Kurenai's eyes widened in horror when she saw Naruto standing behind her. He had already lost his cloak and as a result was bare-chested, and she could clearly see the scars on his chest and his well-toned body, but one thing that shocked her to the core was the Anbu tattoo on his right bicep. She didn't know what was going on. Kurenai looked at the Naruto that was lying on the ground and it disappeared in the ocean, a Mizu Bunshine. "How?" asked Kurenai with a frown. Clones used to get destroyed on even a slight attack, and yet his clone stood so many attacks. "Look where we are standing, it's the sea. I can control my water clone and can send as much chakra as I want to him as through the water. It might be difficult for normal shinobi, but for a sensor like me it is not that difficult. Due to constantly receiving chakra from me it could withstand all your attacks. You have grown stronger. To think you would push me to use the Mangekyo," said Naruto proudly, and this time Kurenai caught the word Mangekyo. She analyzed every moment of their fight and everything started to get clear for her. "When our water and fire just clashed, you used those 5 seconds to replace yourself with a water clone, but you took off your cloak in order to completely hide yourself in the water, while I fought with your clone. The more I look at you, at your eyes, I don't know who you are not the Chunin Naruto I knew, the one that was the leader of Team 7, said Kurenai sharply, and Naruto gave her a praising look. "Accurate as always, no wonder you were made a captain of the team leading this mission," said Naruto calmly, and Kurenai pointed her sword at him. "Why do you have an Anbu tattoo?" asked Kurenai seriously, but she had a feeling the answer was already in her mind. "You're right, I'm Captain Naruto Uchiha, 11th Squad, Root Anbu Forces," said Naruto flatly, and this time the shock was evident on his lover's face. "What did you say?" asked Kurenai very sternly. "You heard what I said. I am Anbu Captain, acting on the orders of the 3rd Hokage of Konoha," said Naruto truthfully. Naruto hazily saw Kurenai appearing before him and gave him a sharp punch that sent him stumbling a few feet back. However, he did not have time as she jumped high in the air and attempted to give him a deadly kick on the head. He quickly brought his hands up and blocked the kick, but he felt a lot of pain when the kick connected. Her taijutsu had gotten a lot more stronger. She used his hands as a base and leaned down and in a flash gave him a solid punch that broke his nose with a sickening crunch. "Damn it, when did she start hitting so hard? I just wish my eyes were a little better," thought Naruto frustratingly as he dodged her kicks and punches, which were a lot more stronger than he last remembered. "You know, you kind of deserve her punch for putting her through so much pain," said Kurama casually, making Naruto's sweat drop on his friend's antics. "Thanks for the support, jackass. You're a great help in this situation," said Naruto sarcastically, and the bijou just gave him a snort. Naruto blocked a kick aimed for his chest and jumped right above Kurenai's head and in an instant gave her a slight thrust on her shoulder, making her stumble a few meters back. To Kurenai's shock, she felt her entire left shoulder getting numb. She couldn't feel anything there, and it just dropped. "I have put your muscles through a shock. Don't try to act hastily or your left shoulder would be permanently damaged," warned Naruto sternly. However, his explanation was cut short when the Kurenai in front of him dissolved into water and he felt a massive chakra behind him. "Suten, Mizurappa, water style, violent water wave." Naruto cursed his luck as the water wave was just 5 feet behind him. He didn't even have time to perform a ninjutsu. Amaterasu. The flames of his most powerful fire attack clashed with the water wave and quickly overpowered them, He felt a large part of his chakra vanishing by performing his Mangekyo attack, and he collapsed on one knee. 2 windmill shuriken emerged quickly from the smoke, and this time Naruto's danger senses kicked off as the shuriken passed right through his Amaterasu's flames and were heading straight for him. He mustered all his strength and jumped high in the air, and the shurikens passed right below him, but in doing so he let his guard down for a second. Kurenai appeared right above him and gave him a devastating kick, but at the last second he dodged the kick aimed for his head, but in doing so, his left shoulder had to bear the attack and it sent him crashing in the water. Damn, when did she start hitting so hard? Thought Naruto painfully as he stabilized himself on the surface again. Again he coughed up a lot of blood as the virus started harming him more and more. Words couldn't describe how much pain he was in, both physically and mentally. He saw Kurenai standing in front of him, and the only thing he saw in her eyes was disappointment. Why did it have to end like this? Why did you do this? Asked Kurenai sadly, and he slowly got up on his feet. I did all this to protect your dream, to protect all our friends, and the village your parents and my best friend gave their lives for, said Naruto truthfully, and Kurenai threw a kunai at him which he caught effortlessly. What kind of rubbish is this? Don't tell any more lies, said Kurenai defiantly. It's time I showed you the truth, the reality of who I am, and what I did, said Naruto darkly, and his right Sharingan looked Kurenai straight in the eye. With Squad 3, Aoba's squad. Kaden, Gokakyu no Jutsu Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. A large fireball burned down a group of waves Milita, and the next second Kotetsu jumped over another group and started engaging them. Aoba dodged another punch and cut his enemy's head off with the help of his kunai. His squad was in deep shit, 4 of his soldiers were already down while 2 were in deep shock. His perimeter was getting breached slowly and it wouldn't be long before they were wiped out. Captain, enemies on the right! Screamed Kotetsu frantically. Aoba's eyes widened in horror when he saw 2 of his Chunin fighting on the right getting overwhelmed by a bunch of missing ninjas. The young Jounin jumped straight towards Shikamaru. Nara, get your ass in line. Isho and Saito are gone, stop the enemy on the right, yelled Aoba angrily. Shikamaru looked at his commander, and one look in the young Jonin's eyes showed Aoba the boy was in shock, and the same could be said for Ino too. You are a Jonin of Konoha, behave like one. Fight! Shikamaru heard Aoba's orders, but his eyes were just fixed on Kuji. He still couldn't believe his best friend was gone. Just a flash. Thought Shikamaru sadly. Bastards, yelled Ino angrily and charged right at the enemies approaching from the right. Fuck, said Shikamaru in frustration and ran after his remaining teammate. He saw Ino jumping straight on a Iwa missing ninja, and she started stabbing him again and again with her kunai. But the young Nara saw 2 other ninjas on Ino's sides and has moved quickly. Kagemano no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique. All the missing ninjas nearby were quite surprised when they couldn't move, and when they looked down they saw they were being held by some shadows. I'm gonna kill you. With Genma. Genma fired another one of his senbons which hit a samurai straight in his head. He fired another senbon and it hit another ninja in the neck and both of them fell flat on the ground. The young Konoha Jounin spit out a lot of blood, and his eyes shifted to the large hawk that was lying on top of him. To make things worse, there were some debris of a broken wall on top of the animal. He was stuck, and his legs and left arm were broken. Genma saw another group of ninja approaching his position and his hands picked up the 2 senbon in his left pocket. So this is it, huh? Well, I guess it wasn't too bad, said Genma with a small chuckle. He was a ninja and was prepared for a situation like this, but no amount of preparation can make you accept this fact. He fired his last 2 senbon, but both of them were easily deflected by the enemy. The next second they fired a couple of exploding kunai at his location and he closed his eyes accepting his fate. Doten Doryuki, Earth Release, Mud Wall Jutsu. A loud explosion occurred and dust flew everywhere, and Genma hazily saw a couple of arrows falling from the sky. The next instant a young pink-haired girl jumped in front of him and he realized who this was. Sakura, said Genma tiredly. The young Jonin fired another one of her arrows and it exploded in front of the enemy, killing a few of them. Genma-sensei, are you alright? Asked Sakura worriedly and came by beside him. Yeah, fucking great, my legs are busted. This bird and the debris on top of it are too heavy, and you'll probably need 2 other people to get me out. Get out of here, I told you to cover Guy's squad, said Genma harshly. Sakura, Kiba's hit. He's hit bad, we need a medic right now. Sakura heard Hana's voice on her device and she cursed her luck. Besides Kurenai, she was the only medical ninja in the force. Go save the boy, I'll hold these idiots as long as possible. You know it's the right choice, said Genma gently as silent tears fell from Sakura's eyes. No. Sakura. I won't leave a comrade behind, you hear that, said Sakura angrily, and the next second she started removing the debris on top of him. This is an order, get out of here, said Genma angrily as he heard voices from a nearby alley. But she didn't hear him and kept on trying as more and more tears slipped from her eyes as her efforts were proving futile. A small smile came on Genma's face as he saw the young girl trying to save him with all her heart. He grabbed her hands gently, and she looked at him angrily. Sakura, we are surrounded. Do not make this a personal fight, look at the situation rationally or you'll put yourself and your comrades at risk. In any case, all you kids are the future of the village, I leave the village to you, said Genma seriously. There they are, wipe them out. Both the Konoha shinobi saw their enemies near them, and Genma was quite surprised when Sakura made 5 earth clones. She pointed her finger at one of her clones, and looked at her straight in the eyes. 2 of you will go and heal Kiba. 2 of you will support Guy's squad from the rooftops and the last one will get Aoba's squad out of wave. Is that clear? Asked Sakura sternly. Hi, yelled all the clones in unison and hopped on the bird. You idiot, said Genma angrily, but was stopped when she put a soft hand on his shoulder. Genma-sensei, I won't leave you behind even if it kills me. Why? Someone taught me to fight for my comrades and never abandon them, said Sakura with a small smile, and went ahead leaving a shocked Genma behind. With Squad 1, Anko's squad. Anko was carefully observing her surroundings. Her squad had cleared all the enemies in the Western District and had formed a perimeter in order to protect Asuma, who was currently wiping out enemies and capturing Gato's associates in the few buildings that were ahead. She had to admit her squad was quite skilled. Sasuke had wiped out every enemy that came in his way without any hesitation. He was more ferocious than before, while the Hyugas had all done a fantastic job in defending the squad against incoming attacks. Apart from Hinata and Emi, everyone had did their jobs perfectly. However, she was quite worried about the other squads. Guy and his team had secured the northern side while her team had secured the western side, and so far they had not suffered any casualties. But Hana's squad was currently busy in the southern side of Wave, and last she heard they had lost a few men. Even Kiba was hit, and she knew Hana would be having a lot of trouble in handling the squad when her little brother was on death's door. Aoba's squad on the eastern side was on the verge of being wiped out. They had kicked the hornet's nest. There were a lot of enemy barracks in that area and they became alert the moment fighting started. Genma was down, so their plan of extracting Gato from the sky had failed. Sakura was MIA. Sasuke, Tokuma, Shinji, shouted Anko roughly, and the 3 men appeared before her quickly. What's the status of the other squads? Is Sakura alright? Asked Sasuke quickly. Aoba's squad is in deep shit. Genma is down, so we don't have any air support. As for Sakura, she's MIA, missing in action, said Anko truthfully. I'm going, said Sasuke flatly and got up to leave, but Anko stopped him. We don't know where Sakura is, I know how you feel, but right now I need the 3 of you to reinforce Aoba's squad and assist them in falling back to the docks. Sasuke, you are a skilled fighter. Tokuma can defend the squad perfectly with Shinji assisting him. Your Sharingan and their Byakugan will help Aoba in turning the tide, explained Anko briefly. But what about this sector? If you send us there, you will lose your strength. Asked Tokuma seriously. I know the risks, but if Aoba does not receive any help, the entire squad will be wiped out. The enemy is busy with Aoba's squad while Kurenai is clearing the main building. If Aoba's squad falls, then they'll head straight for her and Gato will escape. This is an order from your commanding officer. Get Aoba's squad to safety and keep on engaging the enemy forces until Kurenai gives us the green light, said Anko strictly. But said Shinji in protest, he had a bad feeling about this. Silence, hissed Anko angrily, and the young Hyuga shut his mouth. He was a mere Chunin and disobeying a Jounin during mission would account to treason. Sasuke looked at Anko for a second. She was right, they could not lose an entire squad in this situation. It would destroy the entire morale of the strike team. She's right, let's go, said Sasuke flatly, and the other 2 Hyuga agreed, albeit a bit reluctantly. Anko watched worriedly as 3 of her best men went to save their comrades. She didn't know if her decision was absolutely correct and was ready to face the consequences, but she couldn't just leave Aoba's squad to die, when she had men on her hand. However, she missed the evil smile that came on Sasuke's face, and the changed shape of his eyes. With Squad 4, Hana's squad. Splash. Blood spilled all across the area as Hana's ninja dogs tore apart 2 of the enemy ninja. Her heartbeat was faster than ever as currently in her arms was her younger brother, her clothes were stained with his blood and she could see a large portion of Kiba's stomach was split open. Taijin, enemies on the left. We have to cover Hana while she gets Kiba to the house on the corner. Throw smoke bombs, said Shino commandingly. The young Jinan on Shino's left threw a couple of smoke bombs, but the next instant a couple of kunai came straight towards Taijin. Ooh! Shino watched sadly as another one of his comrades fell. He could hear the enemies coughing badly, but it wouldn't be long before they broke through. He could see some of the Chunin were badly injured and were laid on the backs of Hana's 3 dogs. There was no choice. King, said Shino loudly. A young Jinan with spiky black hair came running beside him. The look on the boy's face was enough to show Shino he was scared. Shino remembered the boy as one of the few civilian children who passed the academy. King, you take Korra and the injured to a safe house which my bugs have found. It's 5 minutes from here, and there are no ninjas in that area. I'll cover you, said Shino calmly. Shino, let's get out of here. We can make a run for it, said Kane hurriedly. They'll break through and with the injured we won't be able to move quickly. I'll stall them for some time, and join you at the safe house. My bugs will guide you there, now go, said Shino sternly. Kane looked at his classmate hesitantly. He knew the Aburame was a level-headed person and was a far better fighter than him. If Shino said this was the right choice, then he would believe in him. Got it, but you better be right behind us, said Kane strictly, and the Aburame gave him a firm nod. Kane was just about to fall back when Shino grabbed his shoulder firmly. Tell Hana, it will be fine, we'll make it out of her alive. All of us, said Shino promisingly, and Kane wasn't sure but he saw a faint smile on the Aburame's face. Kane offered his hand to Shino, and the young Aburame was quite confused by this, but shook it regardless. You better be right behind us, Shino-senpai, said Kane devotedly, and the Aburame was quite shocked on hearing the word senpai. Hi. Let's go Korra, said Kane loudly, and the frightened girl was more than ready to oblige the order. Shino watched patiently as his squad disappeared and his bugs alerted him. He saw the smoke vanishing and prepared himself. I guess we all have jobs to do. Hana was running quickly, beside her was her squad, or what was left of it. She had heard about Shino's decision to stay back, and words couldn't describe how proud she was of him. The Aburame's bugs could suck the enemy's chakra and it could buy the squad time to fall back. As for Shino, she saw a group of Shino's bugs lingering around an abandoned house around the corner. The Aburame had chosen the correct place as the house was the perfect hideout and could be used to treat the injured. Hang in there, everyone, said Hana encouragingly. Quite a lot of her men were injured and so far 5 of them had died in the line of duty, while 1 was MIA. She kicked open the door of the house, and looked at her men who were capable of fighting. Stand guard around the house. Kane helped the injured into the house. Korra keep watch on the perimeter along with Tatsu and Swerin. We have given Kakashi enough time to capture Gato's men, now our only priority is getting our comrades out of here. Understood? Asked Hana seriously but in a gentle manner, and her comrades gave her a weak nod. Hana-sensei, Shino is still not here, he said he would be here, said Kane worriedly as he didn't see the Aburame anywhere. Hana gently put a hand on the young Jinan's shoulders, and looked at him straight in the eyes. He'll be here, just wait. We won't leave him behind, till then, we all have jobs to do, said Hana gently. Hi, said Kane sadly, and Han quickly led an unconscious Kiba and Sakin into the house. Korra took a deep breath and got on the rooftop while her comrades stealthily hid in the shadows. Hana was right, they all had jobs to do. Hana gently laid her injured brother on a small table, a lone tear slipped from her eyes. She couldn't watch him like this. How could such a thing happen to her kid brother while she was around? It was all her fault. Hana-sensei, Sakin is bleeding badly. I need your help, said Kane hurriedly. Kane, I'm just a vet, but I'll try to heal the wounded as much as I can. I want you to stop Kiba's bleeding until Sakura gets here, said Hana seriously. Even if her brother was injured, it was her duty to protect her injured men. Duty came before anything. Kane moved towards Kiba and put his hand on the young Inuzuka's stomach. It was so hot, and a few of his flesh was badly burned. They needed a medic. They needed a medic. With Sasuke. The young Uchiha was silently running behind him 2 comrades. Toko was in the front and scanning the entire area with his eyes, while Shinji was in the middle, with him in the rear. Sasuke, I see Aoba's squad 2 blocks ahead. But there are a lot of enemies around them, said Tokuma honestly. How can you see from so far? Even with your Byakugan, it would be too far I think, said Sasuke innocently. You fool, Tokuma has the best eyes in the Hyuga clan, his eyes can see through the toughest barriers and look on for miles. He is the main branch's best shinobi, said Shinji boastfully. Oh? Asked Sasuke in shock. Shinji, don't boast in fro, said Tokuma irritatingly, but was cut off as a kunai pierced straight through his neck. What? Screamed Shinji in horror as the person who had stabbed Tokuma was none other than Sasuke. Shut up, said Sasuke in an annoyed tone, and his Sharingan shape changed and Shinji suddenly felt himself mesmerized in those eyes. That was easy, said Sasuke with an evil smile, as he effortlessly put Shinji under his genjutsu. He didn't know his Mangekyo was so powerful. Goo. H. Sasuke's gaze shifted to the struggling Tokuma on the ground. He was trying hard to stop the bleeding from his neck, but it was futile. What? I told everyone before, there is no such thing as comrades. As for why I did this, you don't need to know. Amaterasu, said Sasuke darkly. The next moment Tokuma's lower half of the body started burning, but the man couldn't even scream, as his neck was bust open. Tokuma watched in horror as Sasuke came forward and stabbed a kunai right in his skull. Sasuke then attached a few exploding tags on Shinji's body, and slowly started walking away. Boom! An evil smile came on the Uchiha's face, as blood rained down everywhere as Tokuma and Shinji's bodies were blown to nothing. These are good eyes. With Squad 3, Aoba's squad. Sensei, I can't hold them anymore. They are breaking free, said Shikamaru urgently, as he tried to hold the incoming missing ninjas. 7 of his injured comrades were lying flat on the ground, including Ino. She was hit straight in the chest and was bleeding to death in front of him. Aoba and Kotetsu were holding the enemy forces at bay from different sides, but they were tired, and it was only a matter of minutes before they were overrun. Hold them as long as possible, don't let them get through. Use your kunai to kill them, said Aoba urgently as he dodged another shuriken. I'm out of weapons, and these 30 ninja are too strong for me, said Shikamaru tiredly. He was just a Jinan and his chakra reserves were low. He had killed a few of the enemies with Ino's help, until she was shot down too. Boom boom boom. The remaining members of Squad 3 were quite surprised when exploding tags rained down from the sky and started destroying their enemies. One after one the enemy ninja were getting butchered and Shikamaru didn't know why, but it made him feel good. A hawk landed right in the center and Sakura jumped of it. Come on, get the injured on it. We don't have much time, we must retreat to the docks, said Sakura hurriedly as she went to pick up Ino. She was quite worried as she saw her childhood friend being hurt, and gently lifted her up. Sakura, said Ino painfully, but was stopped when her friend put a finger on her lips. It'll be fine, I'm getting you out of here, said Sakura gently as a few tears came in her eyes. She was quite confused when Ino pointed a finger to her right. Sakura's eyes widened in horror when she saw Kuji's body lying flat on the ground and there was a pool of blood around him. No, this can't be happening, thought a horrified Sakura. Don't, leave him, said Ino tiredly and fell unconscious, leaving a shocked Sakura behind. Shikamaru ran towards Kuji. He just wanted to get his friend out of here, but he was quite surprised when Aoba jumped in front of him. What are you doing? Said Shikamaru angrily. Aoba, another squad of enemies. We need to leave now, said Kotetsu urgently as he loaded the last injured Konoha ninja on the hawk. There is no room anymore, we are leaving the dead here, said Aoba stoically, and the next instant he caught Shikamaru's hand as the young Nara tried to punch. You bastard, I won't leave Kuji here, said Shikamaru furiously. Slap. Shikamaru was shocked when Aoba gave him a harsh slap and painfully made him look at the hawk, and the injured on it. The hawk can't take any more weight than it already has. Even if it could take the weight of 7 dead bodies, it wouldn't be able to fly faster and the enemy will get us. This is my order, get on the bird Nara, shouted Aoba angrily. Shikamaru just freezed in shock as Aoba's words sunk in, and his horrified eyes just froze at Kuji's dead body. Kuji is my friend, said Shikamaru in a hollow voice, he just couldn't take it anymore. In the past many bodies have not made it back, these guys are not any special, said Aoba coldly and lifted a protesting Shikamaru. Are we really doing this? Are we? Said a trembling Sakura, but Kotetsu grabbed her firmly and jumped on the bird. There is no other choice, said Kotetsu sadly, as the bird started flying in the air. Shikamaru's eyes were just fixed on his friend's body, the reality of their world had hit them. His friend was gone, and he couldn't even get his body back to the village. The frustration, the pain, the sadness, the anger, all took a toll on him. Ah! With Squad 4, Hana's squad. Hana was quite alarmed when someone just kicked the door of the house, but she was quite relieved when she saw Sakura standing in the doorway. However, there were two of them. "Where is Kiba?" asked one of Sakura's clones instantly. "Who's the real Sakura?" asked Hana angrily. "She's busy defending another squad. As a result, she sent two of us here to heal the wounded. Now where is Kiba? Do you want him to die?" asked Sakura angrily. However, before Hana could reply, Sakura spotted the young Inuzuka and ran towards him, while the other clones started healing the other injured shinobi. Hana was quite surprised by the girl's ability to keep calm under such situations. Most of the Genin had freaked out, but then again Sasuke and Sakura had been a part of the famous Team 7 and had already seen combat once. "He has burns, but they are not very serious. But there are a few sharpnels in his stomach. What's your name?" asked Sakura quickly to the boy in front of him. "My name is Kane," said the boy hesitantly as he watched the girl putting her hand in Kiba's stomach. "Kane, hold him steady. I'll have to remove the metal pieces from his stomach. It will be painful and he might try to struggle. Hold him steady," instructed Sakura seriously, and Kane gave her a quick nod. He then grabbed the Inuzuka firmly. Sakura gave him a small nod, and pushed her hand deeper into Kiba's stomach. "Gah!" The young Inuzuka screamed in pain, and blood spilled all over Kane and Sakura's faces, but Kane held him tightly even as the young Inuzuka tried his best to break free. Clang clang clang. Hana watched painfully as Sakura removed the harmful metal objects from her brother's body. It was one of the most painful things she had ever seen, but it had to be done. "I have stopped the bleeding, and am healing his wounds. Hana-sensei, he has lost a lot of blood. If we don't get him out of here quickly he'll die," said Sakura honestly. "We'll stabilize the injured first. Where's the bird?" asked Hana seriously as she healed the wounds of a young Genin. "It is evacuating Aoba's squad. Gato's associates have been captured. The bird will come to get us soon," said Sakura truthfully and wiped the blood of her face, as Kiba's bleeding stopped. "That's good, keep on healing the others," said Hana flatly. Sakura looked at the older Inuzuka. One question had bothered her since she came here, and she decided to ask Hana about it. "Sensei, where's Shino?" But one look in Hana's eyes was all Sakura needed to know. "With Kurenai." The young captain stood on the ocean. Her eyes were fixed on the person before her. Tears were rolling down her eyes as she looked at the person in front of her. Naruto just looked at her calmly. He knew it must be very hard on her, but there was nothing he could do about it. He sensed Kakashi and Asuma's chakra signatures approaching their position, and realized his time with her was short. "Kurenai, I don't expect you to believe me, and I have put you through a lot of pain. I have no excuses. I claimed that I loved you, when I didn't even know the meaning of the word," said Naruto sadly. Kurenai averted his eyes from him, and Naruto knew this was his chance to say what he truly wanted to say. "I treated you like a child, always lied to you. I failed at everything, and I didn't listen to anyone and only relied on myself. I don't know if your actions are right or wrong, but you are not totally to be blamed for that," said Kurenai silently. She had made a lot of mistakes too. "Kurenai. Every shinobi is used by this world. In your case, you wanted to do the right thing and protect your friends, but in doing so, you lost faith in us," said Kurenai truthfully, and Naruto accepted the fact as it was the truth. "I tried to control you with my Sharingan, without thinking about your feelings. I wanted to force you to kill me, and free me from my pain. What I did, what I became was also due to the choices I made, and it is my fault. I don't deserve your love, and from now on you can live your life free from any lies, free from me," said Naruto calmly. "I don't know if I can trust you anymore. I didn't even know the real you until now. I don't think I can love you like before," said Kurenai honestly and looked at him straight in the eyes to make her message clear. She was quite surprised when Naruto gave her a nod, and slowly started walking towards. "There's nothing more to say. I told you the truth and the mistakes that I made. If I hadn't lied to you, then I wouldn't have to stand before you like this. Oh, always lied to you, but now I want you to know this," said Naruto lovingly. He stepped in front of her, and kissed her forehead gently. She looked in his eyes, and for the first time she saw a truthful look in them, and he had a small smile on his face. "You don't have to forgive me, and no matter what happens I'll be there for you forever," said Naruto lovingly. Kurenai watched sadly as he slowly disappeared in a flock of crows, and silent tears fell from her eyes. More on Chapter 44. A New Beginning. Kurenai silently watched the vast sea in front of her, specifically the place at which a few moments ago the man she loved had stood. She didn't know what to do now. Did Naruto really tell the truth? Or was he lying even now? There was no one except the Hokage who could verify Naruto's story, but more than that was the question of what was her relationship with Naruto? Did she love him? Her thoughts that drifted back to the conversation she had with Naruto. Flashback, a few minutes ago. Kurenai glared at the man standing in front of her. She was angry at him. No, she was pissed. What kind of rubbish is this? Don't tell any more lies. You killed 300 Anbu to protect your friends, protect the village? Asked Kurenai mockingly. A tired sigh escaped from Naruto's mouth as his hands raked through his silky blonde hair. This was to be expected. After the way Hiruzen had spread the lies, it would be hard for anyone to believe his true story. I'll tell you the truth, of what I am and what I did for Konoha. But only if you listen to me first, said Naruto seriously, and his Sharingan swirled wildly in order to show her he was serious about this. Kurenai looked at him for a few seconds. All this time she wanted to find the reason behind his actions, and now she was getting the chance. She didn't know if he would tell her the truth or not, but if she didn't listen to him now, she would regret it for the rest of her life. I'll hear what you to say for old time's sake, said Kurenai sadly, and Naruto gave her a thankful nod. He pointed his finger at the Anbu tattoo on his body. Kurenai knew such tattoos were given to the Anbu by the Hokage himself when they joined the force. This was her first time seeing it, however she did know that the signs and the design of Naruto's tattoo was the same as mentioned in the history books of Konoha. My real name is Captain Naruto Uchiha, 11th Squad, Root Anbu Forces, stated Naruto patiently, and Kurenai got a little curious. He had said this moments ago. What is Root? I've never heard of it. I doubt Konoha ever had such Anbu forces, said Kurenai sharply, and Naruto knew majority of the shinobi never knew of Root, and if not for the involvement of Konoha's Anbu force in framing him as a traitor by providing fake evidence to the general shinobi, this mission would not have been possible. It was a secret force started after the Second Great Ninja War by Danzo Shimura. He was one of the 3 elders that advised the Hokage before being dismissed a few years back, said Naruto patiently as he wanted her to understand each and everything in detail. Kurenai didn't know much about this Danzo. Hell, she had never even seen him. But a man called Danzo did exist, and what Naruto was saying did match with the records that Konoha had. So this Danzo was the leader of this Root Anbu. I don't understand how he can run his own Anbu force. Anbu are under the direct control of the Hokage and only work for him, said Kurenai suspiciously. This organization was started after getting permission from the Hokage, and both the forces had worked together in the Third Great Ninja War. However, it was disbanded after the war, said Naruto briefly, and this confused Kurenai a little. Why would such an efficient force be disbanded? It would severely affect Konoha's forces. Naruto understood what she was thinking, and decided to make it clear what Root really was. Root started getting involved in various illegal activities and sometimes even performed missions not approved by the Hokage in secret, and when the Hokage found the truth, he disbanded it and stripped Danzo of all his powers from the force. But that was not the main reason Root was disbanded, said Naruto sharply, and Kurenai's tactical mind was slowly understanding each and everything. They must have done something inhuman even for Anbu, said Kurenai suggestively, and Naruto nodded hesitantly. In Anbu forces you are personally selected by the Hokage after taking into consideration your skills, years of service, your ideologies and many other factors. And even after that they have to go through extensive training which only 10% of the cadets survive. Root also followed the same procedure except for the final test, said Naruto regretfully as memories of that night came back in his mind. Kurenai saw the broken look on his face and she didn't know why it hurt her. She wanted to just go there and hug him, but the rational part of her mind was telling her to hear the entire truth before making any hasty decisions. How was the final test of Root different? Asked Kurenai skeptically. She had a feeling it was not something good. The way he had described Root, it sounded like a hardcore organization. You have to kill your best friend. For the first time in her life Kurenai found her legs shaking. The mere thought of killing Anko made her shiver in fear. Her eyes widened in shock and anger, but when she looked at Naruto, a more horrible conclusion came in her mind, one which shook her to the core. She shakily lifted her finger at him, even her voice trembled. Did you? Said Kurenai in shock, but was cut off when she saw the tears dropping from his eyes, and her worst fear came true. Yes, I killed my best friend. His name was Shin, said Naruto truthfully, and Kurenai's shock further increased when she remembered something. You told me Shin died while protecting you from the villagers. You lied to me, said Kurenai angrily, and this time Naruto got irritated. What was I supposed to say? That I am a Root Anbu captain? I killed my best friend and have been assigned the task of stopping Root's coup, said Naruto furiously. He was guilty, but there were some things he had been forbidden from speaking at that time. Even if he wanted to tell her, it was just not possible at that time. A coup? Asked a further shocked Kurenai. With each passing moment she was disgusted with the things Konoha had done. She could never believe that her just village would allow such a brutal practice. Even Anbu were human in the end. Do you remember the day when you started training me in Genjutsu? Asked Naruto patiently. He knew all of this would be too much for her, as a result he was trying to take it slowly. Hi, said Kurenai hesitantly. She didn't know how all of these things were connected, but the way he was saying them had slowly started making sense to her. That was the day I first met Danzo and joined Root. That day I found the truth of my parents, the day I realized how dangerous Danzo was, and the day I became a spy in Root forces for Hiruzen-sama, explained Naruto briefly, and he saw Kurenai's eyes soften a little, the anger in her eyes reduced as she realized why he joined Root. You joined Root to keep the Hokage informed about Danzo and possibly help him in stopping Root from doing something drastic, said Kurenai gently. The more she heard the truth, the more her heart understood the young shinobi in front of her. Hi, Danzo was illegally operating Root, and I couldn't just tell the Hokage immediately. Danzo had deep contacts in the village and would probably go into hiding if caught. I had to act rationally or a full-blown war would start in the Hidden Leaf village, a war that would consume many innocent lives including my friends. So I started training in Root and investigated everything I could about Danzo and his forces, his plans. I made some friends too, but as time passed they were reduced to nothing more than mindless drones who followed Danzo blindly. Mere killing machines, said Naruto bitterly and clenched his hands tightly. If he could go back in time he would have stopped such a thing. Naruto, said Kurenai sadly, he bared such an enormous burden on him for all these years, and even after that he helped her, Anko, Kakashi as much as he could, as a friend, as a brother, as a lover. However, Danzo knew more about the Sharingan than I thought. In order to test my loyalty and my ability to kill my emotions, he set me up in a death match against my best friend, and the only choice was to kill him or get killed. My objections went unheard and I prepared myself for death, but Shin knew how dangerous Danzo was, and he was suffering from an incurable disease, so he sacrificed himself for me and entrusted me with the task of protecting Konoha from Danzo's madness, said Naruto with deep regret. A lone tear slipped from Kurenai's eye. She had been so wrong. To think he had to watch his best friend die for him would have been an unbearable memory. He looked her straight in the eye and she saw the shuriken-shaped Sharingan staring at her sadly. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan that awakened that night when Shin died. Those flames you saw just now are a power of these eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan is the ultimate stage of a Sharingan, and can only be achieved by killing the person very dear to you or when you go through an unbelievable trauma. After the Kyuubi attack, Danzo had spied on the Uchiha clan and had obtained this fact, and made me kill my best friend in order to awaken these eyes. Explained Naruto in thorough detail. The link slowly started connecting in her mind, and with each second her hatred for Danzo stared increasing. Were these eyes so necessary for him, to even make you kill Shin? Asked Kurenai sympathetically. These eyes are capable of even controlling the tailed beasts, do you understand the meaning of this? Asked Naruto seriously, and Kurenai was amazed by hearing this. Were these eyes so powerful to even control a bijou? Kurenai's hands tightened to the point blood started dropping. Danzo made young kids kill each other just for the sake of power. Naruto saw the impact this revelation had on her and decided to explain the rest of the truth quickly as Kakashi and Asuma were edging closer and closer. I became a Root captain after a few months, and that was when I realized Danzo's true intentions were to organize a coup to overthrow the Third and establish himself as Hokage. He had increased his forces by recruiting young orphan kids illegally, and with our help wanted to rule Konoha as the ruler. And that was the day I made a choice that led to this, said Naruto seriously, and now Kurenai was really wary of hearing the answer because deep down in her heart a horrible feeling had started to develop. What did you do? Asked Kurenai hesitantly. I informed the Hokage about this and requested to wipe out the entire Root Anbu along with Danzo Shimura by my own hands. If Kurenai had been shocked before, now she was mortified. He had already bared so much pain for a village that didn't respect him. Except for a few selected people in Konoha, no one gave a damn about his existence, and yet. You did all of this for the village that didn't respect you? You went as far as wiping out Root, why? Asked Kurenai pleadingly. Naruto was truly a mysterious person, and she doubted she would have understood the implications had he told her about his decision at that time. She was quite surprised when he gave her a firm gaze. Just how strong was his will? The village suffered a lot in the Kyuubi attack, People lost their friends, parents, loved ones, children. Even you lost your father. What the villagers did to me was not right and there can be no excuse for that. But ultimately it all comes down to you, the path which you want to choose. I could have got my revenge on the villagers by following Danzo, but there were people who loved me and cared for me despite me being a Jinchuriki. Kakashi, Anko, Hiruzen, and Miko, my friends, and you, said Naruto with a bright smile on his face which brought a few tears in her eyes. Why did you sacrifice yourself for Konoha? Why did you do so much for us? Said Kurenai painfully, and he gave her a small smile which surprised her. To forsake your nation and your village is the same as abandoning your child. Many countries have been destroyed in the past. As well as the harsh life that awaits people without a country. And no matter what darkness lies in the village, I will forever be Konoha's Naruto Uchiha, said Naruto proudly, and the raven-haired beauty was astonished by his will towards his village and the ones he loved. All this time, I could never understand you, or even help you. You were perfect, said Kurenai shamefully, but was stopped when Naruto raised his hand. Kurenai, never say I was perfect. I accepted the mission but I was suffering. The guilt of killing my friends, my comrades, my teachers was hounding my soul. I always lied to you and never told you the truth. I toyed with your feelings despite knowing the path that awaited me, just for my selfish feelings. I stopped listening to anyone, and only cared about my pain. I wanted to escape and in doing so, I made the biggest mistake of my life, admitted Naruto honestly. What do you mean? Asked Kurenai suspiciously. I placed you under my strongest genjutsu and ordered you to kill me, said Naruto with deep regret. He immediately had to avert his eyes from her, the mere thought of looking her in the eye scared him. What did you say? Asked Kurenai murderously, and her chakra flared dangerously, and Naruto could feel the anger clearly radiating from her. He somehow gathered a little courage in order to say the entire truth, no matter what the outcome may be. It's the truth. The night we had sex I used my Sharingan on you and used the ultimate genjutsu and placed an order in your mind to become stronger, in order to kill me, said Naruto shamefully. The next instant he was sent sailing in the air by a monstrous punch and he felt a severe pain. He somehow regained his balance and landed on the water surface again as blood leaked out of his mouth. But his eyes were staring at the sea of anger in Kurenai's eyes, and he knew she had a right to be pissed. What he had done was very cruel, and it clearly showed how little he cared about her feelings despite claiming to love her the most. Meanwhile, Kurenai now understood why she was having the strong desire to kill Naruto a few weeks ago. This man had forced her to kill him? Was she just a toy to be used and thrown whenever he liked? You bastard, how can you do this to me? I gave you everything I had, my body, my soul, my love, and you played with my feelings. Do you have any idea what you did to me? All those days I was forced to think of ways to kill you day and night. No matter how much I wanted to stop those thoughts, they never went away until a few days back. Why? Asked Kurenai furiously, as some of Naruto's blood dripped from her knuckles. I made a mistake which I deeply regret now. I released the genjutsu a few days back when I realized how selfish and self-centered I had become. After I wiped out Root, I left the village without even caring about the effects of what my actions would do too. I'm worse than scum, said Naruto distastefully. Kurenai didn't know what to do. Did he even realize what he had done? For a person who was so mature and sacrificed so much, how could he even think about doing such a thing? So, it's all about you, huh? Your pain, your suffering, you suffered and sacrificed a lot for us, but how can you do such a thing to me, Naruto? I fucking loved you, damn it, said Kurenai frustratingly. For his part, Naruto didn't utter a word and was listening to her calmly. He had to make up for his mistake no matter what. If your story is true, and what you did was for the village, I can forgive you lying to me. I can even forgive you for not telling me anything but to order me to kill you just because you couldn't take it anymore? After caring so much about me, after going so far to protect me, you had no right to do this to me, said Kurenai vehemently. I'm sorry for causing you so much pain, said Naruto honestly. Argh, yelled Kurenai in frustration. Say something good to her, advised Kurama calmly, and this confused Naruto a little. What do you mean? Asked Naruto cluelessly. Moron, do I look like a matchmaker to you? Use your stupid brain for once, said Kurama irritatingly, and a light blush came on an embarrassed Naruto's face. He looked at the frustrated and grieving Kurenai in front of him and realized it was his duty to ease her pain. He didn't know if this would work, but it was worth a shot. Kurenai, I know I screwed up and I can understand if you are angry at me and wouldn't want to see my face ever, but you were the best thing that happened to me. You became my friend, my teacher, my guide, my lover, said Naruto emotionally, and Kurenai looked at him with a painful look in her eyes as she remembered the happy memories of the past. You were there for me every time. You made me strong, you taught me self-respect and dignity, you taught me genjutsu. You gave me so much without expecting anything in return, and words cannot describe how much grateful I am to you. I am an idiot, and to be honest I was really naive when I said I loved you. Hell, I'm still naive, but I really care about you, said Naruto hesitantly. Her gaze softened a little when she heard him say that, and for the first time she could not feel any deception in his words. I even wanted to marry you, and maybe have a small family someday, said Naruto sadly. He knew such a thing was nearly impossible after what he did. Meanwhile, Kurenai was stunned after hearing that. Even he had the same dream of having a happy family with her in the future. She wondered if the circumstances had been the opposite and she was in his place, what would she do? But I know I caused you a lot of pain, and I'm truly sorry for that. If I survive this mission, then I promise you I'll make it up to you. I'll do whatever you say, said Naruto promisingly, and Kurenai looked at him with a tired look on her face. Even after knowing, we may never be together? That I may never love you again? Asked Kurenai flatly. She knew now he was caught and his answer would show her his true feelings. But deep down she knew no man would ever waste his time after a female if she just ignores him or outright dislikes him. I promise. Those words shocked her to the core, and she looked at him and found a warm and gentle smile on his face. His eyes showed her he did mean it. Why? Asked Kurenai aggressively. Why was he so thoughtful about her? I'd rather have you in my life as a friend, than not having you at all, said Naruto honestly, and he was relieved when he saw the anger on her face disappearing slowly. How can I trust you? Asked Kurenai doubtfully. I just need a chance, one chance is all I need. Can you do that for me? Flashback end. A tired sigh escaped from her lips. She was in a huge dilemma right now. He had told her it was him who had given the information about Wave's defenses and he had a few more objectives to complete. She had tried to ask him about the mission, but had only gotten this response. It's better if you don't know for now, it's very dangerous. But if you want to know the truth about my defection, then ask the Hokage. She clearly remembered his words. A million thoughts were going through her mind. Would it be right to trust him again? Guess my only answer is asking the Hokage. Naruto, I don't know if I can give you a chance or not, at least not until I talk with the Hokage, thought Kurenai tiredly. This night had been very shocking for her. And she knew she had a lot of things to think about and make critical decisions about her life, but first she had to fulfill her mission. And that meant getting her men out of Wave. Two people quickly landed beside her, and from the looks on their faces and the condition of their clothes it clearly showed they had been through hell. Kakashi and Asuma panted harshly. Things had gone way south for their strike team. Did you get the targets? Asked Kurenai quickly. There was no time to think about her personal issues now. Hi, Kurenai, we have kicked the hornet's nest here. Aoba's squad took substantial casualties and had to fall back. The entire Wave militia is headed this way, said Asuma urgently, and Kurenai was a little worried about Aoba's squad. I have already informed Anko's squad to fall back to the docks, and assist Hana and her squad who have been holed up. They have got many injured in their squad, including Hana's younger brother Kiba. His condition is critical, said Kakashi seriously, and Kurenai nodded quickly. Do we have any MIA, missing in action? Asked Kurenai urgently, and she saw the distress clearly in both of her comrades' eyes. Captain, Sasuke Uchiha, Tokuma Hyuga, Shinji Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Genma Shinrawi and Sakura Haruno are missing in action. We have lost all contacts with them, said Kakashi flatly, and Kurenai was shocked to hear Sasuke and Sakura were missing. Those two kids were really close to her. There was no in hell she would leave even one of them here, no matter what condition they may in. Asuma, you link up with Guy's squad and evacuate and collect the bodies of all our fallen comrades. Here are the extra scrolls I brought for sealing the bodies, said Kurenai quickly and handed the scrolls to the veteran Sarutobi. You thought about this? Asked a shocked Kakashi. Kakashi, link up with Anko's squad and help them in getting Hana's squad out of this shithole. Keep an eye out for Shino Aburame, he must be in that area, said Kurenai firmly. Hi, but what about you? Asked Asuma hesitantly. I'll get Sasuke, Sakura and Genma out of here. If I find the others I'll help them too. My clone has already sealed Gato, so our mission is finished. We've all got jobs to do, any questions? Asked Kurenai seriously. Neither of them men said anything, and the young captain looked at her subordinates straight in the eye to make her order clear. Dead or alive, no one gets left behind. This is an order, said Kurenai authoritatively, and both the men nodded. In the blink of an eye both the men vanished to rescue their cornered comrades, while Kurenai went in the other direction to get her former two teammates out of this place. In the bloodied streets of Wave, one lone kunoichi blocked another hail of kunai aimed at her. She was badly wounded and had already lost a lot of blood, her vision was getting hazy with each passing second and at this rate she would die in less than 2 minutes. She looked at the form of his comrade who was trapped. Not yet, not yet. She was a kunoichi of the leaf and as a medic it was her duty to protect her comrade. Sakura weakly fired one of her last arrows which hit a samurai straight in the neck as the man collapsed on the ground. Gah! She screamed in pain as another hail of kunai hit her in the legs and she collapsed on the ground. The enemy was enjoying and killing them slowly. Shit, I'm out of chakra. I've only got one exploding arrow left, this is it, thought Sakura sadly. She knew what the enemy would do if they captured them. She would be raped over and over until the enemy got tired and would be killed then, while Genma would be given a painful death. Looking at the exploding arrow in her hand left her only one choice. I'm sorry Genma-sensei, said the girl defeatedly. She edged closer to her injured comrade and sat beside him. She looked at the dark sky, never in her wildest dreams had she imagined herself dying like this. But she knew she had fought with everything she had and now it was time for her to die with honor. Her hands shakily went to light up the exploding arrow as silent tears fell from her eyes. She missed her parents, she missed her comrades. She would really miss Naruto, Sasuke, Anko, Kurenai, but the mere thought of her friends brought a smile on her face. This world is merciless, said Sakura to herself. She remembered how brutally her comrades had died today, how cruel humans were. She had seen what being a ninja truly meant. But it's beautiful too, said Sakura with a small smile as she remembered all the good times she had with Naruto and Sasuke, their jokes, their smiles. Her eyes widened in shock when an exploding tag landed right beside her, and her instincts kicked in. She quickly picked it up and threw it away, but she was quite tensed when she found herself surrounded by the enemy from all sides. She didn't know why, but looking at the evil smiles on the faces of the men made her more angry, and her desire to kill increased. Get the bitch, we'll have some fun with her, said one of the Kiri missing ninja gleefully. One of the men quickly came forward and grabbed her roughly by her hair and lifted her high in the air. Not bad Katsuragi, a little underdeveloped, but still I prefer the younger ones, they scream so much, said the man lecherously, while the other ninja laughed a little on hearing that. Her blood boiled and in one quick motion she punched her fingers straight in the man's eyes, as blood erupted like a fountain. No, yelled the man in pain as his eyes were destroyed, and he fell flat on the ground. Why am I still fighting? Why am I still struggling? Thought a shocked Sakura as the enemy ninja charged at her. She prepared to defend herself with whatever strength she had left, but she was quite surprised when the enemy ninja grabbed their kunai and in a flash sliced their own throats. 2 people landed right in front of her, and her eyes widened in shock and relief when she saw the Uchiha symbol on one of the person's back, while the kanji captain clearly written on the tall woman's hari. That was easy, said Sasuke with a frown clearly etched on his face. Kurenai easily put the enemy in her genjutsu and made them commit suicide. He had to admit this woman was a little dangerous. Kurenai turned around and looked at her student proudly. To think she held the enemy for so long was really quite an achievement. I'll have to nominate Shino and you for a medal, and possibly even a promotion for displaying such brave actions. I really hope Kakashi can get the boy back alive, thought Kurenai worriedly. Sasuke, get Genma out of these debris. I'll take Sakura with me, we need to move now, commanded Kurenai, and she was not sure but she heard a light tch from the Uchiha when he looked at Genma. Kurenai-sensei. Sakura's tearful voice snapped Kurenai out of her daze and she bent down and healed some of her wounds. You did great today, you saved Genma's life. To risk your life for an injured comrade is a very noble thing, now let's go back home. I'm sure your parents will be happy to see you back home, said Kurenai with motherly smile, and gently wiped the few tears that fell from Sakura's eyes. I couldn't save Kuji, said Sakura regretfully, and Kurenai got a little sad when she heard about the young boy's death. TCH, who lives or who dies is not up to us. That fatso must have been slow and the enemy got him. I've had enough of this, said Sasuke irritatingly as he placed an injured Genma on his back. Sasuke, don't say such things in front of her, scolded Kurenai angrily. HN. The young Uchiha just gave a disappointed snort and started running away without another word with Genma on his back. He has changed, said Kurenai disappointingly. Just what was the Uchiha up to? He had told her that the 2 Hyuga with him were ambushed by the enemy and had been killed. He had to destroy Tokuma's body as he didn't have the curse seal due to being a main branch member, while Shinji's body was badly mutilated in a blast. Kurenai was a little suspicious about his explanation, but she knew the boy may be harsh, but he was definitely not a traitor. Or was he? "Let's get out of here," said Kurenai tiredly as she gently lifted up the injured Sakura on her back. Cough cough cough. The sound of violent coughing could be heard in the vast forest outside of Wave Country as a young blonde boy weakly walked through the forest in the dark night. Blood was leaking like a river from his mouth and his entire body was on fire. His vision was so hazy that he could barely see a few feet ahead of him. All in all, he was in a very bad condition. Naruto put his hand on his mouth again as another violent pain emerged in his chest and blood leaked out of his mouth. He collapsed weakly on the ground and started panting heavily. "Why am I feeling so tired?" asked Naruto painfully. "Your body has entered the second last stage of the virus. As a result, it has slowed down all your senses as well as reducing your speed and ability to fight with your full power. The fact that you had to use the Mangekyo twice against Kurenai is a proof of how weak your body has become after your battle with Zabuza and Raiga," explained Kurama sternly. He really wanted to make his point clear this time.
I said Naruto tiredly, but he couldn't speak as his coughing started again.
"Naruto, at this rate you will die in a few days. Fighting against 2S rank ninja is one thing, and it is worse in your condition. You can't expect to come out without a scratch. You have neglected your medical condition far too long. As soon as you reach the orphanage, inform the Hokage about everything that has happened till now and get medical help," ordered Kurama strictly, and Naruto chuckled a little. "Since cough, when did cough you start ordering me?" asked Naruto jokingly, and he heard the bijou giving a snort. "Since the day you started disregarding your own safety. If you die, I die, remember. It'll take a few years for me to be reborn again and all the same shit will happen again. I'd rather stay with you than some other stupid Jinchuriki," said Kurama flatly, but his voice did have a pleading tone in it. Hi, no need to get so emotional, stupid fox," teased Naruto with a small smirk on his face. "Shut up," said Kurama irritatingly. "Thanks for the advice back there, things wouldn't have gone so well without your help. I finally feel free from my guilt," said Naruto happily, and a large smile came on his face when he remembered Kurenai saying that she understood him, and that was all that mattered to him. He was not going to give up. No matter what happened, he would get her back. "It seems things are changing," thought Kurama silently. However, the bijou knew he would soon have to make a critical choice. One which would determine Naruto's future. Chapter 45. Rising from the ashes. A swift and firm knock was heard on the door, bringing Nono out of her thoughts. Her eyes shifted to the wall on the clock which marked 3 a.m. Her hands silently picked up the kunai hidden in her dress. Despite living a retired life, she was once a Root Anbu Black Ops, and was now the only other survivor besides Naruto. She knew no ninja would ever attack before alerting their enemy, but it was good to be careful. Her eyes shifted towards the sleeping form of Haku and Ria on the far side of the room. Both of the girls had a busy day and were currently resting. Haku was a really nice girl and had been a great help ever since she joined the orphanage, and honestly Nono needed someone like her. Taking care of so many children on her own was a really tiring task, but now she could rest a little, and it was all thanks to Naruto. She slowly edged towards the door and her sharp eyes noticed a dark shadow behind the door, and judging from the shape of his hair she recognized who it was. "I'm glad you're finally here," thought Nono happily, and hurriedly went towards the door. Instantly her hands twisted the knob of the door, revealing the person she was expecting standing right in front of her. Her eyes went towards his face, but something happened. Thud. The veteran medic's eyes widened in shock when Naruto collapsed on her shoulders, and now she could clearly see what condition he was in. Blood was leaking like a river from his mouth and had stained his entire cloak, and he had bruises on his body indicating signs of a fierce fight. Her motherly instincts kicked in as her heartbeat increased tremendously on seeing him in this condition. She quickly grabbed him in a fierce hug, and the next instant her loud voice echoed across the entire house. "Haku, prepare for operation now." "Ah!" A man's terrifying scream echoed across the dark corridors of the base as his lifeless body fell flat on the ground and started forming a pool of blood beneath him. A young teenage boy with light gray hair sighed tiredly as another one of the messengers was killed by his master. He gently adjusted his glasses as a few of the slaves dragged the body out and cleaned the messed up floor quickly. "You know, it's really hard getting talented messengers these days, and you just kill them for fun," said Kabuto in an annoyed tone. The person sitting in front of him was none other than the famous Snake Sanin. Orochimaru was a tall man with extremely pale skin and waist-length black hair. He had a long face with pronounced cheekbones, golden eyes with slits in his pupils and purple markings around his eyes, a reference to his snake-like nature. "That foolish midget Gato, I told him to keep his greed in check, and now everything is messed up because of him," cursed Orochimaru furiously, as his monstrous chakra flared in the entire room. Any common man would have dropped dead by now, but fortunately Kabuto had been with this man for years and had grown accustomed to this behavior. And Orochimaru had a reason to be pissed. Gato was the primary sponsor in their invasion. Despite being a greedy bastard, that midget had a lot of resources, and when the time came Orochimaru had planned to use Wave's army in the invasion too. "What were you able to salvage from his mansion? Did Konoha get their hands on something important?" asked Orochimaru seriously, however he was relived when his assistant shook his head in negative. "No, Konoha just captured Gato and his associates. Since we didn't keep any documents in Wave, no harm was done. Gato's army are in chaos and the daimyo's private army would soon take over Wave. It's a lost cause," Orochimaru-sama explained Kabuto briefly. Kabuto frowned a little when he saw a maniacal smile spreading across Orochimaru's face, and it really creeped him out. "Kukaku, it seems Sarutobi-sensei has finally grown a pair of balls and is trying to deal with threats to Konoha. Gato was taken out as he had came out in public and it landed him right in front of the daimyo's eyes. Even the Hokage has to obey a direct order issued by daimyo," said Orochimaru manically, however Kabuto gave him a firm gaze. "Orochimaru-sama, they have captured Gato. We know his associates don't know anything about our plans, but Gato has some information that can damage the invasion," advised Kabuto tactfully, however the snake Sanin just gave him a predatory smile. "You don't need to worry about Gato, that fool won't be able to reveal anything. It's already been taken care of," said Orochimaru flatly, and a confused expression came on Kabuto's face. Orochimaru noticed the look on Kabuto's face and an annoyed snort escaped from his mouth. It seemed his student still had a long way to go. "You do remember that I was once a Root Anbu Black Op, right?" asked Orochimaru suggestively, and he saw realization dawning on Kabuto's face. "I see, you really think ahead of your enemies," congratulated Kabuto slyly, as his master gave him a firm nod. The young boy started walking out of the room when his master's voice stopped him. "Kabuto, try to find replacements for Gato quickly, we will need powerful allies for destroying Konoha," said Orochimaru seriously. He was no fool. Despite his strength and the army he had, he knew Konoha had Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, the entire Anbu Black Ops and the newly formed strike team that had single-handedly stormed into Wave and had emerged victorious in capturing Gato. "What about the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Rumor is he is quite strong and deeply despises Konoha. Our spies in the village have confirmed the fact that he is a traitor and has really decimated Anbu Black Ops. Plus he has the Forbidden Scroll which can be really helpful for your cause," suggested Kabuto smartly. "We shall see." He slowly opened his eyes and found himself staring at the white ceiling on top of the room, and he didn't need any further hint to figure out where he was. "Balls," cursed Naruto loudly. He didn't want to show weakness in front of Nono as it would just increase her tension, but once again Kami had landed him another mess. His life really was one complicated mess. However, he had traveled quite a distance on foot and his condition had worsened along the way. It was really a wonder he had been able to reach Nono's house and had then collapsed. Or maybe he did have a strong will. He had a long way to go and things were going to get more difficult from now onwards. Naruto slowly tried to get up but was a little surprised when he felt his hand was being buried under something soft, and his eyes widened a little when he saw Haku sleeping peacefully on his arm. Her silky hair were currently falling on her face and the young Anbu captain got a light blush on his face as he just stared at the beautiful girl. Is he falling for her? I've seen crazy shit in my lifetime, but this boy is a real mess, thought Kurama jokingly. He was ultimately a part of Naruto and as such he could clearly feel how aroused and excited Naruto was. And the bijou didn't know why, but it brought a smile on its face. Maybe he was just having a hormonal change. After all, he was just 14 to 15 years old and getting attracted to beautiful females was only natural. Plus, there was the fact that his relationship with Kurenai was practically in shambles, and maybe spending some time with this girl would raise his spirits. Kurama watched curiously as Naruto carefully pushed away a strand of her hair that were falling on her face behind her ears. He didn't do anything perverted but just settled for looking at her sleeping peacefully. Cough, cough. Kurama watched painfully as Naruto started coughing again. No blood came out of his mouth, however the pain in his chest was still there. The sudden voice quickly broke Haku's sleep as she quickly jolted up in surprise as a light blush came on her face as she realized where she had slept. She quickly regained her composure and hurriedly offered him a glass of water which he quickly gulped down his throat. A relieved look came on his face as he offered her a grateful smile. "Thanks," said Naruto gratefully as he returned the glass of water back to the girl. "How are you feeling? Do you still feel any pain in your chest?" asked Haku worriedly, and this seemed to intrigue Naruto a little. Not to sound rude, but I'm perfectly fine," said Naruto cheerfully, however she just rolled her eyes on hearing his statement. "Stop trying to act like a superhero, think carefully about your medical condition. No matter how powerful a person may be, he still has to look after his health." "Something which you clearly don't understand," said Haku frustratingly, just how could he be so careless about his own health? However, Naruto just gave her a disarming smile and it irritated her more, he was still acting like a little kid. But before she could beat some sense into him, he said two words that shocked her to the core. "Thank you." Naruto could clearly see shock evident on her face and decided to explain his reasons for saying those words. "Thank you for bringing Ria here and helping Nono, and for not killing me while I was knocked out," said Naruto honestly, and this time Haku couldn't hide her shock as no words came out of her mouth. A light blush came on her face as he slowly got out of the bed, revealing his well-toned chest. Nono had healed all of his injuries and had stabilized him. She still couldn't understand how that woman could cure such grave injuries. However, something was different about him. He seemed more relaxed and the sea of sadness in his eyes was not visible now. It was as if he had overcame his past and was finally moving on. "You seem different than the last time I saw you," said Haku curiously, as he just gave her an understanding look. "I think now, I didn't fight the enemy, I fought with myself and the real enemy was in me. My journey's still not over, and there are still many challenges ahead of me, as I'm sure the dark side of my soul would still be there, fighting against my light side for what a friend called possession of my soul," explained Naruto calmly. Haku intently listened to each and every word that came out of his mouth, and somehow she could clearly relate herself to his pain. Both of them were so similar to each other. They were used by the shinobi world and had fought on the dark as well as the light side. She was quite surprised when he gently grasped her hand and looked her straight in the eye. "But we made it this far, and we have an obligation to fulfill. We have to teach others what we learned and try to find a meaning to this life, and I'm really happy that you are helping these kids," said Naruto gratefully, and gave her a small smile. Silence followed between them as both of them looked at each other in the eye. For Naruto, she was someone who he could completely relate to. They had been enemies once, but as time passed he realized she was just like him and it ultimately warmed his heart. For Haku, he was an enigma. He had killed Zabuza, who was very dear to her, but at the same time he had given her a new chance at life. He had given her an opportunity to redeem herself. Even if he kept on saying it was to fulfill his promise to Zabuza, she knew somewhere deep down in his heart he cared about her, even if it was just a little. "Back then I really wanted to kill you, even now it hurts. Zabuza-sama meant the world to me and you killed him. I didn't even want to live," said Haku honestly, and she saw the distressed look on his face. Haku. "But that is not how I feel now. Today I really feel at peace with these kids. Thank you for everything," said Haku honestly as a small tear slipped from her eyes. "What are friends for, idiot?" said Naruto cheerfully as he just gave her an innocent smile, which clearly shocked the girl. "Friends?" asked Haku shakily. Never in her life had she met a person who wanted to be her friend. Back in Kiri, everyone hated her for belonging to the Yuki clan, and after she joined Zabuza she constantly kept on running from one place to another to escape from the hunter squads of Kiri. And those few people that tried to get close to her were quickly scared away by Zabuza and Raiga. Before she could think further, there was a Naruto offered his hand to her, and the next thing she felt was her hand entwined with his as a small smile came on her face. "Friends, it is then," said Haku gently with a small smile on her face. "It's good to see both of like this, you look cute together," said Nono teasingly, and she chuckled heartily when Naruto and Haku's cheeks got red in embarrassment. However, Naruto was quite surprised when Nono came forward and gave him a harsh bop on the head. "That was for showing up on my door, half dead," said Nono sternly, and said the last two words extra loudly in his ears. Naruto gave her an apologetic look but also signaled her that there was another person in the room. One who was not entitled to hear any information about his disease. Even if Haku was a friend now, there were certain things that she didn't need to know. The young girl quickly realized the awkward gaze the duo was giving her and got the hint. She gave both of them a small smile before quickly exiting from the room. Nono escorted her out and wished her a good night, followed by a slight wave of Naruto's hands. However, things got serious when the ex-Root Kunoichi closed the door and activated the silencing seals in the room. The very next second he found himself staring into a pair of murderous eyes as Nono roughly grabbed him by the shoulder. "Do you have any fucking idea what damage have you done?" asked Nono furiously, and Naruto wanted to just vanish from this place. I can explain," said Naruto nervously, but was a little intrigued when Nono let go of him and quickly picked up a bingo book. "Leader of Wave Militia? Just what the hell are you up to? You came to the orphanage almost half dead, and coincidentally this happened right after a small Konoha team wreaked havoc in Wave. Naruto, I may not be in the Black Ops anymore, but I have a very good idea as to what this all about," said Nono sharply, and this time she saw the young boy sighing again. "Sensei, I know I screwed up, and believe me, I am doing my best to make up for it. As for my medical condition, I know you can figure something out. I have also requested further assistance for you regarding my cure. I believe the person would show up in a week," explained Naruto briefly, as Nono's piercing gaze softened a little. "Naruto, you are playing a very dangerous game. Even if I care about you, I don't want anything to happen to my kids because of your Black Ops mission. Those kinds of things never end up as planned," advised Nono strictly, and Naruto gave her a quick nod. Even he wouldn't dare risk the lives of innocent orphan kids for his mission. That was also one of the reasons he had asked Itachi to stay away from the orphanage and contact him with the crows. So far he knew Itachi had been busy investigating about Sky Ninja. They sure were a hard bunch to find. "I won't let my mission put any of you in danger, don't worry, you won't have to bear me for long," said Naruto encouragingly. However, Nono shook her head in negative. "You can stay here as long as you want, you are family and I don't abandon my family. Just be careful from now on," said Nono tiredly as Naruto came forward and enveloped her in a warm hug. "It's good to be back." As both of them comforted each other, Nono realized something. He was not depressed or sad, still some regret could be seen in his eyes, but he was moving on, and for her it was a great relief. "You are finally picking up the scattered parts of your life, and trying to make a new start. You have changed," thought Nono happily. In a small cemetery in Konoha, several people stood in black robes. Grief and sorrow were clearly evident on their faces as they saw 25 coffins being buried in the ground. 25 souls laid to rest. In the center of the crowd stood one Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was fully dressed in his Hokage robes and had paid his respect to his deceased soldiers. It was times like these that he wished to not have become a Hokage. But life was not fair to anyone, and the 25 shinobi who were being laid to rest were the prime example of this fact. Things never went as planned, and the number of casualties Konoha suffered were a lot more. However, the mission had been a success and Gato had been sent for interrogation. However, they won't begin until tomorrow, as currently Inoiki Yamanaka, the chief interrogator of Konoha, could be seen standing in the crowd trying to console a grieving Ino Yamanaka. Beside the father-daughter duo stood Shikamaru Nara. His eyes were cold and had no emotion in them as he watched Kuji's coffin being buried. His father was a few feet away from him, trying to comfort a crying Choza and his wife who had just lost their son. Kurenai and Anko stood on the right side and were trying to console a sobbing Sakura. Hana was busy taking care of Kiba, who was at the hospital. He was out of danger and would be able to get back on his feet, all due to Tsunade. The said woman currently stood in a distant corner of the cemetery far away from the others and was supporting a heavily injured Shino Aburame. The boy had multiple fractures and burns all over his body. Kakashi had found him half dead in the streets of Wave, and if not for his bugs providing him chakra, he would have been dead. Despite being so heavily injured, Shino had insisted to be here, and for the first time in his life, Hiruzen could see an Aburame displaying so much emotion openly. Everyone who had participated in the invasion were here, except for those who were injured. Kakashi, Sasuke and Jiraiya were also absent. Kakashi had a habit of not attending funerals as it made him remember the death of his father and his teammates. Sasuke was a mystery, and had started showing signs of changing. Jiraiya, as usual, had some business to do. He was not a person who attended funerals too. While Shizune was busy at the hospital. "We have gathered here to remember and honor all those brave souls who fought for their village, and made the ultimate sacrifice to protect Konoha. Each and every one of them is a hero. This is a tough time for everyone, however, instead of mourning their deaths, I wish we cherished that such good people lived amongst us and gave a meaning to our lives," said Hiruzen sadly, and looked at each and every person in the eye. Hiruzen was a little surprised when Choza came forward and stood in front of Shikamaru, as the broken boy just looked at him blankly. "Did my son?" asked Choza, but was cut off when Shikamaru answered his question. It was quick and painless, he died doing his duty, said Shikamaru stoically, and beside him Ino was shocked to hear this until she noticed how tightly he had clenched his fists. Shikamaru Nara was a blunt person and would say what he truly felt, however today he was trying really hard to lie to himself and the others. "Thank you," said Choza defeatedly, and then without a word joined his wife who was still hysterical after watching her son being laid to rest. For once even Hiruzen could feel a lump in his throat on seeing so many of his people being so devastated. And he cursed himself again for not killing Orochimaru that night. Only if he had killed him, then this tragedy would probably not have happened. Remember them for what they stood for, and what they believed in, and protect that thing for which they gave their lives, said Kurenai loudly, and everyone looked at her slowly. But Captain Kurenai, they are dead, said Hinata sadly, however Kurenai gave the girl a firm gaze. They are dead the day you forget about them, they are dead the day we fail to protect this village, they are dead the day you don't have a place for them in their hearts. I led this mission being fully aware of the danger we were going in, and yet all of you stood beside me. All of you overcame your fears and fought with everything you had. I didn't know each of them personally, but their names will forever be engraved in my heart. Kuji, Tokuma, Shinji, Taijin, Zanku, all of them, they will forever be in our hearts and no one can take their memories away from us, explained Kurenai courageously, and Hiruzen was astonished to see some of the people gave her understanding nods. While the rest didn't say anything, but the look in their eyes showed they completely understood her message. We won't remember this day as the day we lost our shinobi, rather we will remember this day when 25 brave warriors gave everything they had for the freedom of those they loved and held dear to their hearts. For heroes, said Kurenai loudly. For heroes. Hiruzen watched proudly as the young woman motivated her people. She gave them the strength to bear this burden and strengthen their will to fight for the village. In a way Naruto and Kurenai were so different and yet they were so similar to each other. One of them fought in the shadows and accepted disgrace to protect Konoha, while the other fought in the light and accepted pain. They were like yin and yang of chakra, shouldering every burden on themselves and trying to lead the people around them to a prosperous future. And for this he was grateful to Kami. There were still shinobi in Konoha who would ensure its existence even after he passes away from this world. Hiruzen sympathetically greeted each of his soldiers as one by one they slowly started leaving as the ceremony was over. Everyone had to strengthen their resolves and pick up the scattered pieces of their life. He watched calmly as Tsunade sent the injured Aburame to the hospital with his father Shibi, and slowly approached him. She did a good job in cheering them up, however small it may look it definitely had an impact on everyone present here, said Tsunade calmly, as her hazel eyes silently observed the raven-haired beauty who was comforting Ino. It was still hard for her to believe that Naruto was in a relationship with her until he defected. When she first came to know about this, she wanted to rip Kurenai's head off for corrupting Naruto. However now she really thought that maybe Naruto had not made a bad choice. Kurenai was a strong woman and the will of fire burned brightly in her. She was quite surprised when Hiruzen grasped her hand and gently shook them. This time will pass, and I hope you don't hate Konoha now, said Hiruzen comfortingly. Tsunade was just about to retort when she felt something in her hand. She narrowly saw a piece of paper and her eyes widened for a second, when she realized just what Hiruzen had given her. Your punishment is over and you are free to go, said Hiruzen tactfully, and gave his student a suggestive gaze and Tsunade immediately understood his message and gave him a small smile. Thank you, said Tsunade gratefully, finally she would be able to meet her long-lost nephew. Hiruzen watched contently as Tsunade went out of the cemetery. He had recently received a message from Naruto explaining his medical condition. And to say the third Hokage was worried would be an understatement. Naruto was literally dying and he didn't even know about it. The situation demanded him to provide assistance and he would make sure Konoha's finest soldiers received the deserved medical treatment. This was the least he could do for the young boy who sacrificed so much for Konoha. I'm sure Tsunade will get you back to full strength. It will be a really interesting reunion. In a dark room of Konoha alone Uchiha sat in front of a small tablet. A lone fire burned beside the tablet that showed his face. Sasuke Uchiha looked at the small scroll in his hand and a victorious look appeared in his eyes. These will really help me in creating a new world free from suffering. Going to Wave was really helpful, thought Sasuke darkly. His quest had just begun. Chapter 46. The Ultimate Tag Team. Two people silently walked side by side each other. Both of them were currently wearing dark black pants and a light blue Uchiha t-shirt on their chests. Their bodies were being covered by a dark cloak and the silent noise of their sandals was the only sound that could be heard in the entire area. Both of them were males. One of them appeared to be in his mid-teens while the other was a little older than him. However, these two men were the most dangerous criminals of Konoha that were feared all across the elemental nations. Naruto closely observed the road ahead of him. He had been constantly walking since the past 2 hours and his partner had no intention of having a chat, and this was pissing him off. His face was covered by a light blue face mask, however his eyes were currently fixed on Itachi, who stoically walked beside him. "Gah! Even a damn machine is more livelier than you," complained Naruto loudly. For his part, Itachi never even flinched on the insult. "We are on a mission and it is important to stay on guard. A shinobi can be attacked at any moment," said Itachi seriously, and he was a little amused when he saw Naruto's eyebrows twitching. "For your kind information, there is not a single person in the entire area," said Naruto irritatingly, and he was surprised when he saw an inquisitive look appearing in Itachi's eyes. "I know you are a censor, but how efficient are you?" asked Itachi respectfully. This was a topic that interested him. From childhood, he had a tendency to learn everything about shinobi. From various jutsu, to weapons and even battle tactics, he had a craving for knowledge. It was not just to become powerful but to gain a deep sense of understanding of the world he lived in. That was the reason he was miles ahead of his peers and was one of the most powerful ninja of his now near extinct clan. In the few days that he had known Naruto, he had observed him keenly. The boy was kind and gentle to the people he loved, and he had observed this fact when he saw Naruto around the orphanage kids. However, that didn't mean that he was less dangerous. Naruto may be young and a little naive, but there was another side of him that Itachi respected a lot. He was a Black Ops captain, and had undertaken the most dangerous and painful missions for Konoha. In a way, Itachi could really see himself in Naruto with a few different traits. "Well, I can sense up to a few miles. I'm far from perfect, but I believe I can take care of myself," said Naruto curtly. And a small invisible smile came on Itachi's face as Naruto smartly deflected his question by not telling him his true skills. It was a trait of a true ninja, never trusting anyone and fighting in the shadows. And he was right, both of them had known each other just for a few days, so it was logical if Naruto didn't trust him completely. But there were other things that were more important right now. Itachi's dark black eyes shifted to the setting sun in the sky and the retreating figure of the birds. "It's going to be dark soon, we'll have to finish it tonight," thought Itachi calmly. "Itachi, why are we nearing the ocean?" asked Naruto skeptically, as the older Uchiha stared at him blankly. "It seems his sensor skills are far more greater than he claims. We are still miles away from our destination and he can feel the presence of the ocean. He is truly your son, Kushina-sama," thought Itachi proudly. Naruto may look like his father, but he inherited the Uzumaki blood and sensory skills from his mother. Itachi remembered how his mother used to praise Kushina for her sensory skills. She was really a unique kunoichi. And it seemed her son had taken after her greatly. "Have you received any training in naval combat?" asked Itachi sharply. This was a question which he really wanted to be answered. Their enemy had great numbers and the only viable option would be stealth. "Yes, I have received training in naval warfare." "Does this mean the sky ninja are hiding in the ocean?" asked Naruto smartly, and his partner gave him an affirmative nod. "Precisely, I have been investigating their whereabouts for the past few weeks and I discovered very interesting facts about them," said Itachi seriously. "As far as I know, the 5 great nations destroyed Sky Country and all its citizens in the previous war. They were surrounded from all sides, which would mean they would have secret underground bunkers in which a few must have survived until the other villages left their country," explained Naruto briefly. "Hiruzen-sama told me you were perceptive. I see that is the truth," said Itachi stoically. "Thanks for the sarcasm, robot," retorted Naruto bemusedly, and he was not sure but he saw Itachi's left eyebrow twitching an inch. However, the older Uchiha had a lot of patience in comparison to his relative, so he decided to ignore the light jab and continue the debriefing. "Your assumption is right, a few survived and after the war ended they took shelter as civilians and for the next few years they increased their numbers while a handful of them gathered resources and weapons for their army," explained Itachi in detail, and he saw Naruto already trying to determine the various outcomes that could happen. "And Orochimaru must have discovered this and offered them a helping hand. That snake sure knows a lot about this world," said Naruto frustratingly. The fact that their enemy was still ahead of them did not sit well with him. "Don't underestimate him, he is a Sannin and had access to most of the secrets of Konoha. He is a man who knows when to hide and when to strike, just like a snake," chided Itachi as Naruto rubbed his temples tiredly. "So how many idiots do we have to kill?" asked Naruto impatiently. The only solution to their problems was getting rid of their enemies, and that was exactly what he wanted to do. A tired sigh escaped from Itachi's lips. Naruto was definitely Kushina's son as he had inherited her trait of impatience. Looking at the empty road ahead made one thing clear to Itachi. It was going to be a long walk. Konoha. A curt knock was heard in the empty district of the Uchiha clan. The sound of firm footsteps could be clearly heard, and after a few moments a person slowly opened the door of the house. Sasuke looked at the person in front of him with disdain clearly present in his eyes. He had a lot of important things to do, and this person was one of the last human beings he would ever want to see. "What do you want, Hyuga?" asked Sasuke angrily, as his dark Sharingan activated and glared at poor Hinata that was standing in front of him. "I want to talk to you," said Hinata with as much confidence as she could muster. However, Sasuke had other plans. "Go away, I don't have time to deal with a pathetic kunoichi like you," said Sasuke disrespectfully, and tried to slam the door in front of Hinata. The young Uchiha was quite surprised when the lavender beauty stopped the door as she planted her right hand firmly on it, as her Byakugan activated. "I said I wanted to talk, and I mean it," said Hinata harshly, and looked at Sasuke menacingly. "Interesting, let's see what this bitch is up to," thought Sasuke bemusedly. This was the first time in many years when he had seen Hinata showing some courage. "You have 2 minutes, and no, I'm not going to invite you in my house," said Sasuke flatly, as he saw Hinata suggesting they went inside. Hinata was sad on being treated like dirt, but she expected this from a person like Sasuke. She only wanted to meet him as there was something which she wanted to know. "Fine, I'll get to the point. What did you do with Tokuma and Shinji?" asked Hinata flatly. Ever since Naruto left the village, she had seen Sasuke becoming more dangerous day by day. And the look in his eyes just before he went to save Sakura sent shivers down her spine. The fact that Tokuma was the best member of the main branch after her father did make things more suspicious. She was damn sure a man like him wouldn't be taken down by militia of Wave so easily. And it happened so easily, then even Shinji died and both of their bodies were not found. Most of the Hyuga had accepted the fact that their clan members died in the line of duty, but Hinata did not know why, but she thought there was a dark mystery behind this. Who would have thought she had a fucking brain? TCH, although she was just a stupid fangirl of Naruto. Thought Sasuke distastefully, this girl could become a real threat for his plans, it was best if he stopped her now. Like I said before, we were surrounded from all sides and an exploding tag landed beside Shinji. The other Hyuga jumped on it, but the blast was too powerful and killed Shinji too. Even I was blown several feet away. When I went to save them they were already gone, said Sasuke flatly. Hinata narrowed her eyes at her classmate. His eye movements and the way in which he was speaking did not evoke any suspicion, and it seemed he was telling the truth, but this feeling. "I don't believe you," said Hinata honestly, and she saw an angry looking appearing on his face as his grip on the door tightened. "I don't have to prove myself to you, the Hokage and Kurenai have accepted my statement. If you want to see the truth, go to Wave and try to find their bodies. Now get out of my house," said Sasuke angrily and slammed the door harshly in front of Hinata. Hinata looked at the retreating form of Sasuke with the help of her Byakugan. He was up to something and she would find out about it. At the southern gate of Konoha, a tall busty blonde woman could be seen standing happily in front of the large gates. Beside her was her student, who too had a happy look on her face. "Good luck, Tsunade-sama, I wish you a happy journey," said Shizune happily. Her master had a happy look on her face and it only meant one thing. She was going to see her long-lost nephew, and this was the only good news Shizune had heard in weeks, and seeing Tsunade happy made her day. "I can finally meet him, Shizune, and when I find that idiot I'm going to beat him to a pulp for acting so recklessly," said Tsunade murderously, and Shizune's sweat dropped when she saw Tsunade clenching her fists tightly. "You do remember that he does not know you personally, right?" asked Shizune hesitantly. "Of course he remembers me. Who the hell took care of that brat and washed his shit?" asked Tsunade sharply, and this time Shizune smacked her forehead in frustration. Jiraiya was really a bad influence for Tsunade-sama. "Kami, Tsunade-sama, he was an infant at that time, how can he remember any of us?" asked Shizune in disbelief, and she was further shocked when the Senju in front of her was surprised from this revelation. "It is true, women do gone insane as they get old. I thought men were like this," thought Shizune in wonder. Tsunade quickly regained her posture and gave her best commanding face to her student. There were times when she would make herself look like a fool in order to cheer her student up. Hiruzen had requested her to let Shizune stay in Konoha, as many shinobi needed an experienced medic like her. Tsunade knew her student too wanted to meet the young boy and was disappointed when she was not given permission. It was painful, but it was the right thing to do. So, in her effort to cheer her up, she had acted like a fool to bring a smile on Shizune's face. And it seemed she was successful as Shizune laughed a little. "Tsunade-sama, said Shizune happily, as she hugged her teacher. An action which was reciprocated by Tsunade too. Don't worry, you will see him soon. Just make sure things stay in order at the hospital, and keep an eye on the senile old geezer, said Tsunade gently. Hi, but where is Jiraiya-sama? Asked Shizune curiously. I don't know, Sensei sent him on some important mission. Don't worry, he has promised to stay in contact, said Tsunade clearly, as Shizune gave her a nod. Both the women shared one last look before Tsunade quickly shunshined out of the gate in order to meet her long-lost relative. It will be an interesting reunion, for sure, thought Shizune with a small chuckle. Shizune slowly started walking towards the hospital as her eyes calmly observed the peaceful atmosphere in the village. It really felt strange, it had been so many years since she had set foot in Konoha, but she felt a sense of belonging here which she had forgotten. It's good to be back home, said Shizune happily, as she watched people enjoying their night in the village. At the same time it also made her angry, these were the same people that had scorned Naruto, and yet he was protecting them. It was true that not all the people in the village hated Naruto and it was not right to judge an entire nation on the actions of a few lunatics, but that didn't mean she was not ashamed of the actions of her fellow countrymen. But the young medic also knew that with passage of time everything changes. People change, and maybe that was what Naruto believed in when he undertook such a painful mission. He was truly a good person for Shizune. She could still remember how the young toddler used to irritate Tsunade to no end, and at times even used to hide her precious sake. Kami, she was so scary at that time. Thought Shizune fearfully, Tsunade had wrecked the entire room they were staying in to find her sake but had not found it. It was still a mystery till this day, as to where that little troublemaker had hidden her master's sake. And it seemed Naruto still had the traits of a troublemaker. Are you Shizune Kato? Asked a young hopeful voice, bringing Shizune out of her memories. She looked around and was surprised when she saw a young girl standing in front of her. She was wearing a dark green t-shirt and a short skirt, while her long pink hair were tied into a nice ponytail. Yes, I am Shizune, but I don't think we've met before, said Shizune politely. She was a little surprised when the young girl gave a light bow to her. Hi, my name is Sakura Haruno. I was the medic who had participated in Wave Mission and a member of Team 7, explained Sakura respectfully, as a curious look appeared on Shizune's beautiful face. Yes, I heard about your actions. You saved the lives of your comrades, you did a good job, Sakura congratulated Shizune happily, and she laughed a little when the young girl's cheeks became a little red. I did my duty, but I want to ask you something? Said Sakura hesitantly. What is it? Asked Shizune curiously. She was a little surprised when she saw a determined look appearing in the girl's eyes. Can you take me as your apprentice? With Kurenai. The young Genjutsu mistress sat comfortably on the soft couch of her apartment. A lot had happened in her life and the more time passed, the more difficult her life was becoming. Fucked up life, lack of friends, unfaithful lover and a bunch of lies, the life every Kunosehi wants, thought Kurenai sarcastically as she drowned a cup of sake. Ever since she had met Naruto in Wave, she had become a lot more confused. Her entire beliefs about the village and the shinobi were shaken to the core. A few months back she was living a normal life, a good team, a loving boyfriend and a couple of missions. Life was so perfect, but that was all a dream world to her now. Looking back now, she realized that there was always a strange look in Naruto's eyes whenever he was with them. It was a look a person would give when he was about to go far away, and this infuriated her. She smashed her left hand roughly on her couch. Naruto knew what he was getting into and despite the consequences he didn't want to share his pain with her. Just what the hell were you thinking? I could have helped you in whatever way I could, said Kurenai bitterly. She had decided not to confront Hiruzen about Naruto's truth as she was not sure her emotions would be in control, and she didn't want to hear any more lies and do something drastic. Her eyes shifted to a small scroll that was lying beneath her window, and she remembered that a crow had appeared there just before her departure for Wave. And there was only one person she knew who had crows as a summon, it was definitely from him. She slowly picked up the scroll and bit her thumb. The thin line of her blood was applied on the scroll and the next second it quickly opened. However, her eyes widened in shock when she saw that it was written in blood and the handwriting was very sketchy. It was as if Naruto was really trying hard to write the message. She focused her eyes on the letter and with each passing word her eyes became a little moist. Dear Kurenai-chan. I have caused you a lot of pain and what I did to you was not right. But I wanted you to know this, that whatever was between us, was real for me. I'm grateful to you and mere words cannot express the feelings which I have for you. The truth is that I lost sight of myself, I lost faith in my comrades and didn't trust anyone, but I didn't defect from Konoha for revenge. It is true that I have killed 300 Black Ops and stolen the Forbidden Scroll, but it was my mission to do so. That's all I can say to you. I cherished every moment that I spent with you and I'm taking those memories with me to my death. I have no right to ask for forgiveness, and even if you hate me for all eternity, I'll keep on loving you, as you are my dream. It seems I won't be able to keep the promise. I'm sorry, Kurenai-chan. Goodbye. Naruto Uchiha. A small tear slipped from her eyes as she read that letter, and she realized that it must have been written when he fought with Zabuza and Raiga. Even near death's door, you still thought about me and realized your mistakes. And everything between us was true for me too. Hell, it still is, thought Kurenai truthfully, as she neatly folded the letter as her eyes shifted to the various pictures on her desk. They had so many moments of them together and it brought happy memories of the past. Every person has flaws and makes mistakes, and the same logic was applicable to Naruto too. Kurenai knew Naruto was not a bad person, it was the different events in his life that made him turn out this way. She had seen the painful memories of his life, and it pained her to see that he had went through so much for a village that did nothing for him. No matter what darkness lies in the village, I will forever be Konoha's Naruto Uchiha. A small smile was formed on her face as she remembered his words. It was true that he had broken her trust, but that didn't mean she could discard the countless times where he had been there for her and every other person he knew. Yes, Naruto had done some bad things, but he had done a lot of good things too. He had brought light into Kakashi's life and had fulfilled his dream of having a family. Naruto had been a true friend to the rookies. He was the one who brought Sakura and Ino out of their fangirl habits and encouraged them to train seriously. He tried to support Hinata and Kuji, who had confidence issues. He even befriended Shino, whom people isolated every time. And he had been a good friend to Shikamaru and Kiba too. Sasuke, she could still remember just how much Naruto had helped the boy. He had put aside his personal grudges against the other Uchiha and had brought light into his life. Anko had been so overjoyed to have a foster brother like Naruto who understood her and was the one who brought her and Kakashi together. The Sarutobi family, Naruto had been a true big brother to Konohamaru and had filled the emptiness in the little boy's heart due to the absence of his father. He had been like a grandson and an elder son for Hiruzen and Amiko respectively. And most of all, Naruto had supported her in the worst phase of her life. He had helped in reducing the pain she felt due to what she did to Yakumo. He respected her as a kunoichi and became her student, her friend. As time passed, their feelings for each other increased. He had confessed his love for her. It was true that he was a little naive, but so was she, as it takes two hands to complete a handshake. His only mistake was to order her to kill him by putting her in a genjutsu. At first she was furious, but now she could understand just what made him take such drastic steps. You were being burdened by guilt of hiding the truth from us and not being able to stay with me forever. So in your own way, you tried to make amends for your mistakes, and your depression made you feel that by making you kill me, would make up for the pain that you caused me, thought Kurenai sadly. It was selfish, but he was young, and it was also true that he could not reveal the truth to her. He was under the direct order from the Hokage. But still he disobeyed the order and told her the truth when he realized his mistake and how much pain he was causing her. That showed that he did love her deeply in his own twisted way. He had asked for a chance to make things right, and deep down she knew he was a good person and his good deeds were far more than his mistakes. And he was still risking his life for her and Konoha, despite everything. She gently lifted a small photo as her eyes became moist on seeing the face of a young handsome blonde, who had stolen her heart and was now the love of her life. Just come back home, please. With Naruto. The young Root captain calmly observed the scene in front of him. His 3 Tomoe Sharingan was showing him his target, and a curious look came on his face which didn't went unnoticed by his partner. Is that what I think it is? Asked Naruto curiously, as Itachi gave him a silent nod. Yes, those 3 ships are the base of the Sky Ninja. The interesting thing is most of the machinery and weapons are made up of chakra or contain it in little proportions, said Itachi seriously, as he took out 2 small scrolls from his pocket. What's the approximate strength of the enemy? We will need a plan, because once those idiots become aware of our presence, things can get really ugly. We also have to make it look like Konoha Anbu destroyed them, explained Naruto briefly, as his eyes shifted to the small scrolls that Itachi had laid down on the beach. The older Uchiha gave him one of the scroll, and as Naruto opened it he was intrigued when he saw it was full of explosive tags. Itachi quickly drew a rough diagram of the 3 ships on the sand of the beach. The ships are 3 miles away from our current position, and after tonight they will again disappear. The Hokage has sent 3 platoons of Anbu to clean up the mess after we complete the mission, said Itachi calmly, and as expected an annoyed look came in his partner's eyes. Why can't the Anbu handle these idiots? Asked Naruto irritatingly. Because we are dependable and are faster than the men Hiruzen-sama has sent. Also it is our mission to take out every enemy that is plotting against Konoha with Orochimaru, do you understand? Asked Itachi flatly, and he was sure Naruto muttered fine. I hate being dependable, man, said Naruto jokingly, and he was amused when he noticed an annoyed look appearing in Itachi's eyes. He loved pissing off the calm and cool Itachi, but more than that he needed to do this or else he would go insane, as Itachi was the most introverted and shy person he had ever met. Hell, even Hinata was no match for this weirdo, and that was saying something as Hinata was really weird. The Sky Ninja have built equipment that help them fly in the air and provides them with counterattack facilities. We cannot let them launch their fighters at any cost, so I suggest we attack from 2 sides, suggested Itachi as Naruto drew a small dot right below the ships. I take out the ship's engine and chakra supply, which will start sinking the ship, while you launch an aerial attack and take out their offensive capabilities. Then as soon as the job is done, we will fry the rest of the enemy in the water. Quick, clean and simple, said Naruto deviously, as Itachi looked at the boy cautiously. I'm glad he's on our side, he's a really dangerous enemy, thought Itachi tactically. Despite his playful attitude, Naruto could get the job done and his partner knew that clearly. Precisely, Naruto, under no circumstances you will use the Mangekyo. We must make it look like a real ninja battle between our Anbu forces and the enemy. I know we can destroy them easily with our Mangekyo, but that would make Orochimaru suspicious, and that is the last thing we want right now, advised Itachi sagely, as Naruto gave him an affirmative nod. Still, it would have been more fun with our Mangekyo, joked Naruto playfully, as he picked up his gear and started walking towards the sea. He really gets on my nerves sometimes, thought Itachi frustratedly, as he summoned a large crow in order to get ready for his part. 2 hours later. He patiently lay beneath the bottom of the main ship. The ocean water was cold, but it was also peaceful tonight. It was as if it was waiting for the storm that the 2 Konoha shinobi were going to cause. His lone Sharingan could clearly spot the massive amount of chakra right above him, contrary to what he had thought. It was quite easy to sneak up on his enemies. Yeah, you use the camouflage jutsu to sneak up on your enemies, which can only be detected by sensors and those with the Sharingan and Byakugan, and you expect your enemies to sense you. Wow, you are a total idiot, retorted Kurama sarcastically, as his container just got a small smirk on his face. Kurama was really glad to see this side of Naruto. He was back to his old self. Back to the old, annoying and cheerful person who people loved. He was really surprised that the boy was able to hold his breath for a few minutes underwater. For once the Bijou could acknowledge Danzo as a hard-ass trainer. That man may have played a vital role in ruining Naruto's life, but that didn't diminish the fact that he also made Naruto one of the most powerful ninja of Konoha. Whatever Naruto was today was due to Danzo. It included all the good and bad effects too. Remember, no survivors. As soon as Itachi's voice reached him through the device on his ears, he quickly took out his exploding tags and quickly started placing them on the various spots he had marked a few moments ago. One on the left, this is the weapons room. Judging from the amount of chakra they have, it must have taken a lot of time and effort in developing them, thought Naruto carefully, as he finished setting up his traps on one of the ships. You have 2 more minutes before I launch my attack. Blow of the explosives on the first ship exactly after 75 seconds. Naruto quickly nodded to his 2 other water clones that had set up the rest of the explosive tags on the other 2 ships. All of them had approximately 60 seconds to escape from the blast radius, which by the way was going to be huge. He quickly channeled chakra across his body in order to increase his speed, an action that was mirrored by his 2 water clones as the small team quickly started distancing themselves from their targets. 10 more seconds, reminded Kurama quickly as his partner quickly prepared himself. His 2 water clones looked at him for further orders as a murderous look appeared in Naruto's eyes and he quickly gave the signal. Kill them all. Boom. The next instant the trio quickly performed the ram hand seal and the entire ocean shook violently as waves upon waves of shockwaves quickly spread through the entire ocean. As expected, Naruto's water clones could not bear the shock and quickly dissolved in the water, but that didn't stop Naruto from quickly jumping out of the water, and what he saw next surprised him a lot. Kage Kunai no Jutsu Shadow Kunai Clone Technique. The young shinobi couldn't believe his eyes as hundreds of exploding kunai rained down from the sky and started decimating the already distorted Sky Country ninja who had no fucking clue as to what was happening. Gah! On the left. The ship is sinking. Hundreds of such cries could be heard across the entire ocean, their strategy had worked marvelously, and within seconds the once mighty Sky Country ninja were being destroyed like rats. He saw Itachi flying on top of a large crow, and his partner was clearly raining down death from the skies, and the burning ships as well as the bodies dropping into the abyss of the ocean was a proof of how deadly Itachi Uchiha was. Each and every kunai hit their targets, followed by a monstrous explosion. One of the ships had already started sinking into the ocean and many of the men were drowning in the water. "My turn," said Naruto murderously, and his hands moved quickly as he gathered a large amount of chakra. Kirigakura no Jutsu, Hidden Mist Technique. A thick mist started forming in the entire area, and this was the signal Itachi was waiting for as he quickly jumped from the bird and gracefully landed on the deck of one of the ships. He quickly took out his sword, and the next instant he quickly sped across a group of enemies, and before they could even realize what had happened, their bodies fell lifeless on the ground as fountains of blood erupted everywhere. "Where the hell are they? Daisuke, what is the status of the fighters?" yelled one of the Sky Ninja. However, the tall ninja's eyes widened in horror when he saw a giant wall of fire approaching his position, and it was blowing up everything that got in its way. Many of his comrades tried to escape and jumped into the sea, but the flames never stopped. Kaden, Goka Mekiaku, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Boom. 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 Naruto watched in fascination as Itachi single-handedly destroyed an entire ship within a minute. He knew the man was strong, but to practically see Itachi fighting was a really captivating sight. He demolished, no, he curb-stomped the poor Sky Country ninja. It was as if they were mere flies for him. And that was to be expected, as this was the man who single-handedly wiped out the entire Uchiha clan. Itachi was a skilled fighter and a deadly assassin, and tonight Naruto was witnessing Itachi's prowess in battle. Naruto's hidden mist technique was preventing the enemy ninja from pinpointing their location. 2 of their ships had already been completely destroyed along with the majority of the crew on it, while the one in front of Naruto was going to be annihilated. Now. Suten, Suryudan no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Gua. The water in the ocean swirled violently as 10 enormous water dragons emerged from the dark abyss of the sea and quickly rushed towards the lone ship standing in the ship. Kaboom, said Naruto deviously, as the water dragons teared the last ship to pieces and killed every last person on it by swallowing them into the dark depths of the ocean. "That's a sight I love," commented Kurama gleefully, as the Bijou felt his primal instincts kick in as the enemy was destroyed mercilessly and swiftly. These 2 Uchiha really reminded him of someone from the past. Both of them were swift, deadly, and were true ninja. Stealth was the key to their fighting styles, and Kurama doubted that there were hardly any ninja left in the world who could stand up to this destructive duo. Kurama was surprised when Naruto shunshined right on top of a few of the survivors, and the next second a torrent of shuriken was released from his fingers, which quickly killed his enemy in a flash. AHHH. Fireball Shower. A couple of destructive fireballs struck down many of the enemy forces that were trying to swim towards the shore, while the rest that survived were quickly being put to an end by the fierce and swift sword in Itachi's hand. Naruto quickly grabbed the hand of one of the Sky Ninja as he tried to stab him from behind. The young Anbu captain quickly did a 180, and before his opponent could even realize, his neck was twisted with a sickening crunch. Clang! Naruto quickly blocked a kunai attack of 2 enemy ninja as another 5 surrounded him from all sides. It seemed his enemy was not as weak as they had expected and were trying to fight back with whatever strength they had left. However, the Sky Ninja were quite surprised when Naruto disappeared in a flock of crows, but their eyes widened in shock when all of them felt their feet being grabbed, and they were quickly dragged down by Naruto's water clones, who quickly sliced the throats of their opponents, thereby putting an end to their existence. Katen Hosenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Another couple of fireballs instantly struck down a pair of aerial fighters that were trying to sneak up behind Naruto, as Itachi quickly landed beside his partner as both the ninja watched each other's backs. "How many are left?" asked Itachi quickly, and Naruto used his sensor skills and realized they had eliminated most of the enemy forces. "Summon your crow back, I want to try a jutsu," said Naruto seriously, as Itachi tried to contemplate the offer. However, after a few seconds he agreed. "What are you up to?" thought Kurama curiously, as a large crow quickly passed right beside the Anbu captains and they quickly got on the bird. Itachi watched curiously as the mist started to disappear, and it only meant that Naruto wanted him to witness it, and even he had realized almost the entire enemy force had been wiped out instantly. Both Naruto and Itachi were the strongest Anbu captains ever in the history of Konoha. Missions like these were now small fry to them. They had used the cover of the night in their stealth to sneak up on the enemy, then they had went on to use the enemy's own weapons and machines against them. As fear and panic spread among the enemy, they launched a combined attack and disrupted the enemy's vision, and with their speed wiped out the already crippled enemy forces. This was how they were trained to fight, like true ninja. They were invisible to the enemy, faster than the wind and sharper than a sword itself. The mist in the sea disappeared completely, and now Itachi could clearly see the death and destruction both of them had caused. There were wreckage of the destroyed ships everywhere. The once dark blue ocean had turned blood red, and there was fire burning in many areas. Hundreds of bodies were floating in the ocean, most of them were burnt, some had drowned while the remaining had been cut down by Itachi's sword and Naruto's weapons. A few of the enemy were currently in a half-dead state, and Itachi guessed Naruto wanted to put them out of their misery. He saw the boy performing a set of hand seals which were very familiar to Itachi himself. Raiten Rakurai no Jutsu, Lightning Release, Thunderbolt Jutsu. Ga! Bastards! Kami! Itachi was a little irked when large bolts of lightning rained down from the sky and fried the rest of the enemy forces alive as their screams echoed across the entire area, and looking at Naruto's face shocked him further as there was not a hint of regret on his face. This scene does bring back old memories, thought Kurama in wonder, as flashbacks of his fight with Madara came flooding back in his mind. Anyone who tries to harm my village, whether they be a friend, a comrade, or even my own family, won't be forgiven, said Naruto murderously as his Sharingan glared at the hundreds of dead bodies floating in the water. The Sky Country Ninja were now history, but one thing was clear to the world. The ultimate tag team was ready to take on the shinobi world.